Welcome to my full guide for Pilgrim's Traverse. This is the full 8-hour VOD covering every single thing you would want to know to clear, from the most basics of deep dungeon mechanics to the specifics of PT. You need no prior knowledge of anything deep dungeon related. You only need a job of your choosing and a dream. If you've already done deep dungeon before, or only want to know about the abilities of the monsters and bosses, I've already released short form guides covering those. I recommend them if you've already soloed any of the other deep dungeons. I'll be putting links in the description of this video. If you enjoyed this guide, the abridged version, or any of my content, I would encourage you to subscribe. It's been nice to see how many people have been giving PT a go. You can also check me out on Twitch every weekend. And with this, I'll leave you with a guide. Good luck on your clear. Okay, so you might have been wondering what the hell is Deep Dungeon. PT just released, and you're interested in doing it. So this is PT. You have to do a short quest. You begin that quest in the Crystarium. So you're gonna have a quest there. It's gonna bring you to Ilmeg. After you've done the quest, you're gonna have this basically this lineup of NPC right there, and then that's how you begin doing. So when you begin the first time, you're going to have an eater pool of 1. Eater pool, it's like your gear inside. You don't really your equipment. This does not do anything. You could be naked. It doesn't matter what you're wearing outside. All that matters is this thing, the eater pool. So I will go with the assumption that your eater pool is pretty good already, so I won't really cover you having low eater pool. If you want to farm eater pool, what I recommend you do is I recommend that you just do match parties. So whenever you choose a file, you choose match party, which is basically like if you're queuing for any dungeon. And then the only option you'll have at the beginning is Traverse Stone 1, which is floor 1. And then you would just do that, get a group, and then you just keep climbing like that. And then once it doesn't let you climb anymore, then you just do it again, and then you just keep doing that until you unlock the 51 stone, the floor 51. Once you get the floor 51, run it a few times. And then once you got like a pretty good eater pool from doing that, should be around 60, 70, then you can begin following this guide and just start your run, right? I will also mention, but while doing this, you're gonna get this item called the Potsherd. Sorry, it's called the Eater Pool Glass there. Once you have those, you wanna go to this guy, OC With. You wanna trade them for this thing called Pilgrim's Potion. You might have already gotten a few from the dungeon, but you definitely wanna just stock up on that. You don't need like a crazy amount. I don't know, like a few hundred maybe even just 100. Just make sure you have some, and then put them somewhere on your bar, preferably keybound, because this is a potion effect that lasts for 30 seconds. It's a pretty sizable heal too. It lasts for 30 seconds and has a 15-second cooldown. So you definitely want to have this inside. It's gonna be pretty helpful against the monsters, and I would say you're gonna get so much of this item that you probably just want to use it all the time. So don't be stingy about using it. So anyway, once you've got your eater pool set up and your potion set up, you're already ready to start. And the last thing is that it would be nice if you had some kind of food buff, because you do carry the vitality, the stats from the food buff inside. It doesn't really matter what food buff it is. Just buy like use whatever you use in raids, or just buy whatever is available. What's really good from these is the vitality specifically. The other stats don't matter as much. You want to get the vitality. And then technically you can also use tinctures inside. I wouldn't really worry about it though. It's not necessary. So anyway, to start a run, it's very simple. You have got your eater pool, you got everything. You just do enter Pilgrim's Traverse. And then you're going to do Fate's Party alone, without a group, right? Now when you start, you'll have the option of starting at anywhere that you've already reached. Keep in mind, if you want to get the title that they have on my head, because you might be watching this guy for the title. In fact, you likely are watching this guy for the title, as this is a solo clear. If you want to get the Enlighten, you must start from 1, and it must never die. You must never die, excluding one specific instance that I will cover. But you cannot die. So you must start from 1, this one, and go all the way to 100 and clear like that. If you start at the checkpoints, I mean, you can still get to the end, but you just won't get the title. But like, of course, you want to use the checkpoints if you need to practice, because let's say the 70s give you a lot of trouble. Well, I mean, you might as well just do a checkpoint run on the 70s, practice it, and then go back to your run at 1, right? So that's just a heads up. So yes, I said lasts 1 hour. And you just get this screen. As soon as you commence, it's gonna put you in. Okay, there's a lot to cover inside of a Deep Dawn. There's a lot to talk about. First thing I'll mention is, like I said, you have an hour to do a set. You can set the top right. It says I have 59 minutes remaining, an hour. So if you ever let that timer reach 0, you will time out. It's called a timeout. And that will, well, that will kill you. It's basically as if you had died. So you want to make sure you do every set within an hour. This should not be particularly difficult. As long as your hero pool is high, this should not be particularly difficult. So the way this place is structured, you can see I have a map at the bottom right, which you definitely want to keep open all the time, in my opinion. It's the same keybind as your map in the overworld. The way this is structured is it's basically squares, which are rooms connected by lines, which are always, and it's just a random amount of them. Now, as you can see, this square, this room has an altar of return. Now, this is something that actually doesn't interest us in a solo run, but what this would do in a group run is this would let you revive your allies. But either way, so this is a hallway, and now this is a room. In rooms, you're gonna find monsters, excluding the room you spawned in, which does not have monsters unless something just patrols there or respawns there. But by default, there's no monster there. So we can fight the monsters. Now, I will say, monsters, they have abilities. They do have abilities, and you will have to know the abilities, but that doesn't really apply until you start being on the higher sets. So right now, I won't really be telling you what these do, because all of these, they just do telegraph that you have to walk out of. It's pointless to even explain what they do, and it would be an insult to your intelligence. So you just know that all the monsters until the mid-20s, all they do is telegraphs, and all you want to do is step out of it. So when you're in a room, you want to try and arc the walls, like what I'm doing right now. The reason for that is there's actually traps hidden in the room. And these traps are very likely to be near the middle of the room. They're much more rarely on the walls. So just a nice habit to start doing from the really beginning is just arc the walls. You want to arc the wall every time. This way you're much less likely to hit a trap. Now I will show you what the traps like actually do to you later on. But you should just start doing this from the get-go. Now you're also gonna find in rooms there's chests, treasure coffers. You're gonna see them in 3 colors: bronze, brown, silver, and then gold, like that, yellow. The yellow chests are good. They're gonna give you what you call commanders. As you can see at the top left, I've got like this inventory screen, which is the same one that you use to check your character screen usually. You're gonna see I have like it says my pool, my class. I have like these items there. The gold chest contain items. So if I right click this, I get an item, and then we will cover all the items, like all of them over time. But you just have to remember for now that gold chest contain items, and you wanna most of the time you wanna open the gold chest if it's there, right? If it's convenient for you, you wanna check it. So as you can see, the monsters are still nothing to worry about. Now there we have a second type of chest, the silver chest. Now this chest is very important, maybe even more so than the gold chest. This chest can contain what you call the incense. You might also hear people call them junipers. Incense, junipers, they're all the same thing. You might also hear people refer to them as clones, as a match side. They have a lot of names, but usually people are referring to incense. They're gonna say incense. So when you open a silver, which you should be familiar with because you farm a pool, but when you open a silver, you have 3 things that can happen. You either get a pull, it either explodes, damaging you, or it contains an incense. So this one, for example, contains an incense. Incense are like super items, right? That's how you should see it. They're like items, except you can only carry 3 at a time, and they're very powerful. So this is why you want to be checking as many silvers as you can. So there we have another silver. It's also going to be another thing inside, or a pull like this. And the third effect that we're surely going to see later on is the one where it explodes. And when it explodes, keep in mind it's going to do 70% of your max HP. That means that whenever you're checking a silver chest, you want to be absolutely sure that you're full HP. Never check the silver chest if you are not full HP, because the explosion might kill you. Very important. It's a very easy way to lose your run. Also a very easy way to lose a group run as well, because the silver, when it explodes, it's AoE damage, right? There's also one last thing to cover in that room. There's the votive candelabra. If you're coming from POTD or MLI or EO, you've never seen this. This is new. This is very simple. You can right-click it at any time. You need to be near it, of course. Like if I'm there, it won't let me. So if you're near it, you can right-click it. It's going to be a cast, which, by the way, is interrupted if you're attacked by anything. Let me show you. So if you're in combat, auto attacks will interrupt you. Like, you might be able to squeeze it between two attacks, but you will be interrupted. Shields do not prevent it. Shields do not prevent it. So you kind of want to make sure you do that out of combat if possible. You want to make sure you do this out of combat if possible. So what this does, very simple. It's going to give you an effect on the next floor. If you look at my map there at the bottom, you see there's a symbol for the votive, which was also on the minimap, by the way. It says next area, and then there's a little arrow pointing to a buff, which I can mouse over, and then it says carry not stride forward. These are kind of like cryptic. They're a bit cryptic, but basically it's a buff or a debuff later on. But right now, for the first 30 floors, this can only be a buff. So then I'm getting some kind of what looks like to be a sprint buff on the next floor, and you're going to see that it is indeed a sprint buff. I'm going to explain what's going on with the key next floor, because we had a lot to talk about there. So floors are gradual. You go from 1 to 2 to 2 to 3, etc. I'm going to tell you exactly how I got out of this floor. So as you can see there, I have the super sprint, so that's because of the votive last floor. All of them are quite obvious what they do, with maybe one exception that I will try and explain, but all of them, it should be pretty obvious what they do as soon as you zone to the next floor. So this one obviously is just bait sprint, and it doesn't drop if you're in combat or anything. So even if I pull a monster, it remains on. Pretty nifty to just get around the floor easier or run out of telegraphs. So the reason we're killing monsters at all, because like you might be asking, why don't I just leave every floor instantly? Like, why am I even killing monsters? There's two reasons. First of all, is you actually don't start at the max level there. If you start at floor 1, you're gonna start at 91, and you have to basically level up. So that's one reason. Another reason is because the key, the thing we use to leave, which is called the Pilgrim Passage, is actually opened by killing things. You don't know how much it is gonna need to open, but generally the higher the floor is, the more you need to kill. So that's the reason why you're killing. Now you saw when I killed him, it slightly changed color, and it's gonna slightly change color. It's gonna keep changing color. It's gonna become orange too at some point, and then it's gonna become bright blue at some point. And when it becomes bright blue, then that's your cue to leave, because that means now you can leave. Another thing to talk about is very convenient. You might notice this guy is actually not really respecting the role of the rooms, right? He just walked into my spawn room without even asking me. That's because it's a patrol. Patrol monster, you'll have to get familiar with them, because these are probably the most likely way you're gonna die in Pilgrim's Traverse. All patrols do is they patrol around, and they just go from room to room. And then I'll show you exactly how that pattern works, but all you have to remember for now is it's just navigating every room. Now, also very convenient, you might see now I have a monster in the spawn room. And there wasn't one earlier, right? Now, there's a thing called respawns. You don't really have to worry about respawns too much. It's more of a thing that you worry about in the other deep dungeons, but I'll just mention what it is. Every minute, you're gonna get a monster that just respawns in a random room. And this remains true for the first 30 floors. And then once you reach 31, all the way to the end, the respawns are still there. However, they only happen every 10 minutes. And that timer only begins when you enter the floor. So let's say I entered this floor at, let's say, 55. Well, there's going to be a respawn at 54, at 53, at 52, etc. And then let's say I'm on a really high floor. Let's say I'm on the 76. let's say I enter 76 at 46, well then there would only be a respawn at 36. So there I would only see it if I stayed 10 entire minutes on the floor, right? So that's all that's all there is to say about respawns. I wouldn't really worry about that mechanic too much. It's unlikely to really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's just something that you should keep in mind if you get confused because suddenly there's a monster and then there wasn't a monster before, right? So again, we're gonna check every silver that is not too inconvenient. Now, that's the patrol I talked about. I would say generally, if you see a patrol, so if you see a monster that's moving between rooms, you 95% of the time want to kill that monster as quickly as you can. Because it's likely to be what kills you, because it's likely to gank you at some point, right? So right now, it's not really threatening, because this guy is doing nothing. But once you start getting monsters that actually have mechanics, well, then you don't really want a guy with mechanics running around rooms, right? Because then if you pull it while you're fighting something else, it's going to make it very difficult to handle. As you might see there, as I was talking, the key turned the bright blue I was talking about. So when that happens, this means you could leave. However, there's a catch. You can't leave if you're in combat. So let's say I was trying to leave now. Well, it doesn't let me, right? Like, it's just not letting me. And that's because I have to make sure I'm out of combat. So you have to keep that in mind. Yes, you might be out because the key is open. But you're not necessarily ready to leave. Like, you might still have to kill things. You might have to wait for things to, like, move out of the way. So generally, what we're trying to do is just find the key as quickly as possible, which you can identify by just looking at it. Like, you can just see it, or you can look at your minimap, and you're gonna notice that every time I go into a new room, it's gonna like reveal the square, and if that square has the key, you're gonna see the key indicated on the map. Which is why I said this is very important to keep on your screen. This map is very important to keep on your screen. I would keep it open all the time. So if I just show you there, you're gonna see when I go in this room there, it's gonna reveal it on the map. Like this. And then this, it's indicated on the map that there's the altar return on this. But yes, we can just leave. And that's the way every set goes. If we boil it down to the very basics of Deep Dungeon, this is how it works. You get to a floor, you find the key, you kill until the key opens, then you leave. That from like if I just let you go with that information, you know how this place works. Everything else we're gonna talk about is just like, it's just me giving you tools and knowledge to try and help you clear, but this is like the very basics of the dungeon is this. Now I will say, I did mention that there's traps in the rooms, and usually they're near the middle, right? That doesn't mean there can't be a trap by a wall. It just means that it's much more unlikely. So I would say generally, something you want to practice doing and do all the time is you want to pull something in the hallway, like this, and then you want to fight in the hallway, because hallways do not have traps. Hallways cannot have traps. Only rooms have traps, and even more than that, only rooms that are not the spawn room have traps. Spawn room being the room you like appear in. So this room right there, that's the one I appeared on. This room does not have a trap. Even if I run anywhere inside of this one, there's no trap there. I know it's safe. Then this is a hallway. I know it's safe. Oh, but now this is a room. This is not safe. I don't know. If I run through the middle of this, I might hit a trap. I might not hit a trap. I have no idea. But then if I hit the wall, I'm much less likely to hit a trap. So that's why you're gonna see me pull most things inside a hallway and fight them there. There's some monsters later on that they have mechanics that kind of like, they're meant to catch you off guard if you're pulling inside the hallway, but I will be talking about these monsters when we get there, and there's not that many. For 95% of the monsters, you will definitely just want to be fighting it in a hallway. Like, I will show you what you should never do on the very next monster. You should never, as tempting as it is, you should never do this. Never do this. This is never a thing you do ever. So do not charge a monster in over room. You always want to pull it to the side. As you can see there, the key is already open, but we're still killing that guy, so technically we're wasting that time. There's no reason that you have to really hurry up that much, but you know, it's not a bad idea to just kind of get out whenever it's time to get out. And yes, the key, if you want to know exactly how long it takes to teleport, it's 3 pulses and then you teleport. So you're gonna see 1, 2, 3, teleport. If you enter combat at any point during this, it will prevent you from teleporting. So we got our first enchantments there. At least I believe that's my first enchantment. So enchantments are basically modifiers that apply to a floor. Some of them good, some of them bad. So in this case, we got something called Sprint, which is just basically a permanent sprint. I can't even click it anymore. It's just up all the time. And the second one is an item penalty. Now, an item penalty is generally the worst thing to get. It makes it so you cannot use any item. However, you can still use your instance, but you can't use any item. And you also can't use any item in like your bag, like these, right? Which means you could not use your food buff if you had forgotten to use it, like I did. You could not use your Pilgrim's Potion that I talked about. You could not use your Ultra. You could not use a Tincture, etc. This is generally seen as the worst debuff, mostly because you lose access to your Pilgrim's Potion and your items. The rest doesn't matter too much. So you see that was a respawn. It just happened to happen right in my face, but this was the respawn mechanic there. Most telegraphs will not kill you until, let's say, you're in the 40s. But I still wouldn't really gamble and get hit by them intentionally, because some of them might have hidden debuffs that like kill you. This has released less than a week ago, so we still don't know everything that damages you, right? How it works. So like, for example, this Venom thing, as for all I know, this could put like a Doom effect on you and then you die in 5 seconds. The raw damage should not kill you yet, but there might be some really dangerous effects. So we got another silver there. Reminder, always be full HP when you're playing a silver. And I would say even more than that, I would make sure that whenever you're gonna open a silver, you stop for a second and then you open it. Just in case you were gonna hit like a trap and then you just kind of like stack them up together, right? Because there's a little delay when you hit a trap. So I would just kind of like get to this chest, wait a second, open it with full HP. This way you'll be sure you'll never get killed by it. And if you do a group run, your group is going to be very thankful that you didn't kill everyone as well. So there we're just killing monsters until the key opens. You see there it's orange. It's not open though. It needs to be bright blue. And the amount of kill you need is random. It could be 5, it could be 3, it could be 8. You don't know. And you can't really guess from the color of the key as well. You see this? It just went like a brighter yellow. It's still not open. All we care about is bright blue. You see there it open. We'll just leave. Generally, as tempting as it is to run on the floor and check chests, because you might be telling yourself, oh, I want to get my items, right? So I'm going to like move around and check chests. I would generally advise that you check what's in the way, but you don't go out of your way too much to check chests. It's mostly a waste of time. Generally, if you just open what you find, you should be fine. So let's start showing the commanders one by one. So you remember how I said every room has a trap? There's actually a commander that counters this completely. It's called Commander of Safety. Remove all traps from the current area. So very simple. If I use this, well, now I can do this, because now there's no more traps in any room of this floor. So it's this is useful. This is useful if you're gonna get through a room and there's like either a lot of monsters, or like the room is like weirdly like maybe there's a patrol coming somewhere, and then you feel like you'd have to run through the middle of the room to avoid it, or pull it. Right? It's, I'd say your safeties. You just use it whenever you feel like you're gonna run through the middle of the room. If you feel like you're in a situation where the middle of the room is attractive for whatever reason, there could be like a chest there, then use a safety and you don't have to worry about that. Alternatively, another like example of using it is if you're fighting a monster that has, let's say, a massive AoE or something that you can't fight in the hallway that much, then it's also a good time to use one. We got another enchantment there, by the way, Gloom. Also a pretty bad enchantment. This one is a really bad one. So this has 3 effects. First of all, is the enemies just run faster. So you're gonna see if I go away from me, he's gonna like just waddle really fast to me. Very fast. About 50% faster. Second effect is the monster is tankier. You can see it there. Yeah, it takes less damage. I believe it's 20%, but don't quote me. And then he's also doing more damage, which I also think is 20%. So you have a monster that's faster. That means he's harder to kite if you're playing a job with a range attack, right? He's harder to kill, and he hurts you more. So this is a pretty bad enchantment. Again, none of these monsters do anything that's really worth mentioning. Just look at your feats, and you're gonna be good. Now, if you're... I will just show it for the sake of showing it, but if you're, like, impatient, like, if you just want to do it faster because you're like, really... You're really confident against all these monsters, there's nothing saying you can't pull all of them together, right? In fact, you might have seen people do that if you grinded your 8 to pull. You could totally do something like that. I'd say from my own experience, you could do something like that all the way to the 20s, and it won't be that risky. Because monsters mostly just have telegraphs that you move out of. So that's an option, but this is not at all necessary to clear. It's only if you want to speed up things a bit. But as you can see, this does make it significantly harder because now I have to keep track of everything that's going on, right? But it is saving me time, and keep in mind that's only 4 of them. I could be doing this on 8 monsters. You know, I could just do it as much as I want. Now, of course, that means that's a good example of the safety I use there. Because there's a safety active, there's no traps, which means I'm not like in a risk of hitting a trap, right? You see the key is still not open. But even if it were, I could not leave. I would still need to be out of combat. Now it's open, but again, I can't leave. I must be out of combat. So we'll check this chest because it's nearby. It's not too much out of the way. Now I'll show you a commander next floor. A new commander. Most of them are kind of obvious if you mouse over them what they do. Like you can just mouse over them and it's trying to tell you what they do. I'd say most of them are kind of obvious, so you know you can probably get away with just scrolling over each one. I'm still gonna show them though, or you know, because it's a guide. So let's use a strength next. So this one is pretty simple. It increases your damage dealt and HP recovered by 30%, and that's it. So it's just a damage buff, and it lasts for 8 minutes in total. It lasts for 8 minutes in total. So you see what I did with this chest there? I got to it by hugging the wall. I stopped. Wait a second. Made sure I was full HP, then I opened it. And then we had a natural incense inside of it. A very strong one too. You'll see this is a patrol because he came all the way from there. And yes, it doesn't matter right now. It really doesn't matter right now if we let him live or not, but I would get into the habit of killing the patrols every time, because that will be an issue later on if you don't do this. We also have another one of these votives. So we can just use it, see what we get. So this time we got Mortification. What this does is that next floor you do more damage, you take more damage. However, every attack you do is a lifesteal attack. So every time I do something, it's gonna heal me back. Basically, imagine if I had Blood Waiting permanently. Always pull the monsters out of the rooms, never dash to them. And there you see the keys open. Now you might notice I can avoid monsters by walking behind them. That's because most monsters, I would say 90% or more, are gonna be sight aggro, is what we call it. What this means is that it will not see you as long as you're behind it, and then if you're in front of it, it's about a 10 yalm distance for it to see you. So if you see there, it doesn't it just doesn't see me, but then if I peek in front of it, it will see me. Like that. Most monsters work like that. Since it's very early in the life of this deep dungeon, I couldn't really tell you 100% what each monster's aggro type is, but most of them are like this. So it's a pretty safe assumption most of the time. If it's a particularly risky monster and you're not sure, then you can just kind of like try, right? You can just kind of like get near it, see what it does, and then you can just like, you know, figure it out from there. There's 3 aggro types. There's this one, sight. There's a sound one, which is actually very simple. If let's say this enemy was sound, well, I have to walk. The only way I can avoid it is by walking. And then if I walk, he would never see me even if I was facing him. And then there's a third aggro type, generally the worst one, called Proximity. Proximity is like sight if he had eyes all over his body. So like Proximity, it just means that as soon as you get close, he will see you, no matter where you are, if you're walking or not. Proximity is pretty rare in there. There's a few I have in mind, especially one that's kind of problematic later on, but it's a very rare sight aggro to see. Sorry, it's a very rare like aggro type to see. You see that chest is not that far. I'll check it. It's a weight chain. So that's another mechanic. Your commanders, they only go up to 3. So you see there, I already have 3 of those. Do those weight chain things. And then when I open this chest, it said specifically, you return upon a weight chain to the coffer. You cannot carry any more of that item. So the max is 3. If it's at 3, you can't use it. But it doesn't like burn the commander. Like you see that commander, it's still there, waiting to be picked up. Like it's not wasted. It's just like waiting for me to pick it up if I want to pick it up. Now I might as well use that opportunity to show you what a witching does. See that drop? That monster drop a chest too. Monsters all have a chance to drop a chest, about 3%. Base value is about 3% for that, so it's pretty uncommon. And we have something. So a witch chain, it's pretty simple. It's gonna transform every monster near you into something like this. So you see these both got transformed into a toad. So then if I pull it, it's basically just a toad that does very weak damage to me and does not use any ability, and that lasts 30 seconds. Now, this is obviously your best emergency commander. So if you're, let's say, in a bad situation, this should be your default. Like, this should be... Especially if you're starting out and you're not like used to the dungeon, you should be using a witching before you even think of what you're gonna do. Because if you think of what you're gonna do, but you still don't know the monsters well yet, then it's very likely an ability is gonna come out and kill you, right? So witching is by far your best thing in a panic situation. So we have the votive effect I was talking about. Again, silver, we get there, make sure we're full HP, wait for a second, open it. This one was just here to pull. So as you can see, I'm healing every attack there. I'm also doing more damage. Also pretty good deal. And that is because of the votive we click last for. All the votive effects are permanent unless you remove it. And you remove it if you're some of them you're transformed and then you have to basically click out of it. These effects, I am not even sure if you can remove it. You can. So see there, I right-clicked it and it let me remove it. So basically they're permanent until you decide to remove them. So we found a key. That means we only care about killing monsters until it opens. You see there, we got a strength commander. However, we already have 3. Now, obviously, we should just use it, right? It's free power. See, it's one of those patrol mobs. I'm gonna use this opportunity to show you how they function exactly. So patrol is just traveling through rooms, and then he gets to this room, and this is a dead end, right? Nice respawn. This is a dead end, as you can see on the map. There's no more room. So what the patrol does when it reaches a dead end is it goes into a room, it stops, and then it turns around like that. And then it's going to do basically the same thing I just did. It's just gonna patrol until it gets to a dead end again, and then it's gonna turn around. So basically... Oh, and this guy is apparently sound. So, but basically all this guy... Not this guy, sir. All the patrols do is they just go from room to room. They never turn back. So I'll show you what I mean exactly. So like, let's say the patrol, right? It was coming from this room. So it's in this room. Okay, now it's turning back. It's walking like that. So now it gets to this new room, right? The patrol can never turn back and go back there. It always is gonna travel in a straight line. So like it's gonna get there and then basically it's going to just decide which direction it goes. Now in that case there's only one direction. So it would go there. So patrol will just keep patrolling like this. Then it's gonna get to this room. This is a room. Then it's gonna decide in which direction to go. Again, there's only one direction, so it would go all the way up. All the way up. It's gonna keep going there. Then it's gonna get to this room, but this room's a dead end. So what the patrol's gonna do is gonna enter the dead end, get a little bit in, and then it's gonna turn around finally, and then it's gonna resume walking in the other direction. So that's how patrols work. Pretty easy to understand. You just have to remember it's never going to go back unless it's in a dead end. So if you see a patrol that's like walking away from you, then you don't have to worry about it coming back into you until it reaches a dead end. Yes, and how deep it goes into a room is random. It's not gonna walk perfectly in the middle of a room. It's gonna get to the room and just kind of like travel a little bit into it, and then it's gonna turn around. You see, we're already on the 8th floor there. So every set is a combination of 10 floor, and it always ends with a boss. So basically, we went from floor 1, now we're on floor 8, then there's still one floor on floor 9, and then after this, there's gonna be like a boss, right? You can see the boss as like, basically, it's like the end of a set, and then after you do a set, you can take a break. Like, you don't have to do the whole thing in one sitting. After each set, you can just, like, your save file is just gonna be waiting for you. So if you don't have a lot of time to play, you basically can do this content in segments of 1 hour. At most. Just keep in mind, if I stay in the set more than an hour, it's gonna KO me and I lose, right? So at most, this can't possibly take more than an hour at a time. This could take 30 minutes. Like, you could just do this in 30 minutes, but it can never take more than an hour. It's very useful to know this if you need to, like, plan your game time around it. So see there, I'm doing the same thing. I'm staying on the side of the rooms, pulling monsters on the side or in the hallway. Preferably the hallway. Always the best one to pull in. Second best is the side. And see, we got a drop there again. Now the key is in there, so there's not really any reason to kill any more monsters. We can just kill the ones by the key. We got a respawn there. These respawns look like they're gonna be very dangerous, but luckily they will not be, because by the time the respawns stop happening, you're gonna be at the floors where things are dangerous. But like, for as long as they're happening, you're not really fighting threatening monsters. So even though this mechanic looks scary, it's not gonna really matter in the grand scheme of things. So see, the key there is very yellow, but it's still not enough to open. So that means we got unlucky there, and it was actually a lot of kills required to get out. That's gonna happen sometimes. Again, it's gonna matter more on the higher floors, but it's not really a big deal in this deep dungeon. Especially if you're coming from the other deep dungeons, this won't really be a big deal there. So talking of the kills, I can show you what another commander does. We got this, it's called a commander of flight. Now this one is a bit vague. It says decrease the number of enemies in the next area. It's true, but it's not really telling you the whole story. When you use this, you're gonna see in the item effect tab there, it's showing that I have this active. So what this does is my next floor will have two effects on it. My next floor will have less monsters, indeed, that's true. About 33% less, 33 to 50% depending on the set, but it's gonna be a lot less monsters. And the second effect is actually the kill count I'll need to get out is gonna be cut by 50%. So you see there's only two monsters. There's one there and one there. So this entire floor is only two monsters. Now, it's not that important to know, but if you're curious, generally a room being like a square, can only have 2 or 3 monsters in it. So there's basically the flight makes it so that instead each room has 1 or 2 monsters in it. There's some exceptions to this, but it's specific floor sets that have a higher monster rate. Most of the time, this is a rule. 2 to 3 monsters in each room by default. And then if you use a flight, it becomes 1 to 2 monsters in each room. And it also makes the key open faster. So generally flight, it's a great thing to use if you just... It's a great thing to use if you're fighting monsters you're not comfortable against. Or if you're gonna use like other commanders that you work well with it. Which I don't have any of them yet, but I'll talk about them later on. So we got 3 incense already. That's the big ticket items there. So that's great. Now, the boss coming up on 10. Okay, this boss, I'm not gonna lie, he is scary and he is likely to kill you. But it's because it depends on your choice of job a bit. If you're playing a DPS job, this boss won't be too bad. But on a tank and a healer, it can be a bit scary to fight that guy. So we had a free strength there. We're gonna use it. And then we're just gonna check these chests because they're right there. See, we got a witching there, but we can't use it. I mean, we could, but there's no point. Okay. So this boss is dangerous because there's an ad phase, and the ads actually have a small enrage if you don't kill them in time. This might be an issue. This might be an issue on a job that doesn't do more, like a lot of damage, such as warrior. I will say, if I haven't thought about the incense yet, But you could use a Maze Root, or you could use a Bart instance. Both are like pretty good for this. It's basically gonna summon a companion that helps you, and then it's going to do massive damage to the ads. It's gonna be very helpful. The Bart is by far the best one. If you have the Bart instance, I would always use it on this boss. In fact, I would say most of the time you're gonna have it. So, but I'm gonna show you the fight without it, just for like an example. So I would recommend Steel on this boss too. And what Steel does, it's light strength but for defense. This one decreases the damage taken by 40%. So we're gonna use that. And this boss is pretty simple, except the ad phase is a bit tricky, and I'll show it to you. So first of all, he's gonna summon the ads. Well, he's gonna summon them, but they're still not targetable. So then the first mechanic, they're gonna slither around on the ground, and at some point they're gonna stop moving when the cast is about to end, and then they're gonna pop out right where they are. You just want to make sure you're not around them if possible. Then the ads are gonna pop up. Now I'll say if you're playing a job with weak damage and you don't have like anything, any instance running, I would single target the ads like this. I would try and kill 2 of them. And then when he starts jumping, you will get stunned. So you have to be careful. Like this. So you see what the ad's doing to me there? The ad was basically stunning me every time. That's what happens if the ads are alive. When this mechanic happens. So if you don't have the damage to AoE kill them, you want to kill, just single target them. And then you want to tank the last one and make sure you're out of like the jumping puddles, right? We're gonna see the mechanic multiple times, so don't worry. I'll show it to you again. So if I were to like not kill them in time, let's say I'm like, I think I could kill them. By the way, this jump is very easy. It just shows you where he's gonna jump like a bunch of times. Well, let's say I would not kill them in time. You're gonna see I'm gonna take massive damage here. So I would be very careful about not killing those in time. That's why it's much better if you single target. Now summon a maze. Like I said, she's a companion and she's gonna do damage to him. I'll just summon one to speed up this fight. Otherwise it's gonna be very long. But if you had the Bard, it would be your favorite thing to use against this. So I'm gonna show you what happens if I kill the ad. So if you're playing a DPS or you have like a good thing summon, that's probably what's gonna happen. Now if you kill everything and you do this mechanic like the way you're supposed to, you just want to make sure you're not where you're gonna jump. So he showed me like the 4 jumps, and then I just want to make sure I'm not inside of them. An easy way to do it is you just look where he's gonna jump first, and you just make sure you go there right away, right? That's the easiest way to do this boss. And that should cover mostly everything about this. Once again, if you're a DPS, this is a very straightforward fight. Just kill the ads every time they're up. If you're a healer or a tank, or your healer pool is very low, then you will have to like find a complicated way to go with it, which mostly is just going to be single target the ones that you can, right? It is what it is. I would say this boss is the only one that's like kind of weird. After this boss, you're pretty good. There's definitely like difficult bosses later on, but this one is weird. I would say generally in PT, you want to also sacrifice your uptime, unless you want to be very optimal, but you don't have to be here. So you're gonna see a lot of these mechanics. I don't really care if I'm losing uptime and doing it inefficiently, right? It's not important. A trick for this mechanic, by the way, is the one where like they're like slithering around. Is I just wait until the cast is almost done, and then I move. Because then if you start moving too fast, they're all gonna be like away by the time you know where to go, right? So this was a pretty long fight, but if you had the Bard instance, this would have been very fast. Bard is the boss. It's the boss item that you want to use every time you add. It's just unfortunately we didn't have it this time. Also, one last side note. If you're playing a job that relies on a 1 minute cooldown to burst, keep in mind this whole thing is like a 50-second cycle. It's a 55-second cycle, so your things will get unaligned at some point. But you see their minor release is like not quite up. It's just it's getting... It keeps being a little, you know, offset every time. So that was the first set. Every set's like that. You do 9 floors, then you do a floor of a boss, and then you're good. At this point, you've like cleared this set, so you were successful. Now you can leave duty, or you can use the portal, up to you. But now at this point, if you had to take a break, you could do it. You could do it. It would let you. Now you could just like exit right there, but your progress is saved at this point. You can do whatever you want. You can do your savage raid if you feel like it. When you return, once you return, your save file will be waiting for you. And then once you go back in, well, it begins, right? Now you align the second set, and you just go back in like that. Now this set is very similar to the one we just did, as in for like the monsters, they're not really threatening. So it's going to be just explaining mechanics and commanders again. So I would say, in fact, if you've been watching up to this point, especially on the YouTube guide later on, if you've been watching up to this point, you want to know actually about like PT specific advice, probably you want to be watching the floor 30 plus, right? Early game, we're just going to be covering the basics of Deep Dungeon. So a bronze chest, I don't know if I've shown what it does yet, but it basically gives you potions and Aether Glass. So these two things, and also these things, which you probably have found if you farm your Aether Pool. So I would say you don't have to be super optimal with your commander usage, but generally if you have 3 strength, there's very little reason not to use one, just to speed up a little bit. I would generally say that sitting at 3 strength is just a waste of your time. So if you have 3, I would definitely use one. Well, assuming you don't have one that's currently running, right? And as a reminder, it's 8 minutes. It lasts 8 minutes. Same with the steel. It also lasts 8 minutes. So you get 8 minutes of 30% increased damage on this, and healing. Yes, another thing that Coffers can give you is actually they can be a Mimic, which is a monster. Like they can transform into a Mimic and just start attacking you. This is something we're definitely going to encounter later on, and I will like point it out. But this can right now, this could only happen to a bronze chest. So only a bronze chest could be a Mimic, not a silver and not a gold. So from 1 to 30, only a bronze could be a Mimic. Then from 31 to 60, only a silver could be a Mimic. And then when we get to 61, all the way to 100, only a gold could be a Mimic. If there's silver there, we get to it, we stop, don't move, wait for full HP, open it. We still haven't seen a silver explode, but that can happen. So you have to play around it. Same advice as the strength. I would say that if you have 3 flights, it's also a pretty good idea to use one. With one exception, if you're on the floor before a boss, so that would be 19 on this set. So if you're on 19, then don't use a flight, because this will do nothing on the boss floor. It won't like... It's not going to like cut the HP of the boss by 50% or something. It will just do nothing. It won't even tell you it's doing nothing. It just will do nothing. So don't use it on the 9th floor. But generally, if you're at 3 flights at any other point, I recommend you just use it. This way you're gonna speed up a little bit. And don't worry, there's like situations where the fight is also nice to use with other commanders. But right now, I'd say if you have 3, you pretty much always want to use it. It's a good habit to try and start using your commanders, because you could totally never use your commanders until you're on the very late floors, right? That you could totally do it and be fine. But I think it's important that you get into the habit of like mechanically, I mean physically, going to that window and clicking things in it. Because that one time on the higher floors that you have a bad pull and you have to use a weight chain, you're really gonna regret it if you don't know where it is and you're just not used to like messing around in that window, right? In fact, if you're playing on controller, and I've not played on controller in a long time, so sorry if I'm wrong, but if you're playing on controller, you should lock your window so it's always open. And I believe there's a way to pre-position your cursor on a commander, which makes it so that next time you press the select menu or something, it will be over that commander, right? So even on controller, you should get used to using commanders. Now see, we got 2 enchantments there. We also got another incense. But these 2 enchantments, this first one's actually beneficial. It's you get more health and mana. Mana doesn't really matter for most jobs, but the more health is nice. This one's no knockback, so this one's weird. It makes it so that you see the enemy also has it, right? Like the enemy also has this effect. This is like a both positive and negative effect. It's positive in the way that now you cannot be knocked back. So there's a knockback and drawing effects, right? It's both. Anything that moves your character. So that's useful because some monsters have abilities that would draw you in or like push you away. But it's also bad because then there's certain things you can use that would make you push back monsters, but then it doesn't work. Now, we haven't seen that thing yet, but there's a thing you can use later on that would make you one-shot the monsters, and with that debuff, it wouldn't one-shot the monsters anymore. So it's just something to keep in mind. I would say, though, most of the time you see that enchantment, it's probably not going to change much. So I wouldn't stress about it too much, but do make sure you know what it looks like, because if you're in like one of these few situations where it matters, you want to know what it is, right? So we're just gonna leave there. Again, if you have to reflight, I just use one. I get comfortable using your palms. So see, this is a no item floor, so that means I can't choose any item again, and my potions. However, you may notice I can actually use my Serenity there. So what a Serenity does, it's very simple. It removes all enchantment from the current area. So, and this is the only item that's basically an exception to this rule. So like, yes, of course, if I use this, then it will remove this, which will then total my things again, right? So if I use this right there, every enchantment I had on this floor disappears. If I had 3 of them, which is the max, if I had 3 of them, they would all have disappeared right there. So Serenity is generally pretty good. Pretty good to have a few in your bags, because you could get a floor that like just deals you really bad enchantments, right? Now, of course, in that case, I didn't need it. I could have fought easily on these floors, but I just use it to show you guys what it does. Another silver. See this one open. You saw it did damage to me and even did damage to the monster. That's a pretty advanced strat you can use, using the explosion to kill monsters. It's unnecessary for this guide, but that's something you can do. So that is why every time you open a silver, you stop. Like, you see that silver there? Like, if I'm not full HP when I open it, this could have exploded and killed me. No, because I had Omniang, but like this could have totally exploded and killed me in another situation, right? So you always want to be full HP when you open a silver. And see, there's another silver there. By the way, don't watch this guide for like your warrior rotation needs, because my rotation is very bare bone. So the key's open there. So we can just leave. I didn't notice at first. Another silver. Get to it. Even if we're on the side, we wait a second. Okay, no trap. We open it. Even if you're on the side of a wall, always wait a second before you open. Just in case there's like a very rare wall trap. That's like a landmine, which does damage to you and then it explodes, right? Same thing there. We get to it. We wait. Open. And yes, the reason we didn't just like, you know, go through that room to get there is because we don't want to hit a trap. So we got more enchantments there. We got damage down this time. This one's very simple. It just reduces your damage. Not by much though. I believe 10%. But it's not very significant. Now I'm going to show you what another Pomander does. Pomander of Sight. It's similar to the Pomander of Safety. But this one is even stronger. And it's also going to let me explain the trap system in depth. So I've kind of mentioned that every room can have a trap. And they're usually in the middle of the rooms. I didn't really say what the traps do yet, so we're gonna be able to cover that now. So, if you look at my minimap, you see I still don't know what's up there, right? Like, there's like a hallway, but I haven't revealed it. When I use a site, if you look at my minimap, you're gonna see the whole floor reveals like this. So that basically reveals the map, but it also reveals the traps that are on the map. So you see this weird, like, glowing thing? Well, this is a trap. And it shows you all the traps. So now I know there's no trap in that room except that one. Like, there's no... It doesn't reveal 50% of the traps or something. It reveals all of them. So there's no trap in this room except this one. Now, the rules for the traps is very simple. Like I said, you can't have a trap in a spawn room. So I know my spawn room was safe. Every other room simply has 0 or 1 trap. But it's more weighted towards the 1. So every room is more likely to have 1 trap than none, but they can also have no trap, right? So this one, we got a trap. This trap is probably one of the most dangerous ones too. I'll show you what it does. It's very easy to remember. In fact, yes, I didn't mention this. Every trap when you use a site has a different icon. So you see how this looks? Every other trap is not going to look the same. I mean, if they look the same, they're the same trap. But they all have like a very individual look. Now, I would say it's not as important in there as the other deep dungeons to know exactly what the trap looks like. You don't really have to remember that. I'll just show you for like completion's sake, right? But it's not really that important to remember what the icons. Generally, if it's a trap, you don't want to step on it. That's all you really gotta remember. So this trap's nasty because what it does is when you step on it and it looks like a little fairy, it transforms you into a fairy. Now that's really bad because it cuts your HP by 50% when it's happening, but it also gives you a 30-second that you can't do any ability and use an item. Like, you can't do anything. If I try to use something there, it doesn't let me. So that's really bad. If you hit this during a fight, you could die easily. Now, as a word of warning, let's say there was a silver in front of me. Don't open the silver instantly when you pop out, because look at my HP. You saw I'm like low. If you open a silver as soon as you pop out, you might kill yourself. So be careful. Now we got another trap there. This is a landmine. This is the only trap that's like kind of useful in a clear. You don't have to use it. But what this does is when it explodes, it does 80% to everything around. But it's 80% of your current health. So if I just step on this, it's gonna do 80% to everything, including me. So you saw that? It did 80% to everything, including myself. So you know, whenever I tell you to don't move anymore, whenever you encounter a silver, that's for this reason. It's for this trap. Because if you found this trap in front of a chest, you'd basically wombo combo yourself, right? So there we got another type of trap. Very nice. This one is pretty simple. It puts Enervation buff on you. And what this does, it's not AoE, it will not hit the other monsters, so don't try. But what it does is it puts a 20% or so defense down and damage down on you. And how lucky, I got every trap type except the luring trap. Side note, this does not increase the amount of damage you take from an explosion, so you don't have to like, not open a silver while this is on. And this is the last type on this floor. This is a silence trap. This will explode in AoE, doing a silence and pacify effect on everyone, including me. So now I can't use anything. I can use my abilities and that's it. And then if I was a caster, I would be silenced. Now if you're a caster, you can actually use Echo Drop to remove this. If you're a melee, a non-caster, you can use this Pomander there, called Pomander of Purification, and it will remove it. Specifically, this Pomander also puts a shield on you that is gonna make it so if you get a debuff in the next 8 minutes, it's gonna prevent it. Though I would say this is generally useless for almost anything. But the Silence Trap, if you hit this, it's almost the only time this Pomander is useful. Now, don't ask me why there's a Pomander that's so niche and specific, but there is. So that's Purification. It's that it serves that purpose. Specifically, it removes any Esuna able debuff, right? Also, on this floor, we also got an instance. The Barge Balm, that's the one I was talking about. That one, this is the one you want on the bosses most of the time. No, every time, in fact. So this is very good. We definitely want to have this on our bags. I would recommend you keep one Barge in your bag at all times, and it's just like what you use on the bosses. So I'm going to use that opportunity to show you what a Poison Fruit does. So Poison Fruit instance, that's the strongest one, excluding on the bosses. This simply kills everything on the floor after a little delay, and it also makes you invulnerable while it's happening. So I'm going to use it. You're going to see what happens. I'm going to wait until there's a bunch of telegraphs. So see, if I stay in there, it's going to say I'm taking no damage. See, 0, 0. You see how I have this thing there, Sapling's Crown? It makes me invulnerable. So this kills everything on the floor, not the room, the floor. So if I travel back, you're gonna see there's nothing. And if there's something, it's a respawn that just happened. But there should be no monster or barely any monster anywhere if I just keep moving around. So this is very powerful on the floors. This will also do some damage on the bosses. I believe about 20%. And it keeps decreasing the higher you go, I think. On the bosses, I would say this is useful if you're very uncomfortable on the boss and you want to have like an invuln button, right? It's basically a tank invuln on the boss. You know you're going to fuck up a mechanic, then use the Poison Fruit to make up for it. So Poison Fruit, and they are, I will admit, they are hard to differentiate. Now, luckily, we have all three, so we can look at them a little more there, but they are, it's kind of hard to differentiate the icons and the names, because they all kind of like look the same. The way I remember it personally is Poison Fruit, poison's bad, poison is like dangerous. Okay, so poison is the strong, like kill everything. And the way I remember the icon is it's like, you know, it looks like spreading everywhere, you know, so to me that's like, okay, it kills everything. So that's the way I remember this one. The way I remember the Bark is it makes you very sturdy because it's called Bark, because this is good on the bosses but also doubles your HP. So that's the way I remember Bark. And the icon, I just remember it's very fluffy. Like, I don't know, fluffy, makes you tanky. Makes no sense, but that's my way to remember it. And then the Maze Root, the way I remember it, is it's a leaf. And this transforms the monsters into leaf monsters. So that's how I remember it. Yeah. And this one, it's kind of like, I remember it because I know the other two, basically, right? So that's mostly how I remember that one. But I would recommend you mouse over it and you make sure what it is before you use it. Because on my first runs, I mixed them up a few times. They're very easy to mix up. If you're coming from Heaven on High with the match sites, or like you're at Orthos, all the super items there have different colors, but now you don't, right? You don't have a different color, so be careful about using the wrong one. As you can see, I'm still not max level. You will hit max level during that set, so don't. I wouldn't really worry about it. But just don't wonder why you don't have all your abilities. That's because you're probably not max level. Would I recommend keeping one of each during the run? Or why would I favor one particular instance to look for? So I would recommend you keep one bark at almost all times. So one. Like one of your slots should be just the bar slot. And then the other two, I think you want to just kind of use... I think you just want to rotate them. Not really like overcomplicated. Like if you have 3, feel free to use one. Or like feel free to keep them until you find one and then use the one that you find. But the Bard is the most important one to keep because it's the big point of pressure in this deep dungeon is the bosses, progging them, and then Bard does massive damage on the bosses but also doubles your HP, which is very nice. Which also is gonna lead me to my next point. The reason why I picked tank for this, I think this is a very competitive deep dungeon between DPS and tank. I think both have strength and weaknesses that are different. Tank, especially with the Bard, which doubles your HP, which is already insane, is incredibly good on the bosses, which are like probably the things that are gonna give you the most trouble. So tank's very good for that. You can screw up a lot of mechanics on tank. Not all of them, but a lot, alright? If you're coming from the other deep dungeons, it's not even comparable how much you can screw up on the tank. So, the reason I'm doing it on Warrior is so I can just... Well, first of all, it's because it lets me fight things slowly, so explain more of it. Because another thing you're gonna notice is the monsters are quite squishy there, which is also an upside for tank. Because that means you don't really have... You're not going to have a time pressure. Because you know you have to do this set in a... Sorry, every set in an hour. Well, that won't really be an issue on tank. Because we just kill the monsters pretty fast. So then you might ask, okay, but then why play DPS? Like, why are you saying DPS is also good? Well, I'm saying DPS is good because DPS is the opposite. You're gonna have a harder time on the bosses because you can't get it. Like, you can get it, but then you can't really... You can't get it that much. Like, you can fail a mechanic there and there if you have a Bard, but not all of them and not like consistently. But then you have easier floors on the DPS. So a lot of monsters, because they're squishy, well, on the DPS, you can often kill a monster before it even shows you what its mechanic does. Even solo, right? So that's the upside of DPS. And even more is if you're playing a ranged DPS, like Summoner, which is a ranged DPS, by the way. Like Summoner, Machinist, something like that. Because then a lot of mechanics, they're like very rude to melees. Like you have to walk out, you have to like go sideways or do something. But then ranged DPS don't have to worry about this as much. So there's value to both. I think if you want to get an easy clear, if you want to get the easiest clear, it's not even clear which one you should play between DPS and tank. It's really depending on your like comfort level on the bosses. You're comfortable on the boss, probably want to go ranged DPS. If you're not comfortable on the bosses or you're worried about them, probably want to go tank. Value to both. Now, if you want to clear but you don't care about the easiest, the answer is even easier. You should just play your favorite job. PT is very easy compared to the other deep dungeons. I would say PT is pretty easy compared to the other deep dungeons, so you just play your favorite job. Even if it's Astro, I would say go Astro. You're not gonna suffer too much. Yes, you're not gonna have the easiest time in comparison to the other jobs, but this content was made for like to be more casual than the other deep dungeons we have. So I would personally use that opportunity to play what you like playing. So this is a fortune. I can't pick it up because it's in the chest, but this is a point of fortune. This one's very simple too. It makes it so that every monster on this floor, every existing or future monster, so let's say there's a respawn, let's say I use it, and then let's say something respawns, it still has the fortune effect. But everything is going to have a 15% drop rate of their chest instead of the 3% it is usually. So it just makes the drop rate very much higher, right? About 5 times more. So now you're gonna see with that, if I kill monsters, I'm much more likely to get a drop from them. And a drop from a monster, it can be a gold, a silver, or a bronze. It can be a chest of any color. So we're just we're doing the same. I'm talking a lot, by the way. If you're just doing this on your own, you're definitely gonna be going through these floors much faster than me. Just kind of prove that you shouldn't worry about time. Definitely not early on, anyway. So see, this guy dropped a chest. I want to check, but yeah, this guy dropped a chest. He could have dropped a chest without the fortune. But then he did with the fortune, right? It's not because there was a fortune, there was a chest. It was just much more likely to happen. We got another strange, another sight. Now there's one trap type I still have not seen, and I will try and show it to you this floor if I'm lucky. But if not, we'll just have to like find it later on. See, this is a landmine again. This explodes, doing damage to me and every monster. You absolutely do not have to use this for monsters ever in your clear, but you can. You can. If you want to do it, you can. I'd say it's not that dangerous on tank. And as a reminder, landmine does current percent HP, not max percent HP. So if I step on this when I'm low, it will just do 7% of my low HP. Just something to keep in mind. Oh, another thing though, if you were to use a landmine to blow up monsters, which is risky and unnecessary, but if you do it, make sure it's actually a landmine. Because that first trap I showed you, which was the fairy transformation, looks a lot like the landmine. So make sure it is a landmine. But yes, if you were like using it, it would look something like that. Which is unnecessary. Again, I'm repeating, this is unnecessary. Only do it if you find it fun. Well, to be fair, it's pretty fun. So you saw there, I kind of like dodged that guy because I just didn't go into his cone of sight, right? Sorry. Okay. So we have only a few floors remaining. Time is very good. We don't have to worry about it. I could mention Intuition. Intuition is a commander that it's good to use, but it doesn't actually benefit your run directly. All Intuition does when you use it is it reveals the current treasure on the floor. So you saw there, it like popped up this icon, and that means if I see this icon, it means there's a treasure on that floor, which is basically something you can carry out of the deep dungeon for loot. If you manage to successfully do this set, then they allow you to bring that bag back outside, and then you can basically just get loot from it. A little thing to know, this is a buff that you keep on until you find a bag. So like if I use this on the first floor, but I didn't find a bag until now, I would keep that buff, right? It only goes away once I actually get the bag. So see, we got another maze route there. I'm gonna use that opportunity to show you what maze route does. So maze route, that's what I used on the boss earlier. This is not great damage on the bosses, but it's better than nothing. It just does some damage, but what it actually does, if you use it on a regular floor, multiple things. So you know how I showed you what Sight does? Reveals every room and reveals the trap. I showed you what Serenity does, removes every enchantment. And then I told you that when you kill monsters, the key opens. Well, this does all three things. If I use this, it uses a sight. So you see this trap? it uses the Serenity. And when I say uses it, I mean like it's built in, right? It doesn't actually use it from your bag, but it basically does a Serenity aside, and it opens the key. So you see there, the key just randomly open. So Maze is very good because it basically is a floor that you can just instantly leave. Like I could just leave right now. I'm still gonna try and see if I can find a luring. And also I want to show you the other thing Maze does. So the other thing Maze does, if I pull a monster, anything. So she's not doing anything, but as soon as I target a monster, right, she's gonna basically do a cone thing. You're gonna see it there. This thing, it's basically the same thing as a wishing, the thing I showed you earlier, that transformed the monsters into like a little imp or a little thing. It's the same thing, but she's the one casting it. Now, I will say, don't rely on this 100%. Don't like rely on it too much. She will cast it again, which refreshes the duration, but don't think she will do it, right? That's just a nice thing that she does, but don't ever think she won't. Like, don't ever think she will refresh it, because sometimes she won't, for complicated reasons. But it's just like a nice thing. So like basically, if I'm pulling a monster, I expect the monster to get CC'd shortly after. But don't ever plan for it. Like, don't plan your entire pull around her using it. That's how I would describe it. So she should be doing it at some point. I see she did it there, but it took a while. Like, if you're curious, this ability that she does is a 20-second cooldown. So like that's why it's not consistent. It's also a cone that she aims, but then if the target moves, it can miss. So it's not like it's not super consistent, but it's nice. And she's doing a little bit of damage too. Either way, for your clear run, like the most valuable thing out of the maze is the fact that the key opens. Like by far, that's the most valuable thing out of this. So we like all that I just did there was useless, because I should have just left the key open. Oh, we also have an Ace. Ace is very simple. It's like a strength, but it's instead a GCD speed. So you see my GCD there? It's a 337. Sorry, a 237. If I use this, I get an 8 minute of Ace. So my GCD is now 213. So it's basically a strength, but worse, right? That's how you should see it. Which, you know, if you want to be technical about it, it means it's better if you use it in combination with a strength, because both buffs multiply each other's. You're getting 30% more damage, but then you're getting a 10% speed of that 30% too, right? So we have a votive there. Generally, these can give you downsides later on, but I would say 99% of the time you want to actually use it when you see it. Like the downsides are not bad enough for you to really want to avoid using it. You can't see any downside until floor 30 though. Can you use multiple incense on the same floor? Great question. You can't with like an asterisk. So specifically, Maze Root and Bart, both of them summon a companion by you. So you cannot use these two together because it's gonna not let you summon two companions. Like, see it that way. However, Poison Fruit, the one that looks like spreading the poison, that's the big AoE one that kills everything. This one can always be used no matter what, because it does not summon a companion. So if we want to do like just math, I could use Bart plus poison. I could use Maze Root plus poison, but I could not use Bart plus Maze Root. I could not use like 2 Barts. I could not use 2 Maze. I could use 4 poison and 1 Bart. So you can only have 1 companion, but because poison doesn't summon a companion, then you can always use poison. Which is great, because poison is the one that gives you the invul, right? So it's great that it works that way. No, a Maze Root, you can't use the same one twice. It won't replace or anything, it just won't let you do it. At least the game's nice enough to tell you that it won't work. Like, it doesn't consume it and then tell you it doesn't work. It just doesn't let you do it. So then if I were to use a maze and then I were to use one again, it just wouldn't let me use the second one. Are you able to right-click the buff away? That's a great question. I mean, we can try right there. I don't think you are able to get rid of the companion, but I'm not sure. No, you cannot get rid of the companion. So like, see there, I have a maze. It won't let me use a bard. It actually says your beautiful branch is already by your side. Don't be greedy. So it won't let me use it, but I could use poison. It would work. But no, you cannot get rid of it. There's still one trap type we're missing, by the way. I'm gonna try and get it next floor, because it'd be nice with playing right now. Little side note, whenever she does the CC, it might hit monsters that are in the room and not in combat. It doesn't actually pull them in combat with you. As you can see, that guy got CC'd, but he didn't pull on me or anything. If you're coming from Heaven on High, little side note, I know you're probably like you're used to keeping your magicites capped at 3 and like never wasting them. It's not really how it works in Pilgrim's Traverse. I would not hesitate to use your instance pretty aggressively. You will find a lot of them, even in the end game. So I wouldn't really I wouldn't be a hoarding goblin too much in there. You should use them pretty aggressively. You should get used to them. Also, like, you get used to their effect, so don't hesitate to use them on the lower floors. It's not like Heaven on High where you have to like build up a stock of match side for the late game. It doesn't work like that there. So we're gonna see if I can find the last trap I haven't shown. I can. So this is a luring trap, generally considered the most dangerous trap. When you step on this, it will spawn 3 monsters that are instantly engaged in combat with you. They take like a few seconds to, let's say, wind up, but they are engaged in combat. So like, if I pop this and I run away, they won't on-aggro or anything. The way I remember this one is like, it's a pointy arrow, so it's the most dangerous, right? The soul trick. But then, yeah, even if I run away, I can't escape this. They will aggro. They are already aggro. So generally, you know what I was talking about with the weight chain? Generally, if you pop something like a Lorraine and you have no idea what any of the monsters are and you're not comfortable, you don't even want to think about what's going on, you just want to weight chain. And then during the weight chain, you can think. Like, maybe you are like, because maybe you'll be like, oh yeah, I remember these guys are not that bad, and then, okay, only cost you a weight chain. Or maybe you'll be like, whoa, all of these are really, really bad. And then maybe you decide you want to use something else. Maybe use a second weight chain even, right? But you should not be hesitating to use your weight chain. Now, of course, in that case, I know I didn't need a weight chain, because on this set, everything's pretty easy, but not a bad idea to just get used to pressing that button. Like, honestly, if you have an opportunity to use a weight chain, you should use it, just so that you're starting to get that muscle memory in. I haven't really thought about the monsters in rooms. This isn't as important as it is in the other deep dungeons, but the way the monsters function, you saw that guy just moved. Monsters in a room that are not patrols, so like things that stay in a room, they basically are on a timer. Let's say a 20 to 30 second timer. And every time that timer is elapsed, they move usually backwards in a kind of a random amount of steps. So you see that guy walk quite far behind. That monkey move a little bit ago, it's probably gonna move soon. He's gonna move somewhere. Usually it's gonna be somewhere behind him. A random amount of steps. Now this guy might move too. It's our RNG timer. It's like from 20... It's like from 15 to 30 seconds. And there's not really a consistent way. You just know... Generally, so I see that guy actually move a little bit sideways. This guy move back. Just remember that monsters, they kind of like... They have like a mini patrol in their room, right? That's the best way I would describe it. They like slowly patrol their own room by moving every few seconds. Generally behind them, but not always. I say this isn't as important because there's rarely a reason why you would wait for a monster to move in PT. Because it's safer if you just kill it rather than keep it alive. But it's good to know. We have 3 A's there. Of course I'm gonna use it. This boss pretty simple. Now, like I said, I think if you have Bard, you should be using it on most bosses, especially if you haven't progged it yet. So I'll just use it to show you what Bard does, because we haven't really shown the Bard yet. I could, of course, do it. It's gonna make the fight shorter, but I will be able to show you every mechanic anyway. So Bard, it's a summon. It does 2 things. Doubles your HP. So I went from 120,000 to 240 there. Doubling your HP, that's kind of the reason why Tank is so good in this deep dungeon. It's because it lets me fail so many mechanics on bosses. It's crazy. So it's great for this. Second reason it's great is it's because she just does massive amount of damage. And she's gonna like DPS the boss with me. The way she works is she puts a dot, AoE dot, that's very powerful. And then she has like kind of an OT auto attack. But the dot is like... The dot is the really powerful thing. If you've done your Recortos, it's like an AoE on your Knight dot. It's very strong. Okay, so this boss, not that bad. You see, I'm not even going to do damage on this fight. I'm going to show you how much damage she does by herself. So this boss does a touchdown. You're going to see 1 arm glow. 2, 3, and then what I do is I go where the 4th one glows, which is going to push me back into the 4th one to explode. Then I just go into the first spot, right? Like that. They're always next to each other. 4th spot and 1st spot are always next to each other. After this, he's gonna do a targeted thing. You just want to bait it by a wall, any wall, like this. And then you want to move away. It's gonna put like this cross-shaped thing. What I like to do is I like to go in a triangle right there. And then he's gonna do AoE target on you. But there's also random walls falling down. So you might, like, there's a chance you're gonna get boxed in like that. So just be careful. And if you get boxed in like really badly, which has happened to me on DPS in the past, just try and get it by one thing instead of like a bunch of things, right? So this one was the first one. We don't care about the second and third. We just care about the first one, this one. All right, 4th one is this, so we just face it. And then we go to the first spot. Once it explodes, so yeah, I was too soon there. You wait for it to explode and then you go. And as you can see, Bard is doing a lot of damage, right? So same mechanic there. I'm gonna start doing DPS after this. Same mechanic, we bait it away. And then we move in like any of the triangles. I find it easier personally to just start in the triangle and move out, but I mean there's no reason why you couldn't do the opposite, right? But as you can see there, it almost bucks me in. It just sometimes the patterns are just not nice. Alright, so same thing, he jumps up. Okay, we just have to remember this is the first one, this is where we move. Then we only care about with the 4th one, which is this one. Then we get pushed. Then we move left. I'm pretty sure you can not back immune this, by the way, which, funnily enough, if you're a warrior, watch out for that. Personally, I think it's easier to do without the knockback, though. Sorry, I mean with the knockback, not without. Pretty easy fight. Much easier than the last one, in my opinion. You see there, pretty bad box in, could have hit me. If you're gonna get hit, just try and get it by 1 instead of running to like, you know, 3 AoEs like that. On tank, I could probably tank it, but on DPS, it might kill you if you get hit by too many things. So we just care about the first one, this one. And then we face the last one that we know is gonna blow up last. Now, honestly, you might make it in time if you also go from the 3rd, but might as well go from the 4th every time. It gives you more leeway. I believe if you do go in the roots, it doesn't actually like root you or anything. It puts a dot on you if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I know it doesn't outright kill you because I got hit by it multiple times during my first run. A little side note about purification: it is kind of useless. However, there's some mechanics that when they hit you, you get like a dot or something, which makes purification like you could justify using it in these situations, but the dots tend to not do a lot of damage. But you know, it's technically a time to use a purification, which, as a reminder, it removes all the curable status elements on you and your whole party, in fact, but in this case you, and it puts an 8-minute shield on you. It's just rarely useful. And again, we completed a set, so this is like the pause there. Like we could do anything we want. Okay, so this next set, also pretty simple. By the way, I've not been using my food buff. I highly recommend you do use a food buff in your own runs. But I've not been doing it for no particular reason. This set, you're gonna see that's the first kind of like very different layout. Usually, how it works in Deep Dungeon is every set of 20 floors, there's gonna be like a different layout with some exceptions. Now, I know the 1120 looked a bit different than the 110, but they kind of look like they look very similar, right? That's usually what this is gonna be like, but this one looks very different. So we got an Ace there. Of course, we're gonna use it. Ace, by the way, Ace is the same as Fortune. If you have 3, I would just use an Ace whenever you can. So we have 3 strength. We're gonna use it. This set is mostly monsters that do nothing. There with a few exceptions I will point out. But we still don't have to worry about these monsters too much. And the exceptions I will point out, you might not even realize they do things. It's only if you kill them very slow or you have like very low E4. But yeah, everything else, it just does some variation of a telegraph, and then you have to know it's doing it, right? I do think this set looks pretty cool. It's like an underwater palace, kind of. Same thing. If you have 3 flights, personally, I would just use 1. You see, we have a key open there. You can just leave. This exploded. With 3 flights, I just use 1. Now we're gonna try and cover the rest of the commanders, because in my opinion, that's the last set where we can disrespect most monsters. So I'll try and cover most of the commanders we have right now. Well, at least the ones I can find, right? So we haven't thought about... We have not thought about Alteration yet. Alteration is similar to Flight, but it's like a similar effect. Let's say it basically is gonna replace the room of the next floor. One room, it's gonna replace it with either Mimics or Corrigians. Corrigians are great because they are a monster that dies instantly when you attack them. So that's just great. So like that's just like 3 kills. Mimics are less great because they're like monsters that they don't have complicated abilities, but they put like a nasty debuff on you called Pox. Not as nasty in this deep dungeon compared to the other ones, but definitely just worth knowing, right? I would say though the benefits of getting Corrigan by far outweigh the negative of getting Mimics, so you generally want to use an altar. If you can use one or you want to use one, you should. So our next floor has altars. Now, generally, you don't want to use a flight and an altar together because you're kind of like canceling out the effect a bit. Because if you do that, if you use a flight and an altar, you're basically getting less monsters. But then if you're getting, let's say, the Corrigans, the ones that you can kill, well, you're getting less free kills, right? So generally, we try not to use a flight and an altar. But it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Time management is not gonna be super hard in there, if even a thing. So if you want to use a fly and altar, that's perfectly fine. I wouldn't really. I just would try and separate them if you can afford to. So again, there's nothing that's really a bad monster. So see there, we got Corrigan. So Corrigan, like I said, it's just a monster that dies instantly. It doesn't like pull, it doesn't attack you or anything. But whenever it eats damage, like this, it explodes, die instantly. It stuns you, by the way, and does very minor damage, but it does stun you. If you get aggro on it in any way, it also explodes. So if like provoke, it does explode. Last thing about Corrigan and Mimics, but Corrigan in that case, is they have a 50% drop rate of chest, which does get increased if you use a fortune. So if you use a fortune, it would go from 50 to 63% or so. So these are good even just for like the chests you might get from them, right? So I got 2 chests from 3 of them. They're free steal, which is just damage reduction. No reason not to use a free steal. And honestly, if you ever step on a luring trap and you're not sure what the monsters do, using a steal is also not a bad idea. But yes, the Corrigan stun, it's good to keep it in mind if you ever are fighting a monster and you like feel like killing a Corrigan at the same time. It's just good to remember that you will get a small stun, which could get you killed. Again, every time I carry silver, I stop in front of it, then I open it. Future you will thank me. Well, future you will thank you if you do that every time. Because I've seen many people lose their run to that. There we have free Ace. We're gonna use it again. By the way, I haven't really mentioned it. For Strength, Steel, and Ace, the buff you get is an 8-minute buff. If you use another one, it doesn't add 8 minutes to the existing time. Like, it's not gonna add 8 minutes to your 2 minutes and make it 10 minutes. It just refreshes the buff to max duration. So like, let's say if you want to play smart, let's say you're on the floor, you have like a strength that has a 5 minute remaining, and then you find another strength on the floor. Well, you probably want to do a bit of the floor and then come back for that strength, right? So you can refresh the duration at a higher, like, you know, you can basically use more of it within reason. Raising, it's a very good Pomander in there. It's probably the Pomander you want to find the most in Pilgrim Traverse. I won't use it now because I want to keep it for like this run, but what it does is very simple. Whenever you die, it will revive you without actually losing the run. So if I use this for this entire set, I have to use it. Yes, I have to use it. It doesn't work like in my bag. If I use it for the duration of this set only, the buff goes away when you clear this set. I will revive if I die. It's gonna revive me on the spot, basically. Very good commander. Preferably, a very common question people ask is like, when should I use raising? The answer is always your proc point. Like, of course, if you've never progged somewhere, you should use it. I'd say within reason, probably 41 minimum to use it, but like, you can probably get away using that 51 for your first like real attempt, assuming you watch this guide. I'd say 51 is where you start getting like the really nice scary monsters that could kill you instantly, easily. Before that, I wouldn't really stress too much about using a raising. But I mean, if you have a 41, you know, go ahead. It's a pretty rare commander. You should expect to have 3 most runs, but it's gonna happen sometimes that you don't have 3. It happens occasionally. Now, another thing of note about raising, it's very likely you're gonna end up using it on the boss, and you know, using it as in it procs on the boss, like you die to the boss. When that happens, the boss gets its HP back. Like, it resets the fight, basically. It un-aggroes and then it aggroes back. So you can't, like, cheese a boss by just, like, spamming raising on it, you know? And then you're slowly withering it down. It will revive with full HP every time. A little thing to note, this is the first monster that actually something you have to know. When this guy is low, he will start doing this. It's like an enraged, a big hit that if it hits you, on tank you won't die. On DPS you might die without steal. With steal you're probably fine, but this I wouldn't really let them do it. I mean, as you can see, there's a lot of time to prevent it. Which also brings up another good point I haven't mentioned yet. Most monsters are vulnerable to stun there. Not all, but most. So, and sleep too. Sleep and stun, most monsters are vulnerable to it. So like, let's say I'm not killing this in time because, I don't know, I'm eating dinner, then I could stun him, right? And that will be a recurring theme. There's a lot of monsters that you can do this against. However, I would say, especially because we're very early in the lifespan of this deep dungeon, I can't really tell you one-to-one exactly which monster you can and can't stun. You should probably, if it's a monster and you want to know if you can stun it, I would just open the fight with a stun. Literally just do the, like I'll just show you what I mean. If you want to know, can I stun this specifically? You just stun it right away in the pole, like this. Then you know, right? Then you know. Then you just be a little bit more careful against this one specifically, but now you know for the future. And also, if we're talking the tank specifically, your stun is a 25-second cooldown. So not even that long, right? You might get your stun again. So we have a free safety. It's a no item. You can't use it. That's gonna happen a lot. You get like a free palm, but then it's a no item, so you can't actually use it. I would say generally you don't want a Serenity just for that, except if we're talking like a massive pickup, right? Like I would maybe do it for a devotion, which I haven't talked about yet, but you know, a devotion, maybe like you get a free strength plus steel, or like, you know, a flight plus an altar. Like if you get, or a raising, I would definitely do it for a raising. Like if you get a great value palm, sure, you could do it. But if it's just like a strength or a safety, I wouldn't really Serenity just for that. I guess something to mention about these guys, they do shoot at you when you're like in other rooms. With a telegraph and everything. Like I'm gonna show you why I'm pulling the other monster, but she does shoot at you while you're doing things in other rooms. So just, you can easily react to it, just like, you know, be paying attention to your feet. Like, honestly, you might even think the monster you're fighting is doing it. That's what's dangerous. Like, don't think it's the monster you're fighting that's doing it, and then you just stay inside and then you get hit. Which it probably doesn't kill you, but I've never been hit by it, so I can't guarantee that. I would be very surprised if it killed you, though. So yeah, as you can see, I am like respecting these telegraphs. There's nothing saying I can't stun for like uptime. But I think generally in Deep Dungeon, you want to always do the safe thing. And then you keep the, like, you keep the CC for like the bad thing. Because if you get used to stunning everything, at some point you're going to run into a monster that you can't stun. And then you're going to like be, oh shit. Or you're going to be in a situation where you know you can stun. But then it's not up, but then you don't realize, right? And then you just kind of like standing there and you're like, wait, what's going on? We get a votive there. I always use them. If they're on the way, at least. If they're really out of the way, I don't think I would really go off your way for it too much. But if it's right there, why not? So we are getting the same effect that we had earlier. That's the one that gives you life steal, but then you take more damage, but also deal more damage. A little thing of note about this guy. He does an untelegraphed frontal cone called Ripper Claw. It doesn't do that much damage, but you probably just want to avoid it. You want to get the good habits in. This Ripper Claw. Like this. So the votives have a lot of effects. We have seen a few so far. I don't know if I'll be able to show you guys every single effect. Probably, but maybe not. Just know that the bad effects are not that bad. Even if I'm not able to show all of them. The bad effects are not that bad. Especially when you consider that the good effects, some of them let you get through a floor like really fast. Some of the good effects you can get from it will let you transform and basically kill everything in one shot. Which right now doesn't seem like a big deal, because the monsters are quite squishy, but later on this is kind of like a good deal. A great deal, you know, being able to kill anything in one shot. Which I haven't used it yet, but if I were to say what the devotion does, it's very simple actually. What the devotion does is it guarantees a votive on the next floor. Now this gets a bit confusing. A votive, the votive is the candle thing, right? So when you find a votive, you get the effect on the next floor. So basically the way you should see devotion is it means I'm getting an effect in 2 floors. Because if I use a votive on 26, well on 27 I'll have a... Sorry, if I use a devotion on 26, then I'll have a votive on 27, which then if I right click it, I'll have an effect on 28, right? So it's like a 2-floor delayed thing. Another thing about devotion is it specifically is always one of the strong effects. If you use devotion, like this is very specific, okay? It doesn't say anything like this on the Pomander, so you have to trust me there. If you use devotion and the candle of the next floor is coming from the devotion, it will always be one of the powerful effects, which I haven't seen yet, but it's always a powerful effect. So if you've done POTD, it's like a 2-floor delayed rage, all right? It's like you're getting a rage in 2 floor. If you've done POTD, it's exactly what it feels like. So that's the first time we see mimics over there. Well, that's because I use an alteration which makes a room into mimics or Corrigians. In this case, we got the mimics, and then we got it from a chest too. So every chest you open has a chance to be a mimic. The bronze mimic is from 1 to 30. The silver is from 31 to 60, and the gold is 61 to the end. Mimic has 2 abilities. One of them is called let me remember. Malice. Interruptible. Highly recommend you interrupt this if you're playing a job with an interrupt. If you don't have a job with an interrupt, I'll show you what it does. Not everyone has an interrupt. Now, another thing worth to mention, you can stun bronze chest mimics. You can stun bronze mimics. You can also stun silver mimics. You cannot stun gold mimics. So specifically, if you're playing a melee job, you can avoid pots until 61. Then once you reach 61, you can't stun them anymore, so you won't be able to avoid the pots effect, right? Which I will show you what it does. So let's say I don't have an interrupt, I don't have a stun. Let's say I'm playing a healer right now, right? Let's say I'm a healer. When he casts Malice, it does. I can't like hide from it or anything. It's gonna put this 10-minute buff on me. This buff does 2 things. Also, don't be in the AoE does after. That's a 1-shot. But it's telegraphed, so you just react to it. So this does two things. It's a... three things, sorry. It's a dot over time effect. So you see I'm taking damage there. A very low amount of damage, but I'm taking some damage. So that's the dot effect. Second thing it does is it blocks all your HP regen. And by HP regen, I mean like out of combat and in combat HP regen. So like basically anytime you're healing but not using a skill. Like, cause you know usually if you pull a monster and then you get out of combat, it like regens your health. Well, that stops that too. And the third thing it does is it reduces your damage by 10%. So it sounds pretty bad, but it's not that bad in Pilgrim's Traverse because time isn't that tight, so the damage reduction doesn't matter too much. And monsters generally don't do that much damage either, right? So it's not as big of a deal as you'd think. But it's something to just remember. So that's the last monster on this set that does something worthy of mention. It's pretty... It doesn't hurt that much, so like you might get hit by it and be totally fine. But he has a cast called... Not this. Let's wait until he does it. Well, let's pull another one and maybe the other one will do it. So when he does swinge, it's a point blank around himself like this. If you're coming from the other deep dungeons, this is very confusing because swinge is usually a cone. But this time it's a circle for this guy. This guy only. This is only on this guy because there's another monster that does swinge later on, but it's a cone instead. Now, it's not the end of the world if you get hit by this. You're probably not gonna die, but you just keep that in mind. So something I'm gonna say right now about the monsters, I will be repeating that in the future too. You saw like the first one I pulled, he never casted the swinge, and then he did another ability, and then the second one I pulled, he cast the swinge really fast, and it was his first ability. If you're coming from the other deep dungeon, this is gonna be like hard to get used to. Monster abilities are not as static as they are in the other deep dungeon. So like let's say a monster has two abilities. It's not... If a monster has two abilities in POTD, you would expect that, okay, after 5 seconds in the pull, he's gonna do ability 1. Then there's gonna be like a 10 second. Then he's gonna do ability 2, but that's not how it works in PT. In PT, if a monster has two abilities, generally it's random which one he uses first, and there's some kind of random delay too, right? So, if I tell you that a monster has two things, don't expect like them in the order that they appear in my guide. Like just know that there are two things and react to the one that he does, right? But never expect the monster to cast something first. And this is very important because I died to this like multiple times already. In fact, I feel like this will hurt you more if you actually did if you did the other deep dungeon, this will hurt you way more than if it's your first one. Because this is very different from the other deep dungeon. Like if I pull like if I pull an abyssal demon in it's not what it's called, huh? I mean, you know that demon guy that paralyzes you in POTD. If I pull one, I know it's always the same. It's 5 to 10 seconds of combat, cone, one attack, then it's like the paralyze, right? And then he does the cone multiple times. But then in PT, if I pull that monster, then he could do the paralyze first. He could do the paralyze like after 3 cones. Like, don't rely on an order or timing. Just know he does X ability and it might happen at any time. I will be repeating this a lot. There's some specific monsters where like that's a big deal because if you assume the ability is coming out first, you're gonna pre-position in a certain way, but then actually does the second ability and that one will kill you, right? If you're not positioned well. So it's very important to keep this in mind. It's very important, and I'm sure there's gonna be multiple PT guides, especially from people that they raid, right? It's their first deep dungeon and they never really tried one, but then now they're doing it. I think that's a piece of advice that's gonna get lost in like the sauce, like because if you haven't done the other deep dungeons, this isn't really something you're gonna have to worry about. But if you've done the other deep dungeons, this is very important to remember. It's ability order, although it's not always random, is often random, and their timings are not consistent. So there we're just opening the key. There's not really any more interesting monster on that set. Next set we're gonna start seeing way more interesting monsters. Again, I stop when I'm in front. Be careful using AoE moves like I did there. It doesn't matter if this low or lower, but there's a lot, especially at max level. I didn't think coming from the other dungeons, especially at max level, a lot of abilities have like built-in splash damage, right? Be mindful of what you're using. Especially the most dangerous ones are line AoEs. Now let's say you're doing the red mage combo on the monster. Well, you know the finisher of red mage is actually it's like a big line AoE at the end, right? So you could easily just blast in a room and pull 3 things because you're not really thinking about it too much. Okay, this boss isn't so bad. He's like, it'd be pretty bad if he one-shots you with everything he does, but we're still at the lower floors where things don't one-shot. It's gonna be a pretty long fight for me because I don't have like a bark. That can happen. Sometimes you just don't get a bark. But it's gonna let me show all the mechanics properly. So he looks pretty scary. He's not that scary though. Definitely, if you have 3 strength, 3 ace, I really see no reason not to use them. Let's do that. So this guy does a lot of things. First of all, his auto attack is really weird because it doesn't even look like he's attacking you. Just a little side note, but he is auto attacking you. So the arena looks weird, but it's not because the mechanics are that complicated. You're gonna see. He does this. I believe it's called Liturgy of Light. It's basically rains are gonna fall down. They can fall in 3 like ways, right? Front, middle, or back. You just want to make sure you're not where it's gonna fall. Now when he does grip, he's gonna face you and he's gonna splash like a side. And then whichever side he splashes, he's gonna do like this follow-up after. You just want to go behind the hand. Don't worry, nothing of this one-shots you. With a steal on any job, nothing of this will one-shot you, so don't panic. Looks like there's a lot going on, but it's not like that dangerous. Right. Now he also does these wheels. They just move in circle. So like, you know, this one is always gonna be in front. It's never gonna like come to me. Then he does grip again. Same thing. You just he's always gonna face you for this. You just want to make sure you move a little bit. Then you go behind the hand. He does it again. I can't really tell you in what order he does the abilities. To me, it feels almost random, but knowing this game, it's probably a specific order of doing them. But he will stack up the mechanics together, so you have to like understand them individually. So this is just a bait. Not really complicated, just run in circle. Don't if you're a caster, don't stand still for this. It catches up to you really fast. Always try to fight just near like, you know, an area that has room in the back, because then if he puts down a range, you have to make sure you can move in or out. So we have range there, so there's one in the back. There's one in the front. I say now he's gonna do the mechanics together. So we just don't get cleave. And then we just go behind the hand. If you had a bard, this would be already dead, probably. It's just gonna be slow because we don't have a bard. The bait again. These, by the way, don't put a vuln on you or anything. They just do damage if you like touch them. But there's no like debuff from touching them. Like if you have to run into a wheel for a fraction of a second to do something, do it. It's not that bad. Same thing. He always does the follow-up on the side that he cleaved. Now sometimes he's gonna do that combo. And it's like, what you should really do is whenever it leaves, you should run to the next, like, let's say, area. If you do that, you can always do the range after. But if you disrespect it like I did, it doesn't do that much damage if the range is you after. If you do if you do match parties, this is probably a boss you're gonna encounter a lot. Because it's the 2130 boss, right? Same thing, it leaves. And then we just go behind this. And technically, if we want to be like as safe as possible, we would go all the way there. Because then if there's a ring in the middle, I can just actually avoid it, right? So you see, even with the explanations, this set took me about 30 minutes. So we're still not worrying about the time at all there. And yeah, this always targets you, so you just have to do a little sidestep. And you just go to the next area. No, nothing is a one-shot there. You could only get one shot if you panic and you get it by like a million things, or you stand still for this. So don't stand still for this, but then everything else, as long as you don't panic and run into everything, you won't die. That's honestly true for like most bosses, with some exception. Generally, if you're gonna fail something, if you know you're gonna fail something, try to fail only one thing and you'll be fine. But then don't get hit by like 5 mechanics at the same time because you panic, right? Like let's say I panic there, I don't want to like run into a wheel, into like 3 things at the same time. I just want to get hit by one thing. Alright, as this was a chunky boy, as you can see. Most bosses, if you don't have a bark root, is it what it's called? I think it's called a bark root. A bark something. If you don't have the bark, most bosses are gonna take like a little while, excluding 40, which is pretty fast, honestly. 40 is the only boss I'd say you don't really need a bark for. Would I bard every boss even 30? I would. If I had it, I would. You could decide not to do it because you want to just save your bard. I'd say like if you have 2 bard, definitely just bard every boss, excluding maybe 40. If you have 1 bard, up to you. Like you can use it on this boss or most bosses. Save yourself like 3-4 minutes of your life. You could keep it for the next boss. It's not really a big deal. You're gonna find so many of them. 40 is very squishy though, so for 40 specifically, I'd say that's the only boss where I would not use a bard even if you had 2. If you had 3, like maybe, but if you have 2, I wouldn't even use a bard on that boss. Bard is the dot minion, yes. Alright, so once you're done with that floor, that's basically that's what they call the story floors. That's like the easy floors. So that's just supposed to show you how it works. You get a scorecard there. That doesn't mean your run is complete or anything. That's just like let's say it's like a checkpoint, but this one shows you your points. So the next set, I'd say this is the first set where you're gonna get actual monsters with threatening abilities. Now I will say though, you're not really at a point where the abilities are gonna kill you yet. So you're probably not dead if you get hit by most of those, but I would really get into the habit of just dodging everything, because later on you will die to most things. Even on a tank can probably let you get away with like maybe like getting it a bit more, but you're still gonna reach a point where everything one-shots you, right? So if I don't mention something, the monster is a whatever monster. So like for example, this is a whatever monster. But if I do mention something, then it's, well, there's something worth of mention, right? But there is not that many threatening monsters at this still. It's just there's some of them. You may notice this set looks the same as the previous set too. We're still in the like underground water layout. After this, there's gonna be a really big difference in the layout. I did say you should use your pawns when they're at 3. That's still true, by the way. I'm not really doing it too much because I'm talking a lot, but my fortunes are at 3. This increases the drop rate of chests. I should obviously use it because, you know, it might give me more shit to use. It's just great. We are at the point where you definitely want to start thinking of the patrols a little more as a threatening monster. So like for example, this is a patrol. This guy has a pretty big cone. Not like that scary, but kind of worth remembering if you're running around a lot or like you're in a weird angle. He has a pretty big cone. Also has a circle. I mean, I wouldn't really mention the circle normally, but, you know, might as well mention it because we already showed the cone. I think cones are more dangerous, you know. Pegasus has a wombo combo. It will not kill you, but it's good to know. He's gonna open up with charge. This is gonna push you. After this, he's gonna do... Sometimes, keep in mind, abilities, and I will repeat this often, abilities are not always consistent. But he will often repeat, he will often combo this with a Naivety center on himself. We're just not seeing it right now, but he didn't do it there. I'll try and see if I can make him do it. See, he's often gonna do it with this skill, which is a huge point blank. It's a late telegraph, so you have to know it's coming. So if you're fighting the Pegasus, generally you just want to make sure that you're looking out for his cast bar. And if he's casting something that has no name, sorry, that has no telegraph, then you know it's this AoE thing that's coming, right? And yes, you definitely are at a point now where patrols, you should kill them. So there's going to be a very recurring thing in the following floors, which kind of begins now. There's a thing called line of sight. I mean, you know what line of sight means. It's just like an English word, but you can line of sight. You can line of sight monsters by making their abilities go through a wall. I'm going to show you what I mean against the Pegasus. So if I pull him and I let him do the gallop, the pushback, right, with the big line. Well, that you saw what I did. That pushed me, right? But then if I hide behind a wall, you see? He doesn't actually do it. Like, it basically whiffs the cast. That will be very important to know it exists. I'm not saying you need to do this, but I think it's very important that you know it's a thing, because it's gonna be one of your only ways to fight monsters if you don't remember what they do. And this will come up very often later on. Right now on this set, it's not really a bigger deal. But later on, this will be important to remember. It's going to be your only way to kind of, let's say, blind prog a monster. if you don't remember what it does. We got Corrigan's there. It's just 3 kills. We take those. We take 3 safeties too. Now that would be, honestly, even if I had not found a safety, that would have been a great excuse to frailty, because look there. I have 2 chests that I would have to risk traps for. I have 3 chests. So to check these 3 chests, I'd have to risk a trap, right? So this would have actually been a great time to safety there, even if I didn't find a free one. 3 steel. Now I do recommend, again, you kill patrols when you see them. You're gonna have plenty of time in PT to do that. If you're gonna lose a run to something, it's probably gonna involve a patrol. So absolutely just never a bad idea to kill a patrol. Even if the key is already open, I would heavily consider killing a patrol. And by the way, again, you can stun most things, and you should be aware that you can stun most things. But I wouldn't rely on it every single time, because like I said, if you rely on it too much, you're gonna kind of build up a muscle memory of using it, which is like, it's fine in most of the game. Like it's fine in, I don't know, like it's fine if you do a raid trial and then you're like, oh, if I stun this thing, then I can green my uptime, right? Like that's good. It's good information, it's useful. But then keep in mind, in Deep Dungeon, if you lose your run, you lose like 6-7 hours of progress. So then let's say you stun a monster for uptime and it works 99 times out of 100. Well, unfortunately for you, if it doesn't work 1 time out of 100, well, you still lose your whole progress, right? So I don't think you should go for things that you might screw up. You should go for the safest thing possible, which is just respect the mechanics. And then if you're like if I'm like, oh shit, I'm not gonna get out of this, then okay, now I stun it, right? Now I use it as an emergency. Even if it's an uptime tool, I use it as an emergency. This is very important. This is even more true in PT than the other Deep Dungeons, because there you can stun so many monsters. So like, you're gonna get into, and I experienced this during my first run, you're gonna get into the habit of like disrespecting every monster because you can stun so many of them. And then you're gonna find yourself without stun 1 time, and then you'll be like, holy shit, I have no idea what this guy does. So be careful. Okay, well, Drift, this guy does nothing of note. That's why I didn't want to pull him. We haven't used an F once yet. This is pretty simple. All it does is it increases the number of treasure coffers on the next area. So the next floor has more chests. If you want exactly how many that is, it's 2 to 3 more chests. So if I use this, I get 2 or 3 more chests on the next floor. This is a commander that I would say, you know when I said flight is good with certain commanders, flight being the one that reduces the amount of monster you have to kill and that are on the next floor. This is a great thing to use with flight, because you're gonna get more chests, but then there's gonna be less monsters in the way of checking the chests, right? So this is a great combination to use. You can go around with flight F1s. So again, if we get hit by this, we just get pushed. And then sometimes it follows up with a point blank, sometimes not. Just be ready for it. Yes, that's a great point in my chat. Melee stun is a much longer cooldown than 25. I think it's 40 or 45. So if you're playing a melee, the stun thing is even more likely to like happen on your melee run. On tank, it's less likely because you're probably onto a new monster by 25 seconds. But on melee, it's very likely to happen. So do not rely on your stun. So see there, we have a strength. We could Serenity just pick up that strength. Personally, I don't think it's worth it. I would only do it for like a great pickup, right? Okay, that's a guy that's worth talking about. He does 2 things. One of which is not that scary. It looks scary. So he's gonna do mana boost. This looks very scary. I mean, interruptible, long cast. it just makes his damage higher, but it doesn't do that much damage, so it's like you can see I'm taking almost no damage, right? This is no big deal. Now the other thing that's scarier though is when he's low. So when he's low, he's gonna cast this onto dust. This is a one-shot. This is a one-shot telegraph. Sorry, on telegraph AoE like this. But the thing that you have to remember is he spams it until he dies or you die, right? He will never stop casting this, ever. And the only reason it's not killing me right now is because there's a wall behind us. If I was there, I would die, right? So you're not likely to see this if you're just 1v1ing him, but you should keep this in mind. So I will just go in and kill him. You can stun him, by the way. If you like, this is a good example of an emergency stun. Like, if you're like just... If you know there's no way you would outrun it, and if for some reason you wouldn't kill it in time, then you would stun him, right? So just keep in mind that you just... If you see him start casting that, just finish him off quickly and stun him, probably. But then, in a pinch, the wall will save you. The wall will always save you. Always trust the wall. Well, it won't always save you, but the wall will very likely save you if you just hide behind it. I will be talking about line of sighting so much more later on, don't worry. But as a general rule, if something is a line AoE, it will hit you through the wall. And if something is not a line AoE, it will not hit you through the wall. Generally. 99% of the time, that's the real way this works. Generally, line AoEs will hit you through the wall. Just so I'm more clear. Generally, if it's like a line AoE coming from a monster, so let's see this guy, right? This should not hit me through the wall. It's a crow. Well, I'm gonna try and show it. If it's a line AoE originating from him, so this will hit me through the wall. You saw that? This hit me through the wall. If it's not a line AoE, it generally will not hit through the wall. So I'll just home game to make sure. But this should not hit me through the wall. Yeah, see? So, but this is, like I said, this is not like 100% of the time. It's like 99% of the time. There's some exceptions to this, which I probably don't even know yet. That's why I don't want to, like, guarantee everything. But generally, like, if you're in a pinch and you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna die. If it's a line AoE, don't hide behind a wall. And if it's not a line AoE, you can hide behind a wall. I wouldn't rely on this, like, exclusively, though. I wouldn't do every monster hiding behind a wall. But you just have to know that it's a good option for things that are in the line AoE. And don't worry, we will talk about this plenty of time, because there's a lot of monsters that this is going to be really helpful for. This is a bad patrol. Well, a bad patrol. This is a patrol you have to keep in mind. He does a huge cone and a circle. The circle doesn't matter. The cone, though, is the thing I want to show you. I can probably force it if I like go a little distance away. So he does this huge cone, you see? Again, we're not at a point where things will one-shot you, but it's definitely something you want to keep in mind. He's basically the same as this bird patrol, but more dangerous. It's like the same, but a longer cone, right? So we got a votive there. Again, I would say votive, use it if it's not too inconvenient. If it's like, if this was 2 rooms away with like, 4 things in the way, I would just skip it. Well, I maybe would not in the context of the guide, because then I want to show what they do, right? But in a real run, I wouldn't really draw your way too much for those. And we actually got a new effect from it too, one we've never seen. This is technically, it sounds really OP. It's an effect that gives you a heal over time that lasts the whole next floor. And this heal over time actually just gives you all your health every time it takes. So every 3 seconds you get a full heal. That sounds OP, but it's not that OP. Because it's likely to be that if you lose a run, it's gonna be something one-shots you, right? Like, you're not really gonna get slowly killed most of the time. Again, I always heal patrols. So even if that guy was running away from me, if I left him alive, he would probably have just went back in these rooms. But I think you should always heal the patrol. It's way safer that way. Big cone. Which, by the way, the whole line of sighting the whole line of sighting I was talking about, it applies against this monster too. So that's why it's important to know. So this guy again, as a reminder, he does a scary looking, but not actually scary damage buff. You can stun him. Like, if it really scares you, you could stun him, but I do not recommend you do that. I'd much rather you keep your stun for like the enrage if you don't kill it in time. Which honestly, it would be hard not to kill this in time, but you know, why waste your options? See, we have a flight there, but we can't use it because of the no item. Again, it looks scary. It's not. Even on... I'm a tank. I know I'm a tank, but even on DPS, this isn't really scary. But you don't have to worry about this buff. Side note, by the way, if you're fighting a monster in the hallway like me... Sorry, not hallway. In a room like me and you're like hugging the wall... try not to move too much while you're fighting. And if you're moving, always move on the wall, not in the room. Because if you move in the room, you could definitely hit like a trap while you're fighting, and some traps could wombo you easily with a monster. Good question. It is not possible to votive the 9th floor. They cannot spawn there. You just can't find a votive on the floor. Votive being the candle. You cannot find a candle on the 9th floor, but you can't even... Like, if I use a devotion on the 8th floor, which would cause it to spawn the 9th, it won't even work. So you can never have a votive effect on the boss. Unfortunately. So we have a free safety there. Okay, Lion is worth mentioning. He's a bit like the bird. So not this move, but you're gonna see soon he's gonna do a very, very big cone. Not big, but like very long cone. Very long cone. So just watch out for that. It's not that wide. It's like pretty easy to avoid if you're in range, right? The real danger of these cone abilities, I think if you're a melee, they're not that bad. The real danger of these cone abilities is when you're playing a range job, because you're gonna be very tempted to pull a monster, and like if you're playing machinist, you're gonna be very tempted to do something like that, right? Like you're gonna be running away from it while you're doing damage. This is where these cones are dangerous, because if he starts casting that huge cone while you're running away, it's very likely to just hit you, right? It's very unlikely you're gonna be able to react to it. So these cones don't look threatening on something like a melee, a tank even, because it wouldn't even kill me, you know? But that's why you have to respect them. Because if you ever play something that is from a distance, or you just pull a lion from like a really far place, then you just have to know it's a possibility. And then these don't one-shot you now, but later on there's gonna be cones that do one-shot you, right? So that's why you gotta start thinking about it now. Because like later on there's gonna be cones that are as big as this, as wide as this, but then instead of like just doing 50% health, they kill you. And as a reminder, if you're ever like in a bad spot and you fucked up and you like you want to do a desperation move, you can always try a wall. If you're like, oh shit, I can't avoid this, you can always try hide behind a wall. Most of the time it's gonna work if it's not lying AoE. Free still. I would say doing line of sight is not necessary to clear, because like all mechanics are intended for you to solve them, you know, as is. But I think it's a good idea for you to practice it a bit on all the sets, because then it's very helpful later on if you line of sight certain abilities, and it's just like a great way to save yourself sometimes. So like I would say honestly, even though it's not necessary, I would kind of maybe like do it a few times to get used to it. I mean, it's not that difficult, right? It's just hide behind a wall. The difficult part about doing a line of sight, it's not actually doing it. It's like where you position the monster. Because let's say I fight the lion there. Well, now I don't have a line of sight spot, right? So then I have to preemptively pull it there. Then I know that if I need to line of sight, well, I can just hide, you know, like this. So it's not actually hiding that's difficult. It's just thinking about it in the future. It's like doing the pull in a way where if I have the line of sight, it's available to me. That's why I think you should get used to it a little bit. Which, by the way, very unrelated, but if you ever tank a dungeon, the old dungeons, you know, in ARR and Heaven's Ward, line of sight is actually pretty helpful on some pulls. If you ever notice the monsters are not stacking up at all on you, the tank, you can just hide behind a wall and all of them are going to gather up, right up. This patrol has a gotcha mechanic. Probably the first real gotcha mechanic. It's going to do a cone at some point. Poison, pollen, pair. You know, you might be noticing it's called pair. It's because he's going to do it in the back after. So he does it in the front. Then he's going to turn. And he's going to do it in the back. You can just stand on his side. It's always two ways. It's always front back. It never does like a different thing. It's always front back. Oh, we got, I believe that's the last enchantment that we had to see too. We got this. No incense is not, it's like no item, but for just incense. Incense, juniper, etc. So you just can't use any of your incense when this is on the floor. Which is honestly, I would say this is even worse than no item a lot of the time, because you're gonna find a lot of those and they're really strong. Okay, Shapti, sorry, Inquisitor, that guy's worth talking about. So he doesn't do anything, but when he's low, he's gonna start spamming a move called Dead Door. This is a untelegraphed line AoE. I don't know if this one-shots you, and I don't really want to find out. My assumption is just because it's called Dead Door, but I don't know. Just know that it's there, right? When he's low, he starts spamming it, and he does nothing else. According to my chat, it does a lot, but tanks do survive, so just watch out for that. So we have a votive there. It's not too much of the way. I'll check it. We have a free strength too. So see, there we got a bad effect. So starting from floor 30, you can actually get bad effects from votives, and that's one of them. This one's pretty simple. It guarantees that we get gloom on the next floor, which is an enchantment. So that means this floor has gloom. It doesn't mean it just has gloom. It could have gloom plus like other things, but it has gloom minimum. Now, of course, if I was like on the higher sets, I could have planned around that gloom, right? I don't have to just take it, you know? I could be like, okay, because it's gloom, I'm going to use a flight, because then I have to fight less monsters. Or because it's gloom, I'm going to maybe pop a strength, you know, and fight it out. Like, I could have done things, and maybe I could even have done it to just show you guys what I mean, but like, you don't have to just take it and accept it, right? I could even Serenity. Like, it's a bad effect that it's gonna give you gloom, but the fact that it shows you that it's giving you gloom, it's giving you ample time to prepare for it, right? That's why I'm saying the bad effects are not really that bad in the grand scheme of things. Okay, this guy is a pretty involved fight. He does quite a lot of things. So he does a move called End of Judgment. This is like a big pushback, but only if you're close to him. Like you said, I wasn't close there. Then he does a Moat Maker. It's an AoE, but then it's a bigger AoE right after, like this. So it's like 2 AoEs, right? It's just the second one doesn't show you, and the second one's much bigger. Then he only does a line after that. I say after that, I don't know if there's really an order. Just know he does all these things. Then he did Mode Maker right away. So this is small circle into big circle. Like that. This is the pushback. I'll show you what it does. Well, next time I fight one, I'll show you what it does. It's just a huge pushback, though. He's not that bad. You just have to know what he does. Okay, that's probably the most dangerous monster of that set. So this is a left-right guy. It's pretty obvious because he says, like, literally if it's right or left. So you just, you know, if it's right, you go left. And then it's pretty sure it's a half. So it's like it's 50% of the. Like it's a true 50%, like right that. It doesn't look like it's covering on the right side at all there. But yes, it's just a left-right. I'll say there's no reason why you should be pulling monsters and running around if you're just trying to clear. But if you're just trying to clear, this guy will not, like, he's not gonna run up to you and like cast it. He's gonna stand where he is and cast all of his shit. So I wouldn't pull monsters and start running around. But then if you do it, specifically don't do it against this guy, because he's gonna make it a mess. He's gonna be just blasting AoEs and you won't even know where they're coming from. Though of course the walls can protect you from it, but I still wouldn't really run around with that guy too much. The key's there. We're just gonna chill there and kill things. Do another like right, left. He always does right and left or left and right, but he's gonna like cast both. He's gonna give you a cast bar for both, so you have like plenty of time to adjust. There's gonna be monsters much later on that they don't give you time to adjust, so get used to the left-right thing. It comes up quite often. Alright, so I'll just show you what this guy does if you don't go away from the push. If I just let this hit me, you're gonna see he's gonna push me really far. Like that. You cannot stun that guy too. That's probably good to know. I didn't even know that myself. So, small, big. I would always check the silvers if they're not too far. Just make sure you always stop before it. In case there's a landmine. There's not. I still encourage you to use your palms when they're at 3. Anything that's at 3, if it's not called a devotion, you should probably just familiarize yourself with it and use it. I'm not doing it because I'm explaining a lot, but and especially the flights, I want to make sure I kill every monster, right? That's why I'm not using my flights. I would be using my flights otherwise. I'm trying to make sure I'm pulling every monster. A little side note about this guy. I'm going to show you the power of LOS again. Because let's say you're fighting that guy. I'm not sure if you can LOS the first AoE does, but you can definitely AoE the second one. So when he does this, let's say I'm close, I can hide there, and it would actually not hit me with the second one. This one, right? So that's the kind of LOS like shenanigans you can do. So it is, some people are gonna say that for me, where they say you should just keep everything at 3 and use it when you find a free one. I personally think you should be more aggressive with your palms. I think if you have them at 3, you should be using them. 2 reasons for that. First reason is that it's just gonna give you like the mechanical muscle memory of actually using your palms, because this way you're gonna be using them way more. So I think for that reason, it's worth it. Second reason is because if you keep your palms that are not that rare at 2 rather than 3, you're much more likely to be able to like use them when you like not use them but pick them up. Like if I find a gold chest right now, let's say I find a gold chest right now. Well, if it's a haste, I'm wasting some of my haste. If it's a strength, I'm wasting some of my strength. If it's a flight, well, it's fine. But then if I find 2 flights, I'm wasting a flight, right? So I think for that reason, if it's not a common commander, it's usually a better idea if you just keep it at 2 rather than 3. So I wouldn't really hesitate to use a sight, a strength. Still, there's no reason really. I mean, I would keep that, like, you know, witching, and still I would probably keep them healthy. Like, just use them a few times to get a feel for it, but I wouldn't really be wasting them, right? Same with Serenity. But something like Strength, Flight, Alter, yeah, I would use them with the rest. Especially Pilgrim's Traverse, where there's no reason to be worrying about the time. Devotion is like one of the strong combos I would say that you don't really want to use if you have it at 3. I would keep it at 3 because it's pretty rare. I would keep it at 3, and then once you get to, let's say, you know, like the 50s, the 60s, probably want to keep it at 2 instead. But it's not really that big of a deal. Again, if you're coming into this place, if this is your first deep dungeon, this doesn't really apply to you too much because you don't have like expectations. But if you're coming from the other deep dungeons, the time management there is not really, it's not really a mechanic. Like, it's not really built with time management in mind. Like, you can definitely run out of time, but you have to really be taking your time for that to happen. So there's not as much of a concept of like just, for example, overcapping your votive, it wouldn't really be a big deal. But then the reverse is true. Like, it wouldn't really be a big deal if you enter the end game and you don't have everything at 3, right? Okay, so that's, I believe, the last monster I want to show. I mean, it's kind of an obvious monster. I just want to, like, show it. It does a gaze attack. So just make sure you don't look. But, like, definitely don't look because it's a 15-second stun, I believe. He doesn't do it, you know, it's like I said, the patterns are not consistent, but he has a blind gaze attack. This one, Petrifying Light. Make sure you don't look at him. It will CC you for a very long time. He might even kill you with the follow-up, so. And I believe that should be everything on this set. So we're just gonna fly the last floor so we can get to the boss. Pretty simple boss this time. Well, simple. It's not that simple, but it's pretty fast. So always arc the walls. So yeah, I'm going to use a flight. I mean, like I say, if there are 3, you should use it. So I'm just gonna use a flight. Now, if it looks like getting to the key is too risky, do not hesitate to just kill things, you know, that are nearby. Now, I do recommend you should probably bard every boss. But specifically this boss, unless the fight scares you. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? If the fight scares you, you should bard because then you get double HP and you can just fuck up way more mechanics, right? I would at a minimum steal every boss. Bare minimum, I would steal every boss because your steals, that's where they're going to be the most useful. So I will do it. Bard the boss. Bard every boss, in my opinion. But this one, you could get away with not barking it if you're comfortable with the mechanics. Even blind. Which, by the way, it's not this boss. It's not this one, it's the next one. Oops. I was still living in my 139. But yes, the boss after this floor, I mean. I was living the future. Now you see what I'm doing right there? I'm checking chests while I'm fighting. I don't really recommend you do this too much. Probably shouldn't be showing you bad habits like that. But yeah, generally if you're fighting a monster, you want to do it in the hallway. Because this way you know you're not going to hit a trap. If you're very impatient like me, you can do what I'm doing, which is just like fight and check chests and move. But generally you pull in the hallway, you deal with it in the hallway, and then you just move on to the next thing. Like I said, you're unlikely to hit a trap on the wall, but it's not impossible. So like every time I'm doing these like pulls where I'm like on the wall, there is a chance I could hit a trap. That's why I think you should be more respectful of the mechanics, right? And just do it in always like this. But again, this is just a big circle. Pretty straightforward boss that's coming up. Honestly, I think I will check that silver. Oh, okay. Weird movement. Again, if you're not too sure how big this is gonna be, you always can just hide behind a wall. Because this way you know you're 100% safe. Which, by the way, I am actually curious about something. I don't know if you can LOS this circle specifically. I did say linearies you can't. Most of the time, I would say most targeted circles you also can't LOS them, but I kind of want to try out of curiosity. So let me just try real quick. So I'm not sure if this is gonna LOS or not. Oh, it did. Okay, interesting. So you can LOS this entire thing then. I thought it would have made maybe only the second part. Reminder, this is a week 1, not even week 1. This is like a day 5 guide, right? So we're working off known knowledge, which honestly should be pretty accurate, but there's some like, you know, there's some specific things like that that I'm not sure about. Okay, so this boss pretty squishy. There's some mechanics to know, but he's not that. He has 2 mechanics he kind of rotates through. And it's random which one comes out. So when you start the fight, he's gonna jump back. He's gonna do a add spawn, but they're not like aggroable yet, like the floor 10 boss. He's gonna do either a push or a get away. So the yellow is get away. And then he's gonna do them in an order, right? So this is 1, 2, 3. So then you just want to get away from them in that order. So like that. Like that. Now, right when this ends, he's gonna do far or near. In this case, it's far. That means we have to be near. And then we have to kill the ads during this as well. If you don't kill the ads, they will enrage for massive damage. These are really squishy though. It's not like floor 10. These are really squishy, so you'll have plenty of time to kill those. And that's the whole fight. This repeats. Except he can sometimes do the push instead of the getaway thing. So there, he just does it. The blue is push. Same thing, it's gonna be an order. It's always the boss first. And we just want to get pushed away from all of them. Like this. This time he's doing near sides, so that means we have to be away because he's gonna blow up near. Like that. And that's the whole fight. You've seen everything. Sometimes there's these puddles. He doesn't do them all the time. Maybe it's like every other cycle or something. But you just have to avoid them too. And that's the whole fight. If you think that's scary, you can bark and you're gonna see less of it, but it's a pretty squishy boss. On DPS, you're gonna kill this very fast. Yellows get away. The way I remember the yellow versus blue is kind of like water's pushing you. Yellow is like, I don't know, yellow is just danger, I guess. I just remember the blue mostly. Plenty of time to kill those. Do you see that thing they're casting? That's their enrage. You see this is getting pushed. If you ever lose track of like the order, you can arms length this. So like if I don't know the order, I can just arms length like this. Like that. So like if you were not paying attention, just wait until the first one pushes you and then arms length. And then if you lost track during the other one, right? Where you have to get away, well, just use a defensive if you have one available. And then don't get hit by like all three, you know, like choose a side and commit to it. So that's yellow, and it means it's get away. And then we know this is the 2, and it means we're just gonna position there. And then we just move into the first spot. Like that. Boss doing far, that means we have to be close. And see how I took this one. But it didn't do that much damage, right? We're a tank. That's like the power of tank. It's like you still wouldn't die on a DPS at the moment, but later on there's gonna be mechanics where you would die on a DPS, but then tank gets away with it. And there's gonna be mechanics where you would die if you got it twice, but then tank you could get it by 5 times, right? So you're gonna see me actually get vuln quite a lot on this guide, which only is gonna prove the power of tank. I'm not doing it intentionally though, don't get me wrong. I'm just failing the mechanics, but it should prove to you that tank is pretty good for these bosses. Alright, we had no bard there, keep in mind. So this was the damage I took without double HP. Okay. So this next set is the first time you're gonna be in these layouts. You're gonna be in these layouts for 40 floors, essentially. So, hope you like them. So these layouts specifically, they are very big. Like, as in, like, the time it takes you to physically move between rooms are very big. Now, these don't look like rooms, but they are. Like, this is still the same square all-the-way system. It just kind of, like, doesn't look like it. But it is, right? So this is, right, this is a room. This is all the way, and then this is a room there, etc. Most monsters there have like a late telegraph thing, so I will mention it whenever it's a late telegraph. But then let's say I forget one, or that you just don't remember, assume on this set that it's a late telegraph. Like if there's a cast bar and you don't know what's going on, it's a safe assumption to just kind of like run far behind the monster, and then you're gonna see that it's a late telegraph. It's almost always a late telegraph. This snake sounds more dangerous than he is, but he's going to have like a long cast. All this does, if you let it complete, is he's going to run up to you and poison you. It doesn't do that much damage. You can stun it if you feel like it, or interrupt it, but it's not that bad. It is not that bad. I think it's pretty important on these sets. Starting from now, you should really find the key, and then as soon as you find the key, you want to like leave. Like when it's open, you leave. These are the worst. The next 40 floors are by far the worst floors to stick around on, and like I'd say this is true for all of the run, but like especially now, you don't really want to like start exploring the whole thing to just get chests. That is a waste of time. Like this is a big waste of time. You should just leave every floor. And I might, in my guide, I might go on my way, but it's for the purpose of checking every monster. It's for the purpose of fighting every monster. It's not because I think it's a good idea, right? So just keep it in mind. You definitely just want to find the key as quickly as possible. And honestly, if you find the key quickly, you're pretty lucky. Like, you take the good luck. And then as soon as you have enough kills, you leave. You're gonna notice monsters are still pretty squishy at this point. And they're gonna remain fairly squishy for like a long time. But they're still like pretty damn squishy. So again, we're just gonna pull whatever nearby. So the key is open. I think it's fine if you check like a chest in the room you're in. But I would not. And this is a mistake new runners do all the time, even in the other deep dungeons. This is not worth your time. Checking that room back there is not worth your time. Going all the way there to like check chest, this is not worth your time. You're tricking yourself in thinking it's worth your time, right? Like you think it's gonna be worth it because you go there and then you find a flight. And you're like, wow, I saved so much time. But then it's not worth it because you gotta remember the 7 other times that you did this and you did not find a flight, right? Like you can't just think of like the one time you found something good and then apply that to every time you try it. So there's starting from 31. So like starting from the last set, you can get mimics only from silver chest. So this guy. So I did mention Potch earlier, which is a debuff you get whenever this guy does malice. So I can't interrupt and stun right now, but if I don't do it, I get this debuff, which is the thing I talked about earlier, the thing that prevents regen, does damage over time, and reduces your damage. Now, there's a pomander that actually counteracts this. It's the only purpose of that pomander is to counter this. And it's this one. Purity removes the Potch status. This is the only way you can get rid of this. There's no other way to get rid of this. So I will just use it to show you. We get rid of this. I would say if you're playing a job that can interrupt, you probably just want to remove Potch right away because, you know, you're probably not going to get the Potch again because I'm sure you'll be paying more attention next time. If you're playing a job that can't interrupt, I would definitely remove Potch if you have 3 purities. If you have 2 purities, I might actually just keep the Potch on you and just fight with it. It's not that bad. The reason for that is there's something you can get sometimes, which we haven't seen yet, but there's a way to get a devotion buff that you really don't want to have a Potch for. So personally, if you have 3 purities, go ahead, remove it. If you have 2 purities, I'd maybe remove it if you're about to enter the boss, right? And then if you have 1 purity, I just kind of live with it, for sure. Paste. So this guy does 2 things. Whirl of Rage is an untelegraphed circle, like this. And then he does another one. Smite of Rage is just a line AoE in front of him. Now, luckily, you can kind of cheat on this monster because both of his untelegraphs are close range things around him. So if you just run away from him every time, you'll avoid it. This guy does a cone, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, cone, but this is not an untelegraph. Just react. We're still at floors where you wouldn't die on a tank. And you probably wouldn't die on a DPS. But this is definitely gonna get... This is about the last set where you can get away with getting hit on every job. I can't really confirm to you if nothing would kill you, but at this point you should definitely be respecting the mechanics because they will start killing you soon if they're not already. So cheese open. Is it worth it to check that silver? In my opinion, it's worth it. If it's in the same room as you, it's worth it. If you need to kill like 1 monster to get to it, it's starting to be like of questionable worth to me. See, we got poison fruit there, so we got the one that kills everything. So right now we have 3 incense. So the way I would tackle an incense personally, if you have 3, I would really not hesitate to use the third one. You can keep it, up to you. But I would not really hesitate to use the third one. The only thing I would guarantee keep is the bark. I would keep 1 bark on you at all times. And then you just use it on the boss, right? Everything else is kind of up. It's like up for you to use. Like, keep in mind the poison fruit is it gives you an invul. So if you're reacting really fast to something, like if you fuck up something but you know you fucked up, this can save you in a pinch. Same for the bosses. It can also save you on the bosses. But then I don't think there would be any problem using it just to like go faster, right? You could just sit at 3 incense. It's really whatever. The only thing that's important for the incense is you just have to keep a bark. The rest is really just up to you. I mean, they're fun to use, right? So Razane is the commander you should care the most about, so you should be jumping for joy whenever you find one. That is by far the most important thing to find there. By far. And as a reminder, it's your prod point. Like, I would raise your prod point. So if you died on the 40s last run, it'd be kind of stupid not to raise the 40s, right? Okay, this is actually a pretty unique monster. So this guy, when I pull him, you're gonna see him move very slow. You don't want to go in melee range against that guy because he actually has massively powerful auto attacks. They won't quite one-shot you on a tank, but they will like hurt a lot. So anyway, after every few seconds, he's gonna start casting this very long tortoise stomp thing. This is actually not a very big AoE. You're gonna see it's super small. But the way this guy works is you're supposed to go in and damage him whenever he's casting it, right? So you just cut him like that. And then as soon as you see him start casting, that's your cue to go in and attack him, right? And then let's say I don't do a lot of damage. Let's say my damage is low, so there's no way I'm gonna kill it. Then you just run away before he stops it. This way you don't get attacked or die to this. And then you just throw it back in next time he does it. And then if you're a ranged DPS, well, congratulations, you don't have to do any of that. You just heal it from a distance. But if you're a melee or a tank, that's how you want to do it. And I'm not saying you can't like go in there with big cooldowns and tank everything, but if you want to do like the mechanic respectfully, that's how you're supposed to do it. As a reminder, that guy, he does a point blank and a line AoE, but as long as you just run away from him, you avoid everything. So as you can see, monsters are not that threatening. Most of them on that set are just like, you know, gotcha monsters. They're like, oh, you didn't know there's a telegraph. Gotcha. But they still don't kill you yet. Most of them. Late game is gonna be a lot of monsters like that. A lot of like gotcha monsters, except they will kill you, right? You can stun that guy, like I said, you can stun most things again. You just have to try yourself on the monsters and see. I mean, there's probably gonna be a plugin like what was people using last time, like the beast cherry or whatever. There was a whole plugin that tells you what you can and can't stun. I'm sure there's gonna be something like that if you use it. But if you just want to check ethically what you can and can't stun, you just do it on full, and then you remember. We just leave as soon as it opens every floor. It's very important on these sets. You are wasting your time if you check every room, I'm telling you. Like, as soon as you find it, you leave. Now, are you wasting your time so much that you might time out? I don't think so. I think even if you're like being very distracted and checking every room, I don't think you would time out. However, I think you might have less. Well, first of all, you're just wasting time. But second of all, I think you might kind of run the risk of not having 2 tries on the boss if you have a raising. Because the thing that's nice if you have a raising is you might have like a second attempt on the boss. But then if you take your time on every floor, you're probably like ironically, even though you're getting more palms, you're probably more likely to lose because then you won't get 2 tries on your proc point, right? Of course, it doesn't apply if you don't have a raising, but you're gonna have raising sometime. I feel like 2 raising kind of average for me right now. That's about what you would expect at this point. 2 raising. Like, you might get a lucky run where you just have, like, a bunch of raising, you know. Which is what you want. Now, I will mention, if you're using the checkpoint system because you want to practice like a specific part, so let's say I want to practice the 90s, well, but I want to do it from the checkpoint, right? So I would start the 70s. Now, keep in mind when you do that, you will have no palms, like you will have 0 palms, literally. So then, in that case, you're likely to run into issues with the timer, but I would say it's still not an issue generally. Just use your palms very aggressively. Just use your palms like you don't like this run. Use your palms like you hate this run. So like just pick up, use, pick up, use, pick up, use, and you should be more than fine for your time. Just don't sit on all your palms, right? But as long as you just check chests and use them aggressively, it won't really be an issue even on the checkpoint. It definitely won't be an issue on the DPS. I'm talking specifically tank and healer there, because on DPS you won't have time issue. And the checkpoint, as a reminder, this only makes it so you can practice. It does not give you the title. Title run must be start from 1. I'm gonna wait for the patrol there. I want to shoot you guys the patrol. So this guy is a line AoE. And that's it. It's telegraph and everything. It's just, I just want to show it. So turtle, obviously turtle is like not grade 5 if you're a melee job, so yeah, I would probably pull other things, but I mean, if it's literally the only thing around, I'll do it. Like, you know, in that case, I'll pull it. So again, you stay from a safe distance until it starts casting. Then you go in, burst it as much as you can, and then you run out when it's at like 80%. Just like that. I mean, of course I could have killed it, but run out if you're not going to. Well, there's a thing there. Let me kill that. And again, I'm not saying you can't go near a turtle and, like, you know, kill it, tanking everything, especially on a tank, but if you want to do the mechanic the way you're supposed to, that's how you're supposed to do it. And if you do it the same way every time, well, it's gonna help you a lot if you run a job that's not a tank, where you could die really fast to it. So again, it's open. There's 3 entire rooms I didn't check. We don't care. We leave. As soon as it's open, we leave. And even more than that, if we have bombs at 3, we can use them. Getting used to it. Altar's reminder. It gives you guardians or mimics. So see there, we got a free poison fruit. I think it's perfectly fine to play like this, where you're just keeping your instance at 3 and using them when you're overcapped. I think you can keep him at 2. You can even keep him at 1 if you're very, very confident. Only thing that matters is that we keep a bar. So of course, if we're gonna kill everything on the floor, we might as well use a fortune, right? Because then, you know, we get just loot. And as a reminder, we have invuln when this is actually happening. Now, something to keep in mind, it's This is kind of a deep dungeon like knowledge, and kind of like I see people do this all the time, and I do this all the time. Whenever you use a poison fruit or a match site in event on high, you're gonna like in your brain you're gonna be like, oh, this floor is done, and you're gonna like be tempted to run in the middle of rooms, but like keep in mind this does not remove traps. Like there's still traps around, right? So even though the floor is complete and you probably have this switch in your head that's telling you like, oh, this floor's safe, you still should run through the walls, around the walls, because there's still traps in this. And it sounds dumb. Well, I have a safety there, so it doesn't matter, but it sounds dumb when I say it, but trust me, you will, like, it will happen to you. You'll feel like the floor's safe, but it's not. Just match, like, sorry, not match, like, poison fruit just makes you think it's safe, but it's not. Again, I wouldn't really go out of your way. I would just check what's around, like that chest around, and get out. So see, we got another purification in that chest. You're gonna see I'm not using purification at all. Like I said, it's not really useful. Very, very niche when we need to use it. So unfortunately, I can't really... I mean, I could use it, right? If I use it, I would get an 8-minute shield. You're gonna see on my buffs. I did 8-minute shield, but it's very unlikely to actually do anything. That's why I don't even bother to use it. There's definitely a few monsters we still haven't seen. We should be seeing them soon. There we go. Okay, this guy, a bit scary. Not that bad, but a bit scary. So he does magnetic shot. If you're far away, it doesn't actually do anything. And then he has a follow-up called Plane Cracker, which is just a bait circle, like this, on telegraph. So you have to know what it does. But the combo he's gonna do on you is gonna pull you in. Most likely you're gonna be close to him, right? He's gonna pull you in, so you can't get hit by this, it's fine. Then when he pulls you in, he's gonna follow up with Plane Cracker, so you're supposed to move away after the pull in. Now, line of sighting, even though it's not required, this is where it's very nice, because if you don't remember what this guy does, for example, then you could simply, like, you're like, oh, I don't know what this does. Okay. Okay, well, this time I dodged it because of no release. But then you could hide behind a wall, right? And just like, be like, oh yeah, okay, so this is what it does. And there's gonna be monsters where I'd say don't plan on doing a monster like that, but it's nice to know that it's an option. This guy does a lot of things. He does Fireball, which is just like a telegraph. He does a really big circle on himself. But then whenever he's in fireball mode, he just kind of like stands there like an idiot and shoots at you. So let me try and force him to come here. So he has a really big circle you just have to watch out for. Hopefully he shows it to us. Like this, tail smash. You have plenty of time to move out, you just have to know it's coming and don't like, don't pull in a... When it's a really big circle, the reason I mention it's not because I don't think you're gonna react. It's more because you have to make sure you're not in a terrible spot, right? Because you could definitely pull something like that in a spot where you have nowhere to run. This guy is a wombo combo. Front, back. Front, back. He does front and he does back. So you want to stay on his side. This guy, medium-sized cone, that's it. Like this. We have a votive too. It's in the way. It's not inconvenient, so I will use it. Fortune. We got the life steal again there. So we're definitely just gonna kill the monsters in the key room, and then if we're out, we'll break. But we don't have to explore anything else there. Something I didn't mention. If there's a votive on your floor, it actually calls it out in the chat. If you look in your chat, whenever there's a votive, it's gonna say... It's going to say something calls out for warmth. If you see that message, that means there is guaranteed a votive on your floor. But I wouldn't like... I didn't mention it because I wouldn't really... Don't look at the message and then kind of like go crazy trying to find it. Just pick it up if it's like on the way, right? Just use it if it's on the way, but don't go crazy looking for it. Like for example, let's say this floor, we know there's a votive. Don't like, and we're in this exact situation where the key's open. Don't like start going all the way, you know, to find it. No, just leave. You just want to leave. Gonna know what I'm there. Again, we open a silver with full HP, just in case this. If this explodes and you're not at 70%, you are dead, because this is max HP. Votives are very strong. So someone in my chat mentioned they are very strong. They are, but the difficulty doesn't really require you to look out for them. The way I see it, indeed it makes you very strong. But you're more likely to fuck up trying to find it than you are to just leave the floor, right? That's how I would explain it. This guy is only a cone, I believe. Okay, I guess he does this too. I'm pretty sure he does a cone, though. He does something obvious. So it's probably telegraphed, but let me just double check. Okay, no, he does a circle, my bad. So this guy is just a circle and then a circle himself, but both are telegraphed. Again, this patrol, it's not... I feel like this one's not obvious at all, but it's a back and forth, right? It's a forth and back. Creeping combination. I guess you can kind of infer it from the name. Combination. Oh, yes. Front and back. He'll never, like, do on the side. It's always front and back. Like this. So we're just gonna pull things there because the key's there. And it appears this guy is always just circles. Circle on himself or circle on you. Not out yet. Gonna check that chest. Patrol. So like, you know, could I hide me? Like, could I... You're gonna see that a lot in the other deep dungeons. Like, could I hide there and then let the patrol pass me and pull something else? Yes. But there's absolutely zero reason to do this in this deep dungeon. You always want to pull the patrol if it's convenient. Always. No exception. I can't even think of a single exception. So... always just kill a patrol. Unless it's very inconvenient. Like, and by inconvenient, I would mean, like... Let's say the patrol was running, like, it was, I don't know, there, right? Then, okay, maybe I don't want to, like, go through the whole room to just grab it and then risk pulling 3 things on the way there. But if it's in range of an ability, just pull it. So this guy is BDAE and a bunch of fireballs. But then, you know, let's say, like, let's say I don't know what this guy does. Let's say I'm pulling... I'm gonna do it on another monster. What I'm talking about. Let's say I don't know what this guy does. And then I just position myself by a wall. And then I face him away. And then I just hide behind the wall. And then it lets me look at what he's doing, right? That's the way I would do a monster if you just don't remember what it does. Because even though you're watching this guide, I mean, maybe you don't remember, you know, what everything does. So like, let's say this monster, I don't know what he does. I don't remember what he does, right? Then I just... I'll explain to you what he does, but let's say I don't remember what he does. I just like bring him by a wall, okay, face him, So if I face him that way, if he does a line AoE, he won't hit me through the wall. Okay, then he does a line AoE, so then I go hide. Then I'm like, okay, so he does this. Okay, so he does a back and forth. All right, which, by the way, this is what this guy does. It's just a back and forth card. I'm gonna find another one though to show it better. So free safety, of course, we'll use it. Just a cone. If the chest is in the same room as you and you don't have to go kill a monster to check it, usually it's worth it. Usually my like I said, my breakpoint is if I need to kill a monster to go check a chest, then I won't do it. And then it has to be in the same room. Okay, so let's pull an Antleon. So this guy, he's gonna charge you, but the catch is he like charges back too. So he's gonna do a line AoE, it's a charge. And you're gonna see it charges back forward, then he does it back like that. That's all he does. You just have to be out of the way. Now, a little side note: if he charges a wall like that, you're gonna see it pushes him a bit. Like you see how he move a little bit. So don't like. I wouldn't like pixel perfect this, right? Like I wouldn't really. Don't wait until the line AoE comes out and then stand exactly, you know, the next pixel, because he can get a little bit pushed whenever he's doing it. Like, I think if there's no wall, he won't, but then if there's a wall, he's gonna get like a little shifted to the side. So be careful about that. Just like give him a lot of room. Yes, mimics can cast Death Trap before proc sometime. This is true for the... I was talking about this earlier a lot, but the monsters in PT especially, even if I say they have few abilities, never expect one ability to come before the other. It's like it's very RNG in which other things are gonna happen. So if I say it does this first and then this second, don't assume it's gonna do this first and this second in your run. Just know they're both things that it can do. And this is very hard to get used to if you're coming from the other deep dungeon. So you really have to get this in your brain. So again, if he charges a wall, he gets shifted a little bit, so don't pixel perfect that telegraph. You also saw he charged further just because the wall, like, you know, boxed him in. Just give him a lot of room. This way you're sure you're fine. Like, don't stand there, because then he's probably gonna charge farther than this, right? Yeah, see? Because the wall blocked him. Alright, we just leave. No chest in that room. We don't gonna explore more. Just leave. Well, I mean, palms are, you know, like I said, palms are 3, use them. We have too many palms despite using them all the time and not checking every chest. You're going to have a very similar experience in your run. And like, see, that's what I mean, right? Could you explore more and get more chests? Yes. But then think of it that way, or like, you know, find voted, but think of it that way. How many witch chains would I have used if, or like, you know, other things would I have used if I kept running to like, you know, more rooms, risking more traps, risking more patrol pulling, risking more monsters? Like that's kind of what I mean, right? It's the trap of thinking that it's an efficient thing to check every room, but it's actually it's like the opposite. It's inefficient to do that. Like you're putting yourself at more risk. That's why I recommend you always just leave when you can. It's also why I recommend using the bark on a lot of bosses. Do you have time to kill the boss in 25 minutes? Yeah, you sure do. How much more likely are you to die on the boss if it takes you triple the time to do it and you don't have the 50% HP for it? The twice HP for it, right? Right. You know. Another thing, by the way, if you ever find a steal or a strength or a haste and you're on the last floor before the boss, it's not a bad, and then you can't pick it up because you overcap, right? It's an overcap, so it's like your fourth one. It's not a bad idea sometimes to just keep it in that chest and then you just pop it whenever the boss is ready, right? I think it's not a bad idea. Yes, you're gonna need to travel back, but if you can afford it, plus you don't have to run through new rooms. I mean, you won't have to run through new rooms because these are rooms you already cleared. Then it's not a bad idea to do that. The keys opened. Oh, so see there, I got a free strike and a free steal, so perfect. So we'll pop that steal and then we'll just leave. Okay, this boss looks pretty scary. There's a lot going on during that boss. Well, let me talk about it when I get to the key. When I get inside the boss arena. Oh yeah, so there's a lot going on that fight. Very busy fight visually. Like there's a shit blowing up everywhere. In fact, there's so much graphic stuff going on. You might not even notice there's anyone under your foot. So I do recommend you bard this, honestly. I do recommend you bard this. I mean, why not? Let's do it. He does not have many mechanics. He's like a very repetitive. He has very repetitive mechanics. He's just gonna do one thing and just keep building up on it. You may notice these stones. They're very important. He's gonna make the floor into sand, and then if I stand in the sand for 5 seconds, I'm dead. So I don't want to stand on the sand. I'm not gonna do DPS just so I can spend more. So this is the thing that starts the fight. So everything that's not a rock, if I go there, I'm dead in 5 seconds. So you only have a few seconds of movement. Now, whenever he jumps back, he's gonna do this move. What I like doing personally is I just like going near him. And then I just wait for it to blow up once, and I just run in circle like that, right? Like this. If you stand on the edge of this last rock, it's not gonna hit you on the last one. So that's the way I do it. Now, there's gonna be a bunch of rocks falling through the fight. They can fall on your rock, so just watch out for that. So now he's gonna show us the tornado. Tornado's simple. It's gonna count down to 3. When it's at 1, you just want to be in the sand. Like this. If you do this, then you don't get pushed. Just make sure you don't stand in the sand for too long. Now again, when he jumps, I like going on the rock near him. This one. Always this one. Preferably close to him like this. And then you wait. You just go. And just run in circle. Now the tornado is happening at the same time. That's the catch. So after this, you just do this. Like that. And yes, telegraphs can spawn on your rock. So you always have to be ready to move to a different rock. Now, keep in mind, you basically have only enough time to move between 2 rocks. So like, don't like move to a rock and then change your mind midway and then go to a different rock. Like, you have to come into a rock. Even if there's a telegraph falling on it, at least get hit by a telegraph and don't die, right? And commit to one rock and then move to it no matter what happens. So again, we just wait for 2. We move to the last rock. We wait for this to be at 1. 1, 2, we go. Boom, move back. Alright, very consistent. This is the whole fight. And yes, these rocks are random when they fall. It's, well, I don't know if it's random, but it's like there's a pattern to it. There's a not so consistent pattern to it, so just make sure you're ready to move if it falls on your own rock, right? Again, rock close. Be careful that when the AoEs are falling, sometimes there's one right on him like that, so don't be like too close. Also, when he hides, he becomes untargetable, but you can target him again when he starts jumping like that. Hide behind this, like that. See, I'm gonna let this hit me, just so you see. It doesn't do that much damage. Don't... If there's a rock on you, especially if you have a bark, and I recommend you do, don't like panic, just tank it. You're much more likely to die if you panic trying to avoid the rock and then you just die to the sand or something, right? So I'm just gonna tank that rock just to show you. Doesn't do that much damage. Now, if you're scared of like doing what I'm doing on the sand and going on the rock, what you can do is you can just kind of like move between 2 rocks while this is happening, like that. It's up to you, really. Me, I prefer doing it on the same rock, but you can just move between 2 rocks. Like I said, just don't panic if there's like a rock falling on you, right, during this. Yeah, it's like a pretty visually impressive fight. There's not that much going on, actually. It's just... Big thing there is just you gotta make sure the sand doesn't kill you because it's a KO. If you hit the 0 on the debuff, it's a KO. No matter how much HP you have, it's a KO. So everything else is kind of whatever. If you fail the tornado, by the way, it will push you into the wall, which will put a dot on you, but you're not dead. Like, don't assume you're dead if you fail the tornado. Just like hurry up and get back to a rock, and you're gonna be fine. It won't kill you. Okay, this next set, I would say this is where you're gonna start getting big deal monsters, which also I would start being worried of getting one-shot there. Especially if you don't have a steal, but especially if you're a DPS. I can't assure you that you're not gonna get one-shot or gonna get one-shot, but I would play with the assumption that you're gonna get one-shot at this point. So this guy is just a big cone. By the way, 3 strength, you definitely want to use one. This guy is just a big cone. Like this big cone. I mean, it's not that big, medium cone. You could also use a fortune with 3. This guy does basically nothing. Does a guard move that doesn't really matter. And you probably won't even see it. Okay, this bird is kind of dangerous. This guy has 3 abilities, but he has like very... like... he does them very inconsistently. He has a huge cone, a huge circle, and a huge donut. And he doesn't use them that often. Like, we'll see which one he does there. There, that's a huge cone. Pain Storm. Now, I don't know if I can force him into using his other abilities. He has a big circle and a big donut too. Both are telegraphed. All of them are telegraphed, so it's not like gonna catch you off guard. But see, that's the donut. Like this. And then he also has a pretty big point blank, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to make him do it. But all of them are telegraphs that you have time to react. I would say this monster, when you pull it, make sure you just run in close to him. I wouldn't really pull him from a distance unless you want to like LOS behind a wall, of course, up to you. But that's not really a monster you want to stay far from, because if you stay far, Cone or Donut could catch you off guard. Whereas if you just stay close to him, you can always outrange. You can just run away from the point blank, right? Scorpion doesn't do anything, just does a little line AoE, which is telegraph, maybe? No, he does a circle, my bad. He does a circle. Good. It's only a circle, not even worth talking about. It's telegraph circle, so... Ah yes, if you use a Pomade as a next floor effect, I didn't mention about the fly that it was gonna be its item effect. That's still true for everything. Like that's true for my affluence, that's true for my altar. Anything that's like as an effect is basically gonna show up there. So you see there, I have a fortune because I use a fortune on this floor. I have an altar because there's gonna be an altar on the next floor, and I have an affluence because there's an affluence on the next floor, right? So everything shows up there. Your raising would also show up there if you have one active. My ace would not show up there because it's a buff on me. It's buffing me. That's the circle I was talking about. It's nothing to worry about. Again, lots of these monsters, you won't really be finding them treadling on something that is a melee. It's more if you're a range that you just gotta be aware that they have like cones. Like big cones, they catch range jobs. They don't really catch melees. Donuts also catch range jobs. Ah yes, there's two exceptions to the thing about the item effects actually, my chat pointed out. Safeties and sides don't show up anywhere. So if you have to remember to use them. Nothing the UI is gonna tell you use it, unfortunately. The boss of this set, by the way, is pretty threatening. I believe it's the boss that gives people the most trouble. So it's definitely growing fast. I mean, I've been saying you should grow fast the whole time, but this set, there's a reason I think that's the first set you should raise blind, and you should definitely hurry up so you get to the boss with a good amount of time because you might die to it. It's not impossible. So this is altered, we know because we altered last floor. This guy only does a cone. It's telegraphed still, nothing to worry about. I'm pretty sure we've seen every enchantment at this point, by the way. That's why I've not really been talking about them. But yes, we are like getting them. You know, it's RNG. Certain sets have more chance to get certain enchantments. Typically, the higher you go, the more likely you are to get something bad. Like I said in Pilgrim's Traverse, that's not really gonna be something that comes up that often. Like, we're not really gonna worry about that much because we can just tank all the bad things. Even on the DPS, you can kind of just tank all the bad things. There's gonna be threatening monsters on that set, but they appear more towards the end of it. Though I think this burst kind of threatening. Oh, so see, that's the point blank. As you see, it's pretty big. Now, of course, the little trick you could do against the bird is you could just LOS, you know? If you're not sure what it's gonna do, you don't remember, you can always LOS what it's gonna do. You just like face him away and then you just hide behind the wall, whatever he's doing. But because it's telegraph monster, you probably would just react in time, right? It's more relevant for things that have on telegraphs. Oh yes, enchantments also. If you're coming from the other deep dungeons, you cannot... They actually remove blind and they remove no ability. So if you've been wondering why you haven't seen them, that's why. They don't exist there. And they were actually replaced with nothing too. So that's just like a net positive. Like you're just not gonna see them. And there's nothing replacing them. Like, it means the pool of bad debuff, bad enchantments, sorry, is actually quite small, right? There's not that many bad enchantments you're gonna get. So we're out. There's still multiple rooms to check. We do not care. We just leave. Check our pawns, grab things at 3. Might as well use them. Why not? Really gotta get into this habit of using palms. If you don't use your palms, you're gonna be just sitting at 2 and 3 the whole run. See there, we already have an incense. Now we have a choice. Bark, of course, we want to keep it for the boss. Poison, of course, could just like get me out instantly, right? I could use maze, which just lets me do the floor slightly faster. I mean, it's up to you. You want to be lazy and you want to just like get out fast, could use fortune and poison fruit. Could just maze instead. Either way, we gotta pick up that bark though. Let's see, we have even 2 barks. Now that's a good question. You could decide there that you want to pick up 2 bars and then you don't want to have 2 poison fruits. I think that's fine. Like, let's say this kind of goes back to like, of what are you more worried about? The floors or the bosses? If you're more worried about the bosses, then you definitely would rather have 2 bars than 2 poisons, right? If you're more worried about the floors, then you much rather have 2 poisons than 2 bars. That's really a judgment call. It's really up to you. In my case... because I want to show the monsters, I think I would rather have the bars, right? So I will actually pick up 2 bars. And as a reminder, you can use 2 incense that are not maze and bard. So I can always do poison plus something. So in this case, I use poison plus maze. Like this. Now, I'll allow myself to check these because they are pretty close. That's a lot of chests. Oh yeah, because I had an altar. An altar has a higher drop rate. Okay, so see, in that case, I did go out of my way for chests, but I kind of saw them and they were like all very close. So don't do that. Don't step on a trap that's hidden in the bushes. That was kind of a scrumback spot, not gonna lie. I never saw that. Anyway, this is the silence trap. Again, purification is a very questionable word there. But if you're gonna get silenced, at least it removes it. It's probably gonna be the only use you get out of this. Well, at least it's a use, right? And then also, interestingly enough, you get a shield effect. If you were to step on a silence trap with this effect on, it will prevent the weapon skill silence. So you see there, I did not get the weapon skill silence, but I still get the real silence. Just something to keep in mind. Yes, if you have the buff and you step on a silence, it always removes weapon skill first. I'm guessing because it's the first one in the order or something. Not sure why. Okay, this monitor, out of combat, is gonna cast this smoldering scaled move. This makes it so that if you auto attack him, it's gonna reflect big damage to you. It doesn't reflect scaled. It doesn't reflect damage scaled to your own damage. It just reflects a flat rate if you auto attack him. Otherwise, he just does a cone. But I'll show you what I mean. I'll let him... He casts the scale move in combat too. I'm not sure why he does it out of combat. So if I auto-attack him there, it will do damage to me. So you see that? 20,000? 20,000. That's the auto-attack reflect. This only triggers from the auto-attack. This does not trigger from skills. However, if I were you, I would just respect it and not, like, attack with anything. But your auto-attack is you have to turn it off. Like, that's the important part. And just to prove it to you, I'm gonna let him do it again. And then I'll do damage to him with a physical skill, but not actually auto-attack him. Like that. So you see it's not doing damage to me there? That's because it's only auto-attack. But respect the mechanic and just don't attack that guy at all. Again, patrol. If it's convenient, pull patrol. Always pull patrol, no matter what. Never let the patrol live. Like, you might think, oh, it's fine, I'm gonna let it go there and then it won't be in the way, but it's just you don't know the future. Like, you don't know. Maybe this floor is maybe you need to kill like 8 things out of this floor, and then by the time you're on the 7th kill, you totally forget about that guy. Then he's coming back. You're like in a hallway. There's no spot to move, and bam. And now, even worse, that's a no item. So now, if you like are in trouble, you would have to use 2 things, right? You'd have to use Serenity, then Witch Chain. That's a long time, man. Like, that's a long time to react. You know? You want to put every egg in your basket. Though I will mention, if you were in a really bad spot on the no item floor and you have a poison fruit, well, you can use it right away, right? So that's something to keep in mind. If you have a no item and you're like in big trouble, poison fruit's pretty viable, because then you don't have to use 2 things. Plus, poison fruit is instant. Like, when you use it, it instantly starts doing its thing, right? You get the invuln right away. Again, this guy does the scale move out of combat. All that really means is if you pull him and he has it up, just don't attack him, right? Shoot your weapon away. If you don't know how to stop your auto attack, by the way, you have to shoot your weapon away. So we're out, we just leave. Don't stick around, we don't care about these other rooms. They don't matter. Whenever you want to leave and there's monsters in a room, by the way, just like... If it looks like you would have to risk a trap to get out, I would just pull a monster that's near it. Yes, you could save some time, but the amount of time you would save is not worth the risk in that case. And then if there's like, let's say 2 monsters looking towards it, it's likely that by the time you kill the first one, the second one moves like that. So it's not gonna take you as much time as you think. Three ace. Even though I'm using my pumps like kind of aggressively, I'm still overcapping everything. That's how many pumps you're gonna get from your runs. Okay, this guy only does a circle. I know he looks like he would cone you or something, but this guy only does a circle around himself. It's telegraphed though, so it's not that bad. key is there, so we're just gonna kill everything there and then come back. That's also another reason why, if you find a key, usually you want to kill everything in that room, because this way when you come back to leave, you know there's nothing in your way, right? Just a good habit to do. Like, if I had to give you a priority list of what you want to kill, it would go something like that. Patrol that is in the way, top priority. Followed by monster in the key room. Followed by everything else, right? Kind of in that order. With one special exception, there's gonna be monsters later on. They do abilities out of combat that like hit things in the room. These are, I would say, the exception. These would be the top priority. Or at least they would be the same priority as a patrol, but that's the only thing that I would put at a higher priority. So we're just gonna pull. Very tempting to explore these rooms, right? But we don't care. Now that we know that we don't have enough, no, we check more rooms. Gradually. I don't think we've pulled that yet. This is a... I'm gonna go on my way to pull him. That's a big line AoE monster. He does fireball too, apparently, but the danger about that guy is a big line AoE, which I don't remember if it's telegraphed, but it's big. So let me just wait until he does it. I'm pretty sure it's telegraphed. I know he has a line AoE. He's trolling. He has a line AoE. I want to show you this because it's the kind of ability that if you don't know it's coming, you could like block the whole way with it. Even though it's a telegraph. You see? So like you gotta be careful about this. Yes, you want to pull most monsters in the hallway, but there's some like that that you kind of want to, you know, at least face it sideways. We're still not out. We just keep fighting. Yes, as a reminder, if it's a line AoE, it probably goes through walls. Which is why if you're pulling something, you don't know what it does, face it away, and then run beyond the wall. Because at the very least, if you do that, and it's a line AoE, then it won't take you, right? Because then if you face something towards you, but then you have the wall there, you don't know if it's line AoE, right? I'm assuming you don't remember what the monster does. And we're not really LOSing the monsters, obviously, because I'm trying to show you guys the mechanics, but LOSing is very viable. I've used it a lot on my clear. I mean, it's very viable even if you know what the ability is, because it's just very safe. I don't feel like you feel like you can't do it because I'm not doing it. It's good for you to know what it is and practice it a few times, just so that if your monster does something you don't know what it is or you don't remember, you can just do it against it. But you should probably know the monster mechanics too. Okay, let's just fly it. Okay, so we got a pretty dangerous monster there. I'm just using these. Let me just check the queue real quick. Okay, we got a pretty dangerous monster there. This guy's kind of dangerous if you've done the other deep dungeons, because he's like you're kind of used to the Gubu template if you're coming from other deep dungeons, but this guy kind of doesn't do the same thing. So when you pull him, very quick after pulling him, he's gonna do a drawing effect, which in that case won't do it because I have the knockback immunity. Okay, remember what I said about monsters? They don't always do the same thing in the same order. That's a great example of it. So never play expecting something. But either way, is Wombo that he's gonna pull you in, but then he's gonna do a circle, not a cone. From what I could see, if he pulls you in, he always does a circle after. You gotta be careful about that. If you're coming from the other deep dungeon, these guys have always done a cone, but this time it's a circle. It's not that bad if you don't have like the prior knowledge, honestly, because you can probably just get used to it. It's just pretty hard to remember if you're coming from the other deep dungeons. So by the way, what do you do if you step on a Lorraine and you don't expect it, right? Like what do you do if you do this and you're like, oh my god. Okay, you just witch chain. If you don't know what the monsters do and you don't recognize it, witch chain. Then try and identify something that you think is dangerous, like Guardian. Like, oh no, old carrot, you know, maybe this guy, I think this guy was like something bad, right? So then I'm gonna kill that guy. I would single target, not AoE. Try and burst down something. And then maybe that's enough to just save your pull, right? Now maybe you're fine with like the monsters remaining. If you're still not fine after the witch chain, you could witch chain again, or you could poison fruit. You could even use like a bard, you could use a maze. You have multiple options, but I'd say like if you step on the Lorraine, unless you are sure you can recognize the monsters fast, because in that case, for example, I could have done this without the witching, but that I have experience, right? If you don't have experience, it's unlikely you'll know what to do. If you don't know what to do, I would witch chain first right away. Just don't even think about it, and then decide what you're gonna do. I believe we're on 57. Okay, there's some more dangerous monsters there. This is probably the most dangerous monster of this set. This guy. Okay, so this guy does two things. He does a charge, which will always be followed up by a donut or a circle if you want to get away from. The charge is pretty fast when you pull him. Careful. He's gonna move with it, like this. Then he's gonna do donut or get away. Side tail is away. It's pretty easy to remember. It's a side. It's reaping around him, right? That's how I remember it. And then he does the charge. He does it very fast. There's not a big cooldown. There's gonna do the same thing. There did the side again. Gonna get away. I'll stay in combat until he does the other one, just so you can see it. So charge again. Side tail. Okay, we might be getting unlucky there. I just want you guys to see the other one. The other one has a very obvious name, so it's much easier to react to it. Master of Living, that's a donut. I think it's pretty easy to remember because it's, you know, the way I remember it, it sounds like a big deal. It's probably a donut, you know, because donuts usually are harder to do. Okay, so this guy, I'm gonna pull him without the donut back debuff this time. So he was gonna pull me in, but careful, he might do the cone first. You don't know which one's coming out first, so be careful. When he pulls me in, you're gonna hear the you know. So if you have the non-back immunity, you just can go with the sound too. But either if you have it from like arm's length, inner release, or the debuff, doesn't matter. The sound is the big giveaway. But either way, you just want to move away when he does it. Okay, this is a pretty dangerous patrol. He's gonna do a bait cast. It's a 270-degree thing in front of him. So this, when he does this, you have to go behind. You're gonna see this is very big. Yes, like this. That's all he does. That's all you're gonna remember. This is definitely a gotcha monster. You just have to know what he's gonna do. Again. Now, remember what I said about positioning the monsters? That's a great example. If I know that the only way to avoid this guy will be to move behind him, then I should really not have him like tank there, right? I should have him tank like this, because then whenever I dodge, I'm not running to a room and risking to pull monsters, right? So you should probably think of your position a little more. Okay, this is probably the actual worst monster on this set. So the whole line of sight thing I was talking about, that is a great time to do it, because if you can't interrupt or stun that guy, I would honestly never deal with this mechanic. It's horrible. I would just hide. And then he's gonna do either a cone or a circle. Trounce is the cone, circle is the other one. And then that's how I would do this guy. Now, if you have a stun or an interrupt, even though I said you shouldn't plan around using it, I think you should on this guy. So when he does it again, you can just stun, and then you don't have to deal with it. He's always gonna do the spin or the trounce. This is the spin. There's always a follow-up after. But the reason I'm saying you should not deal with this, and I'm gonna show you, is because if you actually deal with this mechanic, here's what happens. This puts the little finger on your head. That's a misdirection. I don't have to tell you that this is really hard to like deal with. So if I actually let this hit me, and it's a pretty big wrench, so you're not gonna run away from it. This puts this on you. I don't have to tell you that this isn't really great, right? Basically, you'll have this on your head, and you have to deal with a cone or a circle. So this monster, I highly recommend you LOS, stun, interrupt, maybe sleep worse too. I highly recommend you try everything in your power not to deal with this mechanic. I don't know, maybe you're very confident you can do it, but I think the risk of doing this mechanic is so high compared to just not dealing with it that I would just not deal with it, alright? Just my advice. In fact, just to tell you a little story, I did not even know what this guy did after I was 3 runs in, because I just never really dealt with it. I always stunned or interrupted or LOS'd it. And I highly recommend you do that. So, you know, if you've been practicing your LOS up to that point, that's the first, like, real applicable use of it is on this guy. There's gonna be a few monsters during the run where it's like this guy, where I recommend you don't deal with the mechanic. There's a few more, but this one is the first real one. Patrol, always top priority. Go behind. And once again, you can stun most of these. Not all of them, but most of these you can stun. So, like, I'm of course doing the mechanics. But, like, you could stun it. Just don't rely on it. Like I said, like, use it as a, you know, like, oh, sham overwhelm button. Don't use it as, like, in every monster button. Preferably. He's there. We're gonna pull the Gubu again. The Gigant, if you prefer it. Okay, you don't know which one's gonna do first. So see, this time he pulled me in. Even though we did Cone first time, the last 2 times. So you never know. Expect both. We're just waiting until we hear the sound and we get pulled in. Or we see a Cone, right? Okay, so we're getting pulled in. That means we'll run away. So see that guy, I'm just not gonna deal with his mechanic. Once more. I will stun this time. I will interrupt. Let's switch it up. He will always do a follow-up. So this time he's doing trounce. That's the big count. A little trick. If you don't remember if he's doing like the cone or the circle, which honestly they have pretty obvious names, so it's not that bad. But let's say you don't remember, you can just run far behind him, and that's gonna avoid both. So if you just can't remember or you're overwhelmed, just run behind them, and you'll be fine. Far behind, far behind. Just not a little bit behind, far behind. Or use a wall, right? You could just LOS. Because you could LOS as Trounce and you could LOS as Mighty Spin too. Free side. Do not hesitate to use your sights more than I am using them too. Landmines, as a reminder, it kills the monsters. I'm gonna show you, you don't have to do this. But yes, you can use it to kill the monsters fast. It is absolutely unnecessary in your run. Absolutely unnecessary. I just want you to know it exists. Like I said, if you have 2 purities and you're a tank, you probably don't want to get rid of the fox. Sorry, not a tank. Something with an interrupt. If you're something with an interrupt, you probably don't want to live with it. It's not worth it. Now again, this guy, we don't respect him. So like, see, we could even LOS this. So we just need a wall. And then bam, this goes very far. So you probably don't outrange it, but you can just hide behind a wall. Like that. And then you know what, you could even hide, even if he was using Trounce there, I could still hide behind that wall. And it wouldn't hit me. I mentioned that earlier. This trap, the transformation parry trap, which is really bad, looks very similar to a landmine. Don't get caught off guard by this. Also, I know there's gonna be questions about this. This guy looks like he's gonna do so many mechanics, right? But he doesn't do anything. He actually has 0 mechanics. He just attacks you and does nothing else. So this guy does nothing. You don't have to worry about him. There was a maze root in that chest. I would rather just keep my bars and my my poison, so I'll just not use it. Again, we're gonna pull this guy. Oh, see, so we did pull right away there. I had my inner release, so it didn't pull me in. If I had been pulled in, it's very easy. I just run away, right? It's not any different. I believe we've seen every monster at this point. So this guy again, fairly dangerous. He charges. And then he does a donut or a circle. This is a circle. It's a scythe. It's going to slash. Also, a little recommendation. You know he's going to open with charge. So don't have him charge in like a bad spot. Like don't have him charge in the middle of the room, for example. Because then you might have to go into traps to avoid his things, right? So make sure he's charging in the hallway, not a room. And if I am not wrong, that's all the monsters that we can see. See, we got Gloom HP down there. That's pretty bad debuffs. We have, I mean, if we have a free bar, then we might as well bar. if you ever use Bard on the floor, which will happen, Bard, I did say it's very strong on the bosses. It's very strong on the floors too. And if I just pull something, you're gonna see she does insane amount of damage to it. Dot being the really strong thing. I mean, it's great. Don't get me wrong. I mean, definitely use a free Bard. It's just that you should probably keep them for the bosses, you know. Definitely keep one in your bags. Maybe keep 2 in your bags. If you're not that confident on the bosses. Which, honestly, probably that's really most people on their first layer. 3 is overkill. I would rather have 1 poison and then 2 bards than 3 bards. But basically, you just choose between keeping 2 bards or 2 poisons. But you always keep 1 bard no matter what. So again, this guy, we don't respect the mechanic. And then if you're playing a job that truly cannot do anything about him, so like can't stun, can't interrupt, which I guess would be healers and caster, but he might be sleepable, so honestly it could be a situation where every job can do it. Like can CC him, I'm not sure. Well, let's say you can't like deal with it for some reason or another, your stuns on cooldown or something. Then a wall is great, but then if you like really have to do the mechanic, I mean, you know how it works. I show it to you. It's just annoying to do. But you know how it works. It's not like you're dead if this goes through. Alright, boss time. Damn. I have no reason to check that too, because I have all my cat things. This is the last floor where we can get silver mimics, by the way. At this point, they're all going to be silvers. Sorry, golds. We can't get silver mimics anymore. Alright, we got free strength. So see, if you take too long going to the key, at some point the monster will turn and see you like that. Okay, so that's generally the boss that gets people the most trouble there. It's really maybe 99. This boss has like... He has a few mechanics. They're not like that hard to understand. They're kind of hard to execute. No, I will say, this is a day 5, day 4 guide. So the way I do this mechanic is definitely not like optimal. I kind of adjust to it. I'm sure there's static patterns. I'm sure there's gonna be like better ways to deal with it. I mean, 14 is a game where fights are basically just static patterns, and you know, like, oh, this style's safe. I don't really know this yet. I think there's even a picture around right now showing like the static way to do it. However, I will do it my way because that's just the way I'm used to doing it. I will say, if you're gonna fuck up on this boss, if you're like overwhelmed and you know you're gonna fuck up, just try and get hit by one thing. Like it should be pretty easy to see a tile is gonna get hit by one thing. So just get hit by one thing, right? If you're in that kind of situation. I would 100% bard this boss. Probably the second most important one to bard after 99. I would steal 100% too. If you're a DPS with bard steal, you can't tank anything. Just don't get hit by 5 things at once, right? But anyway, let's do it. So he does very commonly, he does a move called Spine Shot. This is a front and back. It's both. Just a cone, just be out. Now, first mechanic, you're gonna see it's gonna put 4 tiles of cacti. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Now, the way this works for the whole fight is whenever there's a small cacti, it's gonna explode 1 tile. And then whenever there's a big cacti, it's gonna explode 9 tiles, like the 9 tiles around it. The whole fight is based around this idea. So you just have to remember this. And then with this information, we're gonna go over the fight more in depth. Now I'll just show you the second mechanic, what it looks like. So yeah, you get a nice view of it. So you're gonna summon a bunch of cacti again, small ones, big ones. And then they're all gonna move. according to the cast name. So this time it's one stop, right? That means it's gonna move once. Everything moves once. So everything moves once in the direction that he's saying. So one movement, and then everything blows up. Right after this, make sure this doesn't catch you off guard. Right after this, he does this. It's the move we've seen, except he spams it, and he spams it pretty fast. So just make sure you're running in circle. Okay, now that we know the cacti works, I'm gonna like explain how I solve this personally. Now this one is the one I struggle the most with. I just look at which one is the first lane, and then I see it as the lane. That's the lane I'm gonna move into, right? So I just get ready to move into it as soon as it blows up, right? So I know this will explode these 3 squares. Then I move where another big one won't hit, right? So I basically just look at the big cacti. Once I recognize the first big cacti that's gonna blow up, it's kind of like my safe spot in my head, right? And then once I move into the safe spot, I just look at the other lane big cacti, because that's the only one that could possibly hit me, and then I just do it. Now for this one, I look at the middle, I look at this guy, I look how many times he's gonna move. 2, so I know these 9 squares are not safe. That means I only have to adjust for the other ones, right? So then if I know if he's there, these 9 tails are not safe. I know this one, then 2, so this one's not gonna blow up, so then I know this spot's safe, right? And then you gotta make sure you're in, because right after this, it's this. Pop sprint if you need to, but you should have enough time. Now, of course, that's not gonna be that simple when you're doing it, because you have to do your rotation. Though honestly, you could just let Bard do the damage. He's doing pretty good. If you need to focus on the mechanic and you got Bard up, I mean, just do it with Bard. Again, I'm gonna show it one last time. First lane, okay, so this one's gonna explode. Okay, so this one is pretty easy, right? I just have to wait there. This is gonna make these 9 squares unsafe. Then I'm gonna run in all the way to the top of this lane. Oh, never mind, I fucked it up. Okay, well, I told you this mechanic was my least good one, but yes, as you can see, it doesn't kill you as long as you just don't run into like a million things. And on tank, with Steel Bard, it's very unlikely you're gonna die to the mechanics there. But yes, I still fuck up this first one way more than I fuck up this second one. And this second one, again, I look at this guy, I look where he moves, he makes these squares unsafe, then I just look at the rest, and then I know this is safe. Because there, these 9, there, these 9, and then this one, he makes these 9s unsafe. You would die if you, like, ran in all the shit, right? Like, if I'm standing there, you would definitely die on the DPS, but not on a tank. Like I said, I think this boss in the future, or the very near future, or maybe already, he probably has static patterns and like static positions for every pattern. So like you might have like a quote-unquote brain dead strat out for this, but I'm just explaining the way I do it. As you see, it's not perfect. This first one gives me trouble still. I just try to look at the first cacti exploding, and then I adjust from it. Like for example, this would be up there, because I know this will explode, and then there's no big cacti, so I can just stand there. But then, if you're gonna get hit by something, try and get hit by only one thing. And how do you try and only get by one thing? It's not that hard. You just look at where the big cacti are, and you just don't go near them, right? If you're nowhere near the big cacti, you can only get hit by one thing. So yeah, this boss I think is it's probably the second hardest in the whole place. Definitely, I would really have a bard for this. If you don't have a bard and you're a tank, still doable with steel without like knowing the fight too well. If you're a DPS without bard, I'd be sweating a little bit personally. This next set, I would say, is where you're really gonna start taking a beating from the monsters. At this point, I mean, I keep saying that you should really, you know, be respecting mechanics, but I'd say at this point, it's definitely where you want to do it. Because at this point, there's gonna be multiple things that one-shot you on any job, including tank, DPS. This is also, I would say, This is I would say where the HP stops scaling up. So the tankiness of the monsters on that set, that's as bad as it's gonna get. In fact, I would say it's even easier to go fast on the later set. But the HP values themselves, this is like the last time there. Okay, this guy doesn't do much. All he does is this circle AoE, like this. He doesn't do it very often. It's like pretty RNG whenever it comes out. So just don't be caught off guard by it. But as you can see, I'm doing a lot less damage right now than I was before. But that's as bad as it's gonna get. It won't really get worse than that. So on this floor, there's a very unique monster, which I believe there's one in this room. There's a frog that is invisible until you get close to it. And then once it sees you, it's gonna charge you and do an AoE. Let me see if I can show it to you. I use a safety to make sure I don't like run into anything. But yes, you see? It's invisible until I'm close to it. Unable to be detected from a distance. So this guy, he's a side type, so you have to like, he has to see you. But yes, if I don't go close to him, I won't see him. But then if I pull him, he will lose the invisibility and start his actual damage. So you see, he turned there. Let's actually like pretend like we don't know he's there, right? So then it would look something like that. Like this. He always does body press after the charge, and then he's gonna just keep doing this until he's dead. Or you're dead. He'll stand there. You just have to watch out, because when he charges you like this, then there's always a body press coming. Yes, let's say you were to focus target him and then like go away so he becomes invisible again. It basically, you won't be able to know where he is. Like, he won't keep in reveal or anything. He will still go invisible. This guy's pretty easy. All he does is a little cone. It might even be a square, but it's in front. Yeah, it's a little cone. Nothing else. No, I would say, I've been saying this whole time, you should be using your opponents if there are 3. At this point, I would definitely do it. Because, I mean, that's the 10th tier monster you're going to be fighting anyway. So, there's no better time. Like, there's not really any value in using a strength there rather than the EDs. At this point, it's all the same HP. So... Again, though, all we care about is finding the key. And there it is. Always stop in case this happens. As tempting as it is, don't do this. Never do this. I'm only doing it because I have a safety running, but don't do this if you don't have a safety running. So you see there, we actually have an invisible frog. I guess that's a better reason not to do this on that set. Because for all you know, there might be a frog. And yes, it's not very threatening on a tank. But if I was a DPS, this would actually be doing like a fair amount of damage to me whenever I pull them, right? I don't know, let's say 30 to 40% of your health. So you gotta watch out for it. It won't be as bad. It won't be so bad that you can't out-sustain it. But it's something to keep in mind. Which also reminds me, I haven't really been using them because Warrior has a lot of healing. But you remember these Pilgrim's Potion I told you about at the very beginning? This would be the set where you would start using them on cooldown, possibly. Don't feel bad about using them on cooldown, because you're gonna get more than you can ever use. So there's not really any reason not to use them on cooldown there. Now, you might have an experience where you get to this set and you just are like really struggling with your time. I'm gonna tell you, if that happens, I would say only 2 things really come to my mind as of why that could have happened. First of all, is you're not fighting the monsters non-stop. Like, you're just taking a lot of time between pulls. Or the second reason it might happen is because you're overcommitting to exploring way too much. So there, if I know that he's there, I just want to kill monsters until I'm out. Like, it's never worth it to go out of your way and start checking other rooms. If they're not very close. So the only reason I'm in this room, it's not because I wanted to check a chest, it's because I ran out of monsters here. And we're out. So again, we're just gonna use what we have at 3. I say we have 3 ace. So ace probably gonna happen next floor. We have 3 sides. We could use a side too. That would be fine. So there we got, it's the first time we got this effect, Rapid Recitation. This is actually pretty interesting. It makes it so your cooldowns are 50% less. But when I say cooldown, I mean like cooldown. Like, you know, my inner release, instead of in a minute, it's 30 seconds. My upheaval, it's 15. My charge is 30. Though I think there might be, maybe it doesn't work on effects with like duration. This guy, by the way, I should really talk about this guy more than that. He does a left-right or a right-left. Whichever direction he punch first, you want to be out of that direction, and then he's going to always do the other one without a cast bar. This guy is very easy. He does a circle on you. And then he does a defensive buff, but which you would rather stun or interrupt, because, you know, it makes him tankier, but it doesn't actually... It doesn't really matter if he gets it. It's just gonna get some seconds of, like, you know, defensive power up. This shield run. But yes, of course, with that buff, we're doing a lot more damage, on, especially on Warrior, which, you know, is based around inner release. Not every job benefits from this the same amount, but typically it's gonna give you a buff, you know, it's gonna like improve your damage typically. But there's definitely some jobs that don't benefit as much from it, such as Summoner, because it doesn't affect the Bahamut for some reason. So again, we only care about finding the key. We just check chests if they're like nearby. Is in there. I'll show you again what this guy does, because I was like talking last time. So this guy, when you pull him, he does left or right. So he's doing right, that means I want to be on the left, but then I have to make sure I move into the right whenever he does it, like this, because then he's gonna do a left. He's got a little gotcha mechanic, and you just start getting used to those, because we're gonna see those more and more. There's gonna be a lot of gotchas coming up. I would say generally for most monsters, if you can't remember what it's doing and it's doing some kind of left, right, in, out, up front, usually you want to go into the telegraph as it resolves, just in case there's a follow-up. That's not that won't do much for like most monsters, but it will at least save you from like a couple of them if you just can't remember what they do. There's really only one monster that punishes this, and we haven't seen him yet. So again, we just care about opening that key. And it's open. We leave. Yes, there's another room. Yes, maybe there's stuff in it. You are absolutely wasting your time if you do this. Trust me. So Raise Lane, you should be very happy to see a Raise Lane. I would say if you know like the entirety dungeon and you're prodding, you're clear. But let's say you don't really have a prod point anymore. Personally, I would raise 61, 71, and then I would raise the 90s. If you don't find a fourth raising, I would raise the 90s. I think the 90s are more dangerous than the 80s, and I think the 80s are less dangerous than basically the two sets before that. I think right now we're in a stretch of the most dangerous sets. I think the 60s and the 70s are going to be the worst ones. So I would heavily recommend raising those. Like I said, if you don't remember what a monster does, never a bad idea to just kind of like chill in the back, and then as soon as it does something, you just run back into it like that. This will either do nothing or save you on a couple monsters, and there's only one monster that finishes this. As far as I can remember, at least. Though, of course, it's better if you just remember what the monsters do. Of course, if you like the badge, feel free to use intuition. I haven't really mentioned it more than just explain what it does. But I obviously use intuition if you want to get the badge. We found the key there. So we find a key, we fight. Now I will actively go a little bit out of my way to check like more monsters on our floor. It's not because you should do it. You should just kill and leave. But I wanna make sure I can cover every monster, right? So let me just make sure there's nothing I'm missing. Because we still don't really have a list of every monster anywhere, so I have to like go by memory. And even though I know what the monsters do, I struggle to remember like, oh, this guy is on this floor, right? Which is because if you don't know how it works in Deep Dungeon, I've never really thought about it. The way it works is it's like basically every floor has a pool of monsters it can spawn, but it's like set in stone. So like, let's say we're on 63. Well, this guy, this cliff mole, can spawn from 61 to 64, let's say. But then as soon as you're on 65, then that guy no longer appears, right? He's locked to that first four floors. And every monster works like that. So it's why right now you're seeing like things I've already seen, but you're also seeing new things. It's just the new things, let's say they start spawning from 63, and then they stop spawning at 67, right? But then there's also things that they were starting at 61, but they're stopping at 64. No, there's another overlap going there. I think most sets have 13 monsters or so. 13 to 14 different kind of monsters. We will, of course, use that strength. So just to show you what it does, that guy, when he casts the long thing, Shiltron, this is not some kind of damage thing, it's just a defense buff. Damage taken is reduced. Kind of pointless, honestly. And you can still attack him through it. But of course, just stun if you have one. So again, we would have just been fighting around the key. I just want to make sure I'm missing nothing, so let me check one more room. What I'm doing right now, by the way, it's not super necessary to optimize our pupils like that there, but this is like... It's not a bad idea if you want to move and do a little bit of damage while you're moving, to just like spam a range attack while you're moving away from a monster. Even on a tank that has like a bad range attack, it's not a bad idea to do something like that. Like, as you can see, we haven't really hit any wall traps. They're just like really rare in this deep dungeon. They're much more rare than the other three. They still exist. I know I've hit at least one, guaranteed. They're still a thing, but you're very unlikely to hit them there, as long as you're dodging the wall. Also, if you are playing DPS, watching this guy, you must be flying through these floors compared to me. So, you know, that's the strength of DPS. These floors are going to be flying through them. But then the weakness is you can't really fuck up as much on the bosses. You can still fuck up there and there. Especially with Bard, you can fuck up there and there, but you can't really, like... You know, you can't really go get 4 Vols on the boss, on a DPS. I haven't really thought about when is a good time to use Steel. Honestly, it's because there's not really a good time to use one. On the bosses is the best time. The second best time after that would probably be just like, you know, a bad pull. Like a pull going bad and you're scared of the amount of damage you're going to be taking. Outside of that, I would say it's mostly a convenience commander. Just use it if... use it if you don't want to worry about your HP for a little bit. Okay, this is... see, Invisible Frog, again. That you always gotta be watching out for these guys. The guy behind him is the most dangerous monster in this whole deep dungeon, in my opinion. So we're gonna cover him. Okay, so... Oh, well, another frog. Let me get rid of it. I want to make sure I have a clean room. So, this guy, you know I said you should pull most monsters inside of hallways? This guy is like... He has technology to like, catch you off guard if you do that against him. Okay, let me kill the patrol next. There keeps big things that just are coming to my room. I want to have a clean fighting space. All this guy does is a line AoE. This untelegraphed. And then when he's low, he does this big circle thing. You can stun him. You can probably sleep him too, but most of the time you'll just have time to kill him before this goes off. And then if you do stun it, he will just cast it again after. So like you have to actually kill him. Okay, this guy, first of all, he's a proximity monster. So it's the most dangerous kind of thing of aggro type because you can't really avoid him if he's in the way. This guy has 2 abilities. He has a non-threatening targeted circle on you, which we don't care about. Then he has an uber dangerous cross-shaped AoE called Rock Slide that he only starts casting with at below 50% HP. So I will show you. I will first of all pull him and just get him low. So he starts casting the threatening ability. Now, the reason I said you should not pull him in the hallway is because here's what's gonna happen if you pull him in the hallway. So let's get him to show us his cross-shaped ability. Now, if we fight him in the hallway like we should, because this is just a deep dungeon, like, good thing to do, well, he's gonna do this and you're gonna be like, what is this? Oh, it's a cross-shaped AoE that covers the whole place. So be careful. And that's the threatening thing. It's a cross-shaped AoE, which is huge. You can stun that guy, and it's probably good for you to remember this. So the way I deal with this cross-shaped AoE, the way you deal with it, you have to do sideways like this. But then, you see I went into the room to avoid it. So it's preferably, when you pull that guy, make sure you face him in a way that you can dodge the cross in the hallway. Or get a stun ready. I wouldn't mind. I really think it's not a bad idea to stun that guy every time, because it's a very risky ability. Now, if you're gonna get hit by this, and you know you fucked up, at least don't be in the middle, because then you won't stack up both, like, line AoEs. So you saw I survived the hit on Warrior there. So, like, at least if you're gonna get hit, only get hit once. Now, one last thing. If you're against that guy and you totally, like, screwed up, and you're like, you will get hit by the cross-shaped AoE, like, you know there's no way you're gonna avoid in your position, you can actually LOS this in a pinch. So, like, if he just does it again. If I hide there, it will actually miss. like this. And that's mostly it. So, very threatening monster. Also, apparently, he is sound, not proximity, so my bad. That means you could RP walk past him. Which might be good to know. But I wouldn't really leave him alive just because I wouldn't want you to have to deal with a patrol later on and then you run back into this guy, right? I would probably still kill him if he's in the way, but you could actually RP walk past him. Now, we had this very weird situation with 3 patrols coming my way, like, so late into the floor. Very weird. We're just gonna kill those. Now, of course, if this was, like, your real run, you probably would not be... I've been fighting a rod guy for 2 minutes, so that would not have happened. But if you were to be in a situation like this, you would definitely wait chain unless you knew what the monsters do, right? Wait, as you can see, when you know what the monsters do, it's not that bad to just fight them out like this. Which, you know, shameless plug, if you ever want to do a PT, like you cleared, but you want to like improve it a little more, you want to get back into it, but you want to like do a little more, scoring runs is very fun. And that's the kind of pulls you would be doing in a scoring run. I'll check this because it's close. So yes, 4 driven and parity, probably the most threatening monster in this Star Deep dungeon. You gotta be very respectful of that guy. And like, just to show you again, I just want to show you again, if... Oh, there was a frog there, so that's why you gotta be careful. If you know you fucked up already, this will be like, this always a very good classic example of this. If you fucked up, at the very least, try to LOS it. And at the bare minimum, try to get it only by 1, right? And like, yes, of course you want to just have him sideways so you can easily dodge. But it will happen, especially because let's say I'm there, and then he does the circle AoE, right? Well, I'm gonna move to avoid it, and it's possible I won't really like be readjusting, right? I'll be just kind of like standing in my new position, like that. So then if you ever fuck it up, at least hide behind a wall. Maybe the AoE would still miss you, but at the very least, it will, you know, not do damage to you if it connects. Okay, still gonna use the pumps at 3. Now, I would say 65. I don't think time is going to be hard to manage, but that is probably one time where you just want to double check your time at the top right. Once you leave this floor, if once you leave this floor you are below 30 minutes of time remaining, or close to that, then I would not hesitate to use your farms a little more aggressively. And by that, I mean, instead of getting them down to 2, just get them down to 1 instead, until you feel now you're comfortable about the time again. So right now I've been using my palms. And see that guy, it's why you can't autopilot against that guy, right? Just because right now I'm dodging into a room, so that means there's a risk of a trap. You really don't want to autopilot against that guy. And yes, you can stun. But yeah, you know, I said to keep your things at 2 most of the time. If you feel yourself falling below the pace, let's say 30 minutes by the time you exit 65, then just bring you down your things to 1. Okay, Talos. So this guy is a bit different in solo and in a group. What he does in solo, he's gonna jump on me. So you see, it's there, right? I'm there. He's jumping on that spot. The catch is he's gonna do an AoE follow-up after this, like that. Now, there's a donut safe spot in the middle of that guy. When he's doing that, it's not actually a point blank. It's like a donut follow-up, but I highly recommend you just run away from it because it's very small. I think it's much easier to just run away from it, and I recommend that's what you do. There's a chest right there, so we'll check it. And we get a free strength. Now, could I keep that strength in the chest, come back for it as the floor ends? Yes, but it's not worth it. Especially on these 4 sets that we're doing with like the desert layout, because they're just too big. So see, we gotta be ready. Because it's coming out. Ace. You might hear people tell you that AoE pull is optimal on tank and healer. Like, you know, pulling multiple monsters and just doing damage that way. Yes, it is. And see, this is very big, right? You gotta be very careful against that guy. I just highly recommend you stun that guy every time. Like, know what it does, but stun him every time. Sleep him every time if it works. Which, unfortunately, I cannot confirm if it works. But either way, just be very ready against that guy. It's very easy to die against him. Yeah, you're gonna hear people tell you that AoE pulling is optimal on tank. I mean, they're right. It's just I don't think it's worth the risk for clear. It probably won't really matter. So we're out. Now, a time like that, it's not a bad idea to use a site just to know where the key is, you know, because we have basically take a 50-50 there. It's never a bad idea to site if you just want to know where the key would be. So now we're checking the time, 32. So I said the pace would be 30 minutes. So, you know, we'd be pretty close to the pace. It'd be fine if you wanted to use some more commanders there. So, you know, would have been perfectly fine. Use a flight, use a poison fruit, use a devotion even, which we still haven't used. And I still have not been able to show you what it actually does. This will come in the future. On Final Stain is an untelegraphed line AoE. The same one as the first set, except this time it's untelegraphed. Now this guy has an enrage when he's low. Which is not this. This thing. Final Stain. I can't really tell you what it does. I assume you just die if this goes through. So just kill it. There's plenty of time. So there, okay, this guy's got a little gimmick, you have to remember. All he does is align AoE. You're gonna see it. Several thousand needle. This is always align AoE. Late telegraph. Now, the catch is he's gonna ace himself. Like this, which makes him attack faster, which is not a big deal. But the catch is that this will also make his cast bar faster. So if I just wait there, see? Much faster. And this time it doesn't even show you a light telegraph. It just is like really fast. Now, as a word of warning, this guy, he can't do his haste first. So I don't know if I can provoke him to do it, but he might do his haste first. He didn't do it this time. I have 100% seen him do his haste first. So I would, when you pull that guy, do not try to away from him. Just like go in melee range and adjust, okay? I'm telling you, you're gonna get caught. If you go far away from him, you can always just kind of like escape the first line he does, but then if he ever does ace into line, you might just be dead. So we know where the key is. We just chill until we're out. You should definitely just chill until you're out. In my case, I'm just going to explore, make sure I didn't miss any monster. By the way, if you're for some reason will not chill this in time, you could always just LOS behind a wall. Like this. But I would be very surprised if you don't kill that guy in time. Maybe on a healer. Possibly on a healer. So you know that you can always LOS. It's an option. On a DPS job, that would never happen, though. There's no way you would never kill that guy in time. Okay, that guy, if you've done your Karthos, he's much less sharing than the one in your Karthos. So this guy does one thing only. He does Sewer Water, which is an untelegraphed frontal, like, half circle like this. He does not do, like, a back forward follow-up like he did in Era Karthos. Now, the catch is... he can also do it behind him if you're behind him when he starts casting it. Which is... honestly, this would be hard to, like, cause in solo, but it could happen if you, let's say, stun him and run behind him. Which I will try and make him do it. Just be aware that if you were moving a lot as you were fighting him, well, don't do it. Because don't move a lot, because it's possible he would just do it behind him first. I don't know if I can cause this to happen like just normally. But like 99% of the time you will do in front like this. Let me just try and stun. So I might do it behind if I stand behind him. Yeah, see? So this will be behind this time. You're very, very unlikely to see this alone, but just be aware that... like, basically, the way I would explain it, if you were moving a lot against that guy, and you were not sure if he's actually going to be casting it behind or front, I would just run away from him. You can just simply do this, like this. You can always just run behind. Sorry, not behind, far away. Now, if you're coming from your Karthos, well, not really your Karthos, but if you're coming from Heaven on High or Pass of the Dead, you might be looking at my time right now and be like, whoa, this looks slow. But you have to remember the HP doesn't really scale up. So, like, the time it's taking me to do this set is the same time it's going to take me to do every set. Except it's going to be even faster to do the last two sets because those have a, let's say, specific game mates that speed them up. So this set and the next set, this is it's the slower sets you're going to have to be doing. Again, never a bad idea to use a side. If you don't know where the key is and you just want to speed up a floor. So this would have been an okay time to use one. Okay, this guy, two things. He does this is a untelegraphed cone. Remember this. Into a AoE around himself. Now, remember that the gaze is a cone and not a gaze, because if you're from the other deep dungeons, you are probably used to that guy doing a gaze. Instead, it's a cone this time. It's not a gaze, it's a cone. So it's not good enough to turn around. You have to actually respect it, and then he will do that follow-up after every time. I've never seen him do body slam before the gaze. Don't assume it can't happen. But at least I've never seen it. I've always seen the two happen one after another with the gaze been first. I've not been using my fortunes at all. You should. So that's a gold mimic. From 61 all the way to the end, you can get gold mimics. Now these have one thing different. You can't stun them. So if I stun, it doesn't work. You can interrupt, and you should. The malice specifically, so you don't get the pox effect. But then keep in mind, if you do get the pox, you have priority to deal with it. But then if you have a job with interrupt, you know, don't deal with it. Now, another thing that's nice is the pox cooldown, or the malice cooldown is exactly 30 seconds, so your interrupt will always come up for it. So So now I don't have to like kill him. No, I don't have to rush to kill him. It'll just gonna let me interrupt again if I wait for a second there like this. If you're playing a job without an interrupt, you're gonna like... Don't make Pox into a bigger deal than what it is. Yes, Pox is scary, but it's not as bad as you think. So like, don't start burning your palms to not get Pox. It's probably not worth it. At most, I'd use a Witch Chain. Like, I'd be fine using a Witch Chain just so that maybe you save yourself from it. But I wouldn't go down to 0 Witch Chain just for that, for example. So there we have free Poison Fruit. I will use it. Let me just check if there's any new monster first. Again, if you're gonna do a Poison Fruit, you might as well Fortune. Because, you know, it's a lot of kills. But then again, don't go over your way too much to check monsters. I'm only doing it to check, like, the actual monster types. But... don't actually do something like this. Okay, there's one new monster I want to fight. So let's do it. Which I guess in my case I'll just use this then. And pick up the Poison Fruit. So Bark on the floor. I don't remember if I've used her on the floor before. She is a great damage on the floor. So, you know, she's not bad at all on the floor. You like definitely use her when you find her. You're gonna see she does like that big circle sometimes, big lightning circle like this. This is the bulk of her damage right there. We have a candle there. Free ace. Okay, this guy. He does a not too big cone, but I think he does something else. Let me just remember. Yes, he does a target circle and a cone. The cone's called Lens Slip and is untelegraphed. The circle is always telegraphed. Unfortunately, she might kill him before we see the cone. Okay, that was the cone, Lens Slip. I'll maybe try and fight that guy again on the future floor. But yes, that was the cone. Key is in there. No reason to be there. Now, that's especially true if you have a maze with you or you're playing a job. If you're gonna be traveling a lot anyway, then you might as well just pull something. And the maze, sorry, not the maze, the bark and the maze are pretty good at doing damage when you're moving. So, you see there, even though I'm not doing much, he's still able to get some good damage on him. So you might as well take the free damage, right? Now see, this is an interesting situation there. I could be safe, hug the wall, pull that guy. I could wait for the guy to move, or I could be risky and run to the middle of the room and get a trap. Or I could safety, and then it's not risky anymore if I do this right. You got a lot of options. If you have 3 safeties, I would say it's definitely not a bad idea to do something like that. If you have 2 or 1 safeties, maybe don't do it for one single pull, right? But if you have 3, then you might as well use it for this. So I believe we've almost seen everything there. Now, let's say I was on this floor and my time was actually bad, right? Let's say my time was at 10 minutes right now. It would obviously be quite bad if my time was at this, well, at 10. Now, I will say, if your time is at 10, there's some ways to fix it, but like you've already screwed up, right? In a way, in a way, the mistake's already behind you. Like, you've already screwed up. Your mistake was definitely just taking too much time faking your fights, or overcommitting and checking way too many rooms for no reason. And then you also did another mistake where when you were on floor 65, your time was probably bad, but you didn't really like do anything about it, right? So at this point, there's some ways to fix it, but you've already kind of screwed up. I mean, a way to fix it, obviously, is just to do a poison fruit. Sorry, I want to not pull that guy because I wanted to show. So, like, the most obvious way to fix it would be to do a poison root, a poison fruit. Now, a less obvious way would just be to use a bark or a maze root if you have one, and just use their damage, right, to help you. And honestly, that's kind of it for PT. Like, you don't really have a big, you know, a big commander to use. Devotion is very strong, but it's like a 2-floor delay thing. So then Devotion, it would be a good thing to use if you recognize that your time is bad on the earlier floor. So that's why I'm saying you don't really want to get to this point where with time that's really low. But if you do, I mean, use your strength, use your steel, use your ace, like use everything you can that gives you power. And then if you have like big instants, use them. I think it's actually the first time we see this. This is called a treasure room. Treasure rooms are rooms that have a shit ton of monsters in them, and they have 4 chests, 1 in each corner, and that's it. So there are rooms that just have a massive amount of monster. Now, generally, I'd say don't deal with this, but sometimes you will have to deal with it because it's either in the way or like the key is inside of there. Now, when that happens, if you find it early, generally it just means you're gonna pull the monsters from that room one by one. If you find it late, or you find it early and you have like resource to spare, or your time is like a bit low, now you could always just fortune poison fruit, because then the advantage if you do that is you can loot all of these chests after and all of the monsters, right? And then one last ditch thing you could do is, let's say the key is not in this room but like in a different room, you can technically just run through this with a raising active and let yourself die at the end, and then all the monsters are on aggro. I would only do this as a very last resort if your time is just not great. I would only do it in that situation. In our case, I guess we'll just poison fruit because, I mean, we have a free instance to pick up anyway. I keep trying to find a... There's two votive transformations I keep trying to find to show you guys, but I just can't find them. So yes, fortune, poison fruit. I mean, you know, I said don't draw your way for chest. Yes, but then, if there's literally 4 chests, then yeah, it's probably worth, you know, probably worth 20-30% of your time. Check those. And we got poison fruit back there. But yes, back about the time. If your time is bad there, it would be too late to use Devotion, for example, because if you use one, it would spawn 69, which can't happen, so it would just burn your Devotion for no reason. And again, you have to remember that the time it takes you to do this floor is the same time it's going to take you to the next set, and then it's the worst it's ever going to get, right? So you shouldn't stress about it too much. If you were fine on time there, or if you were not fine, but you use barely any commanders, you should not stress about it because that's as bad as it's gonna get. And I can assure you that time is not gonna be hard to manage there. If you are low on time, it's gonna be either because you started from a checkpoint with nothing on the job that has bad DPS, or it's because you were not using your palms and you were exploring too much. I don't even think you get in that situation from not using your palms. I think you get in that situation from just over exploring, right? I think that's by far the most likely thing to kill your phase there, or if your Eater pool is not matched out, but I'm assuming your Eater pool is matched out for this. And then if you're a DPS that there's not even a sliver of chance you're gonna be low on time. This is mostly just for healers and tanks, this whole time thing. Even on them, I don't think you really have to think about it. But then if you have to think about it, it would be on them. On DPS, there's no way you will be low on time. If you're low on time on DPS, you are doing something like fundamentally wrong. Like you are taking 2 minutes per monster because you're checking the guide or something. There's the only way you would be behind on DPS is if you're taking a massive amount of time between your pulls. Or there's like a mechanical issue in your rotation. Yes, that could also be like, but it would have to be a really big issue. Because even me, my rotations are not great. Okay, so I want to show you this guy, but like actually show what he does this time. That body slam is surprisingly big. Don't read this. I can show you the donut dodge. I will, but I do not recommend you do it. I really don't recommend you do it. I don't care if you're melee and you have uptime brain. It's such a risky thing for no reason. I will show it to you. But it's a very unnecessary thing to do. Like this. This is definitely not content where uptime is something you want to think about. This is a content where you always want to take the lowest risk option to you, available to you. Side note, can't stun that guy, so don't be caught off guard. I mean, I'm not really covering what you can and can't stun, but this guy specifically, I know that you can stun him. Because he can get you like in kind of a bad spot easily. Okay, so let me just show that guy for real this time. So this guy, 2 things, target circle on you. And a cone. The circle is a telegraph, so you don't really have to react to it. Oh, sorry, you don't have to predict it. The cone is not a telegraph. So again, monsters have orange in their rotation, so sometimes it's hard to get them to show something, but you can't look at this and then your assumption is, oh, this guy does lens slip after 2 circles. Like, you can't look at it that way. It's RNG. Okay, so lens slip, that's the circle, the cone, sorry. It's not that big. There it is. Now, as you can see, my time is what I would call bad. Despite us talking the whole time, exploring like so much just to show monsters. Not even using palms very aggressively either. Just kind of keeping them at 2. And even then, I've not been doing a super good job at this. So, don't worry about time. He's there. Okay, this boss is the Cyclops, if I'm not wrong. Okay, first thing I'll say about this guy, whenever you pull him, the arena becomes really small, so like don't go on the side and pull him, just respectfully walk in the middle and pull him. This guy is like pretty easy. I definitely have, let's say, lazy strats against him. I don't really have an optimal way of doing it. It's very consistent, but it's lazy. So just be warned. Now you have to pay attention to what I'm saying against these mechanics, because the animation don't always match what's happening. So I'm gonna Bard, Steal, and Strain. You should definitely Steal Bard every boss from this point if you have them. Okay, so this guy is based around some kind of like ball on the ground that does a donut. They always do a donut. So first thing he always does, he's gonna jump back. He's gonna do a line AoE. I'm not even gonna do damage while it's playing. He's gonna do a line AoE, always a line AoE. Now this will be from front to back or back to front. Back to front, you can see from the animation and the way these spawns. We'll spawn the balls in that order and they will explode in that order. So in this case, it's gonna be donut. It's always donut, but in that case from back to front. Now there's gonna be a second line AoE. This one was from front to back, so you have to pay attention to that while you're doing this. Same thing. Now at the end of this, he's gonna do the same thing, but it's a circle instead. I think that's the hardest thing in the fight. So you have to look at where the circle starts. There, and then you have to look at the ball that spawns there, and then you have to follow the direction. Pay attention to which ball spawns there, because it's not... I've been caught off guard by the animation, and it felt like it was a different timing than the ball, right? So pay attention to the ball. After this, he will do two things. Either will push you back or do a point blank. This is the pushback, like this. And then lastly, he's gonna do auto swipe. It's 8 swipes. Now there's a very brain dead way to do this, and I will show you. Just look where he swipes the first time. And then you just wait. And then you always just run in the last swipe. So I'll show you. You don't even care about the direction, you just do this. From what I've seen, this boss never swipes the same side twice, so this should always be safe. At this point, I've done this boss 4 or 5 times. I've asked other people. I've seen no proof that he ever swipes the same side twice. So I would be led to believe that it will always work if you do this. Now it repeats. Line AoE, always a line AoE. Back and front or front and back. This time it's back and front. Little side note, when he does the second line AoE, it's like kind of happening at the same time as you're dealing with this. So make sure you're actually like away, right? Move fast there, like this. This one is front to back. And then it's the circle, which we only care. We always go in the middle. Don't stay in the edge. This will damage you. But we look at where it starts. We look at the ball. This ball spawned, and then we know it's up, right? As you can see, the Bard is doing great damage. Like if you really don't trust yourself about doing these bosses with the mechanics, summoning the Bard and just letting her do the damage is not even a bad thing to do if you have time. So the swing is the one where you have to be away. So you just stand there. It's pretty tight spot, but yes, like this. And then let's show you the swipe one last time. After this, we'll kill it. So again, brain dead way. I'm sure there's a static pattern to this, and there's probably like a few variations, but much easier for me to just run into where he swiped last time, every time. Now, if you're a caster, yes, that means you lose uptime, but like I said, this is not uptime content. Plus, honestly, with the current state of casters, I don't even think you lose that much uptime. So, if any. There, and now it repeats. I mean, it's been repeating already, but that's the whole fight. Not that bad of a fight, but it's kind of like tight spacing in everything he does. So just make sure you respect it. So line AoE, back to front, and make sure if you're a melee, you do not read uptime too much there. Especially like on this, like technically, yeah, you could run in, run out every GCD. It's definitely not worth the risk. So this one is from front to back. If you aren't sure, if you totally forget which side's blowing up, well, at least stand in the middle and then react. Like, at least stand in the middle, only get hit by one thing, and then go to the right side, right? That's true for every boss. If you know you're gonna get hit by something, at the very least, try to get hit by only one thing, and you should survive on even a DPS with Steel Bard if you do that. Tank is just nice, because then if you do run into everything, at least you don't die. Swing again. By the way, I don't think this wall is a one-shot, but don't quote me. I don't think it is, though. I feel like it puts a dot on you. Auto swipe again. So again, until I am proven wrong, I am pretty sure he never swipes twice. So we just go where he last swapped. Swipe. And just like that. Not that bad of a boss. Things are pretty easy boss, honestly. Definitely much easier than the cacti. So this set, that's the tankiest monsters you're going to have to be fighting. Next set is going to be very similar to this. And then when you reach 81, even if you enter 81 with no pumps, and by no pumps I mean literally no pumps, let's say I enter 81 with nothing, I would be pretty confident you can clear, even with nothing. So don't hesitate. If you feel like you're going slow for whatever reason, you screwed up, or just you're getting, you know, a very unlucky run with like a ton of glooms or something, then don't hesitate to use a lot of your pumps there. That's why I keep telling you guys to use your pumps when they're at 3. It's just you get into the habit of using them. Can you clear if you keep all your pumps at 3 and you just keep using the ones you find in chests? Yeah, probably. Probably won't even be that bad, honestly. But there's no reason not to use your pumps and bring them down, just to get into the habit of using them. It's a high dot, but does not one-shot. Okay, I thought so, because I feel I got it during my clear. Alright, so this next set is exactly the one we just did. I would say very similar. It's going to be the same, like, you know, monsters have one-shot, monsters are mechanics. HP is the same. Boss, I would say, is probably similar in difficulty too. You're going to see mostly the same experience there. So if you were doing great on the last set, well, you should be doing great there too. I wouldn't be worrying about it too much. Definitely raising if you have one. In my opinion, this is the most dangerous set until the boss on 99. Okay, this grenade. So it's a shame that I haven't seen one of the votive effects yet, because there's something I want to talk about, but then you don't really have the context behind it yet. But just be aware, you know how there's a no knockback debuff? This guy has this by default. He basically is always knockback immune, which sounds very irrelevant, but it's useful to know because there's one votive effect for which this applies for. And the votive effect, what it does basically is it one-shots monster, but then if the monsters are knockback immune, it doesn't one-shot them, it does, let's say, 1/3 of their health instead. So just something to keep in mind. That guy is one of 2 monsters that have this knockback immunity effect permanently on. So this guy, this fracture is very risky, very dangerous. It's a pretty fast point-blank AoE. If you've ever done your Ricardos, it's exactly like the bombs, the grenades. Now, this guy is pretty unique. When he dies, he doesn't actually die. You're gonna see. I'm gonna kill him. And you see he's self-destructing. This will actually do damage to me, even all the way there. Oh, it did not. Okay, so, but it's pretty big. It's like there. It would probably have damaged me on the edge there. It's a pretty big AoE circle. However, it's proximity-based. So the closer you are, the more damage you take. So I'll show you again. I'll try and actually be in range this time, just to like give you a point of reference. So it's not like you're gonna die if you're too close. Just don't be really close. Even better, LOS it. Like, an even better way to deal with it is to simply make sure you kill him by a wall and then you LOS the follow-up, right? Like, I could kill him there and then I could just hide behind there when he's dying. Alright, I kind of want to show you the damage. So I don't know. This should be like far enough. So you see this did damage to me. Not that much. Didn't even go through the shield. But if I was, say, there, it most definitely would kill me. So just something to keep in mind. It's gonna be very hard for you to get used to a monster that dies when that explodes when it dies. It's a very like unique thing. Of course, by the way, you would always kill the patrol first. I just want to show the patrol after. This guy does nothing. Does a circle, telegraph, very easy. He has a very funny name, Diplomat Frame. I have no idea what that is. I heard it's a desert or something. It's about the only thing that's interesting about him. Okay, this patrol is... It's not that bad, but you have to know what it does. It does a massive pushback when you pull it. I'll show you. Pretty big. It was about 20 yalms, in fact. So, it puts a poison on you as well. Poison isn't that bad. Just be warned that he's gonna do the charge again. Shortly after your poison stat drops. So, it's like 20-second cooldown or something. Yeah, about 20 seconds. So about every 20 seconds you do the charge again, which all you really have to know is make sure you're not facing like a room or, you know, somewhere with other monsters. Like don't fight that guy. I'll use a safety just to show you, but like don't face that guy like that. Don't fight him like that, because then you're obviously gonna get pushed in the room, which could have traps, monsters, etc. Just make sure you're facing your back against the wall, and it's not bad. It's not that bad of a monster. This monster, honestly, the biggest danger is pulling him accidentally while you're fighting something else, because then you're gonna get pushed, and it's gonna totally screw up like your perception of where you are, like what's going on. Which definitely, you know, that's still the same thing. That's still, it's why we're still killing patrols ASAP. But this guy is very likely to kill you. If you don't kill this patrol and you just leave it around on the floor, it's pretty likely to kill you with just a wombo combo with some other guy. Okay, that guy does nothing. He does a little cone. Send blast on telegraph. Be warned, he has a tank buster. You're gonna see it. It's called Mandible something. Mandible or Bite. On tank, this is like a whatever. On a DPS, it's kind of a whatever, but you definitely would want to have like your Quantum Potion rolling for this guy, right? Sorry, your Pilgrim's Potion. Like the kind of monster that, let's say you were fighting two, they would definitely kill you pretty fast if you just let it happen. So make sure you're not like fighting that guy with 20% HP. Make sure you got your potion rolling and it's no issue. Croc is similar. Croc has an untelegraphed line AoE, like this. That's all he does. But he has one gimmick. It's like whenever he gets low HP, like you see right now, he's doing all he's doing is that line AoE. He's gonna do nothing else. Again. When he is low, he will transfer into doing only 10 busters. Crushing Fang. He will spam it like this, you see? Every GCD. So on tank, this is really a whatever. On DPS, this will kill you really fast. Luckily for you, it only does it when he's low HP. So it's kind of unlikely that you would really deal with it, because you're probably killing it. You know, it's already low, so you're probably killing it in a few seconds at most. But keep that in mind in case you have this guy low HP and you're like kiting him or something. That's not a guy you want to give a low HP. And of course leave right now if the key's open. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. I don't believe I am. Nope. So again, pumps at 3, should use them. If especially if you're a last set, you find that the time was a bit tight there, I do not hesitate to use your palms aggressively. Put them down to 1, put them down to 0. It's up to you. If you were fine on the time last set, you're probably gonna be fine on this set. So Corrigians again, they're just free kills, they die instantly, and they have a higher rate of chest, 50%. so do the Mimic, but of course you'd rather get the Corrigan. Sure, I'll do a Maze Route. Now, you might hear from other guide makers, well, I don't know, but you might hear from other guide makers that it's a good time to do landmines on these sets. People always thought about the 71, 72, 73 landmines, which is also the same thing in PT. The reason is because there's a higher rate of landmines there. So it's a very consistent strategy to use a site, get landmines, and then just use a Witch Chain to do a big pull with the monsters and blow up everything like that. I mean, it's definitely an option for you in PT. I don't think it's a very necessary option though. It's really not that necessary. But then if you really want to see what it's like, I will show you. I will show you, but it's absolutely unnecessary. This is just for the sake of completion. You do not have to do this if it scares you. But all it really means is you're gonna find some monsters together. We know that everything except one thing is easy on there. That to, like, let's say kite with, so we just pull everything that we can. And see, that's a treasure room. So I don't know, let's say we're pulling like a few things like that, and then we just go all the way to a landmine, which is very likely to be a landmine. Then we gather everything together, pop defensives with Witch Chain. If we want to be really safe, we would pop Invuln, and then we would step on the landmine like this, and then you see we kill everything for free like that. So that's landmine. I kind of made them a big deal into my other guide. If you watch my Vanilla PTD guide, I made a big deal of doing this because time management is going to be tight. In PT, I don't think you really have to do this. I think it's riskier if you do this than if you just sit and target the monsters. So, but I wanted to show it just so you know it's a thing. And there will be guys that tell you to do it, and they're, you know, it's their guide. I do not recommend you do it personally. I think it's unnecessary. But you know, if you just want to have more fun, up to you. Okay, this is a very dangerous monster, the Spite. So I'll show you the power of LOS. If you pull that guy, oh wait, I have a maze. Okay, well, it's gonna be hard to show you guys what it does with the maze actually. I wish I could remove her. I can't remove her when she's out. Is there a priority of incense you want to hold if you're a DPS? I mean, the same as a tank. I mean, you really want to keep a bard for like the bosses. So right now, if I find a bard, I'm using it. I'm keeping it for sure. And then poison fruits. Maze is the least important one. You always just want to have a combination of bards and poison fruits. Yeah, that you always just want to have a combination of poison fruits and bards, and then it's only a question of how many bards compared to how many poison fruits. If you're struggling on the floors more, then you would rather have poison fruits, and then if you're struggling on the bosses more, then you'd rather have the bards. That's how I would describe it. I don't think it's really a big difference between if you're a DPS or a tank. I think it's just your personal preference. Maze is not bad. Don't get me wrong, Maze isn't bad, but it's for like this purpose of a clear, it's much weaker than the other two. Okay. So I'm trying to show you guys a maze. Sorry, not a maze, a Spite there. Okay, there's one. So Spite's fairly dangerous. This guy is like a Garm, if you've ever done the other deep dungeons, except he wombos the in out, and it's a cast name to like figure it out. So I'll just show you if I LOS this. Let's say I just can't deal with this, like I don't remember, right? It's too fast. I could just LOS it like this. It's always an in out or out in. That's the whole mechanic. Now the way to actually solve it, if you want to like do it legit, if it's called shrinking, then it's because the circle is starting small. And if it's called growing, sorry, if it's called shrinking, it's because the circle is starting big. And if it's called growing, so this one shrinking, if it's shrinking, it means it's starting big, right? Like this. So then it's gonna be a small one after, and then if he does the opposite, if he does a groin, then it's because it's starting small and it's gonna get bigger. Let's see if we can make him do it before we kill him. And yes, if you're not confident, you cannot stun him, but you can hide behind a wall if you're not confident about doing this mechanic. So shrinking means it's gonna start big, and then it's gonna get small, but I want to see the other one. We're gonna let him do it one more time, and then if he doesn't do it, whatever. I mean, you guys know it's the opposite. It's growing, so it's starting small. That's the only ability he does, by the way. Definitely do not kite the guy around. That's the kind of fight you just want to stand there. And just make sure you have a wall ready. If you're scared, you're gonna fuck up this one. Growing, okay, so there it starts small. And then we go in. Like this. There's a pretty big leeway between like the two things happening. I'd say for me, in my own blind clear, this was the hardest monster to figure out that set. I don't know why, but I was struggling to just realize what the growing and the shrinking was fast. So me, I abuse LOS a lot against that monster specifically. By the way, the key is there. Of course, you just fight and get out. I'm just making sure that there's nothing else to show. There is not. Same thing. Growing means it starts small and it gets bigger. Shrinking means it starts big and it gets smaller. This guy, Naivety, all he does until it draft, until he gets low, then he starts spamming a tank buster in rage. Which you could easily tank on a tank. Probably could somewhat easily tank on a healer. And on a DPS, technically you can't tank it very long, but then you're probably gonna kill him as it's happening on the DPS. This guy, it's just a cone. Into a little tank buster. From which level should you be wary of mass pulling in PT? I'd say if you want to just make sure you don't wipe with, like, let's say very new player knowledge, like let's say you watch a guide and you know, but you don't remember all the monsters that well, it's safe to AoE pull all the way to like, let's say 30. It should be pretty safe. Once you're at 30, I would stop AoE pulling unless you study up the monsters and you get confident about what they're doing. If you get confident about what they're doing, then this guide probably, you know, it's probably not to your skill level. But if you're comfortable, you can AoE pull non-stop, like the whole dungeon. You never really stop doing it. So I should use a fire on altar. I won't do it there because I specifically don't want to like hide monsters, but I should. Is this tank specific for AoE pulling? No, it's the same on DPS. It's the same idea. Okay, this guy is a gimmick monster. I mean, a lot of them are, but this one, just know he's gonna do a little like circle front thing. Well, it doesn't show it to you. Hail of Heals, it simply is 4 strikes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's it. This will, like, there's no RNG there. He's not gonna like turn around. He's not gonna do it behind him or anything. It's always a frontal 4-time cleave. So it's just It's just trying to catch you, like, going back into it. It doesn't do anything more than that. Don't overcomplicate it. Let's find another fight. Shrinking means it would start big and get smaller. And we're definitely gonna see it again. Shrinking means it starts big and it gets smaller. So see, there's a bunch of patrols there. You would be tempted to, like, go hide in the room and wait it out. Absolutely not the play. Always want to kill the patrols and just get them, like, out of danger as quickly as you can. We're gonna pull the feed guy there. And then we know it's always 4 times in the front, so we don't care. We just stand there. And then what we're gonna do right after, pull the other patrol. Do we need to? Nah, we could probably, like, you know, I could probably avoid that guy and hide there. Just pull something else. But it's... Why would you play Metal Gear Solid when you don't have to? This is only gonna put you in more danger later on. Well, look at that. There's another patrol. So see what I was talking about there. But now we can actually hide there, kill that guy there, and then we'll kill the other patrol after. I will say, if you're playing a DPS job and you're fighting this no steal, and especially if it's like a gloom or something, this would be maybe the only time, one of the few times in a run where a purification might be okay for the poison. Because basically if you use it when you're poisoned, it's gonna remove that poison, and then it's gonna prevent the next poison. So it's like a little bit of damage that's going away. It's not like a huge deal, but I mean, it's there's nowhere else where you're gonna get value of your purification, so might as well, right? It's just something to know if you ever, like, get in a bad situation with these guys. Now, be warned. I'm doing it as a tank. On a DPS, you will absolutely mash these monsters to pace. They will die very fast. But if you're ever in a situation where you can't output good damage quickly, like, keep in mind the amount of damage you're taking. It's not ridiculous, but it's definitely high enough where if you don't pay attention to your health for, let's say, 5 to 10 seconds, you can die, right? You will really want to make sure you have your Pilgrim's Potion up most of the time you're fighting. And if you don't have it, just make sure it's a monster you're gonna kill, like, you know, you don't need your entire burst, just make sure you have, like, some juice for it, right? This guy is pretty easy. He's a bit like POTD. All he does is Earthquake, but nothing else. Earthquake being a point blank like that. He does it pretty often, so just make sure you respect it. He doesn't, like, shoot any sand pillars or anything. Just that, just the Earthquake. So if this wasn't no item, this would be a great site there. Reason being, we killed so many patrols, so we're already quite a lot of kills into this floor. So, like, if we knew where the key was already, we could just rush that key and very likely be out by the time we get there. Luckily, we just got lucky there, but we got a bard. So, like I said, I would much rather have a bard than a mace, so we're gonna do that. Also, I keep forgetting. I'm sorry that I keep forgetting that it opens the key, but it does. It's just in scoring, I don't use bard for the same purpose, but when you use maze, it does open the key without killing anything. So you see the key there is already open despite it not being open earlier. That's fine. Only that's AoE. So you're gonna see what's gonna happen there. She will probably not refresh the cone for a little bit. So like I said, do not rely on maze to like permanently CC the enemy. Just take it as a nice thing, but don't expect her to like reliably upkeep it. She's not gonna do it sometimes for reasons that are like way too out of the scope of this guy to explain, but she won't always do it. Reliable on pull, pretty reliably she will do it. After when the pull's going on, you don't expect it to happen again. Just be glad if it does. Okay, this guy does two moves. He either does a trounce, which is a front cleave, or he does a mighty spin, which is a circle. So trounce is a front cleave. So pretty like thin cone, like this. And then he's gonna do it again. He always does between the two. So mighty spin is just move away. Little side note about checking the time. So it's the same as on this set as the last one. We just checked the time. We want to make sure we're out of 75 before it's below 30 minutes. So see there, we're kind of like we're close to it. So this floor right there, this would be a great opportunity to use the poison fruit. I won't because I want to fight the monsters, but this would be a great opportunity to use one, for example. A little trick against this guy, if you want to pull him, but like now, but you don't want to get pushed inside like a room or something, you can just arm's length pull him, and then you position him wherever you want, and then you fight. Like this. Let's say I don't have any poison fruit right now. What could I do on this floor if I feel myself like, you know, falling a bit behind? I could use a Serenity, remove the gloom. I could use a Strength, I could use an Ace. Like I said, you should not hesitate to put your pumps down to 1 or even 0 there. That's the hardest set you're gonna get time-wise. After this set, it becomes significantly easier to measure time, if at all. But like right now, it's the hardest it's ever gonna get. So would not hesitate to use your palms if they're at 3. They're at 3 definitely, because you've been doing already. But when they're at 2, yes, this, like, I feel no shame using a Strength there. In my case, I would use a poison fruit, like I said. All this guy does is a circle AoE on himself. That's it. I have to say, his damage is not super high, but if you're a DPS, a bit like the Mandible guy, if you're a DPS, it can catch you off guard if you're fighting for over a long period of time. I don't believe you can stun that guy. Yeah, you cannot. Earthquake guy. There's a votive there, why not? I'm still looking for like the 2 really powerful effects that I have not gotten. And I still keep not getting them. I can see them if I use Devotion, but I was waiting for it. Which, by the way, I still haven't used Devotion. I would say having only 2 Devotions after doing from 1 to 75, to me sounds pretty unlucky. But I don't have like a big sample size yet of runs, so I can't confirm it. But to me, that's still unlucky. I would have expected a few of them to have been picked up by now, and then I could have like shown you guys what it does. as a reminder, all it does is it guarantees a votive on the upcoming floor, on the next floor. And then that votive specifically can only have the 2 most powerful effects, but like, funnily enough, we haven't seen a single one of these effects yet, so you don't know what they are. But both of these effects basically let you do a floor really fast. So you should see this votive. The votive you get from the devotion, you should see it as like it's a poison fruit that it's 2 floor. So when I use this, if I use this now, that means there's a votive on 76, and then as long as I reach it and I pop it, then that means my 77 is like if I were going to use a poison fruit on it. That's the best way I would describe it, without actually being able to tell you what the effects do. I'll tell you when I get them. But you should see it that way. We're up. Again, would have been a not bad time to sight. Once I reached that room and I thought it was going to be a 50-50 in the direction, would have been a perfectly good time to sight again. We're still not going to flight or alter or do anything. I still want to make sure I'm covering everything. Again, use them. There are 3. I should be using them 100%. I'm just not doing it for the sake of showing everything. Because of course if I use them I get less monsters. That's what I mean. Okay, so that monster is interesting. So this bird, when you pull him, he doesn't do anything. He only does like a very small until draft cone. However, this guy out of combat, if you stay like kind of close to him, you're gonna see at some point he starts glowing red. You have to be somewhat of a distance away from him for him to start casting. But I would say where I am right now, he could definitely start casting. It's so like if you're like really far, you probably won't see him start casting what I'm talking about. But once you get to a certain distance, he can do it. He's just not wanting to do it right now. He will do it. Don't worry. It's very important for you guys to know. Okay, so when he does this, rolling barrage, I mean, just remember, big flying bird, if he's glowing red, this is actually very dangerous. He's gonna explode. But I hope this spot is a real LOS spot, but he's gonna do a massive AoE like this. If you are in range of this, not hidden behind something, you will die. This will kill you. And as you can see, there's like a lot of these birds around, right? So you definitely don't want to leave that guy alive. Now, I will specifically just to show you something you can do, but never leave this guy alive. Like, if you see that guy, always kill him. Because you don't want him to be just like, you know, remain there and then he kills you while you're doing something else. So I just want to show you something. Let's say you are, in fact, like in combat and then you're like, you're like, you don't have time to run away, right? I'm there and I'm like, holy shit, I don't have time to run away, right? Oh, I'm screwed. Well, you can pull him. Like, as a last-ditch effort, you can pull him. And if you pull him, it will interrupt the cast. But I highly recommend you don't let things get to that point. I recommend you just kill him when you see him. Just like, when you approach a room, peek inside real quick, make sure there's nothing that's going off. Which is unlikely. There's unlikely to be something going off because you have to be a certain distance for them to start casting. So the only way this guy could be almost done casting, but you haven't seen him yet, is if you're like close, but there's a wall behind you. Now, which could happen, but it's not that likely. Just something to keep in mind. Mighty spin is the spin. Well, obviously it is. So, like, for example, that guy, let's say I was fighting a monster there in this spot, I would definitely be in the range that he needs to be to start casting. So then if I was like finding something in that spot and not really looking, then it's possible that as soon as I pop out, he's casting, I'm dead, right? So I would say whenever you're gonna enter a room, when these guys start spawning, which is like 75, 76 plus, just like peek in the room with your camera like that real quick and just make sure there's nothing that's glowing red and scary. And as long as there's nothing red and scary, you're fine. And yes, I will show you again the range, just so you have an idea of the range. Let's just look at this guy. Like this. Would this app kill me? No, it would not, because I was behind a wall. So this would only kill you if you don't LOS, but I would always just pull him. This is a great time for a side, by the way, because we don't know where the key is and it's over there. However, I want to make sure I'm not missing any monster. Same thing with that guy. No, I'm missing nothing, I think. So see, there's a bird there. So see, that's an interesting situation. We have a bird and a patrol. So like they're both super high priority targets. So this is a case where you have to be a little more smart about your pull. This is actually on a rare case. You might even want to like avoid the patrol like this. Because then of course if I fight the patrol there, then this guy might reach me. But then maybe I could fight the patrol where I am there and have it just face this way in the corner. Or I could wait for it to pass. So it's not always black and white. I'd say like stuff like this bird and the patrols are very close in priority, so it's kind of a judgment call which one you'd rather kill. Personally, I prefer killing the patrol first. So what I would have done normally is I would have pulled that patrol, killed it in that little notch there. Then I would have known that I would have line of sighted this thing. Then I would have killed that guy. It's up to you. It's up to you, really. All good options. Mighty spin. Do you always pop strength as staying on the boss? It's situational. I mean, if you have 3, definitely, because then there's no point keeping your strength at 3. If you have 2, maybe. But Bart on the bosses, Bart is the most important thing to use. Everything else, well, Bart is the most important thing. Steel is the second most important thing, and everything else is whatever. Everything else, it's just if you want to do the boss slightly faster. So like I guess the question then I would turn it back to you. Like, do you want to kill the boss 30 seconds faster or not? If so, yeah, use a shrine. If not, nah, don't use a shrine. Like, do you personally think the risk of fighting the boss 30 more seconds is more than the risk of having 1 less strength? Honestly, I think they're both pretty low risk. Yes, if you did not have a bard, then I would say the strength value kind of jumps up, ace and strength, because then if you don't have a bard, well, there's a much bigger percentage. Well, all of the boss's HP has to be done by you. Well, if you have maze, not really, but maze is a lot less damage. But either way, a very high percentage of damage has to be done by you. So then your strength will speed you up like significantly. In that case, yes, if you don't have a bard, you probably want to strength still ace the boss. And deal with it that way. And you're not gonna be able to have bard every single boss. I don't have a very high sample size. I have done, this is my 4th or 5th run at this point. But I've never been in a situation where I could not bard a boss that I would consider like important. So it's not, I don't think you're that likely to not get a bard. But if it does happen, yes, strength and ace and still have much more value on them. As you can see there, we're falling behind. Because I said we should be out of the last floor in by 30, but now we're like now we're 8 minutes slower than that on the next floor. Definitely would use an altar or a flight. Well, I should have been using a bunch of them again. I'm not doing it just so I can show you monsters. Which I believe we almost have checked everything on that set. My plan is just to poison fruit when I get close to the end. So that's why I'm not really worried. Okay, this guy does two things. This is a cone. It looks very scary because it's a long cast, but it's just a medium-sized cone. The other thing he does... which hopefully he does, is this. Orogenic Storm. That is a circle on you. It started on you. An easy way to tell them apart is the one that's on you, which is more dangerous, is like glowing red and is no interruptible, and the other one that's not dangerous is non-interruptible. That's the way I remember it personally. Okay, that guy can be... he's like the rock slide guy, but he's a bit less dangerous in my opinion. So when you pull him, he does two things. Either does donut or cross shape. It's very obvious, you're gonna see. Donut is definitely the easiest one. Just stand there. Now, cross shape is exactly like the rock slide guy we fought earlier. Except it will show you the cross shape before it happens, so it's like easier to react to it. He always does, it's always random which one he does, so there it is. This is just triangle shapes, and you want to go at the corner of them like this. Much easier to handle than a rock slide guy. Just make sure you're not in the hallway. Again, this is a treasure room. It's a room full of monsters. I would have liked if the key was there so I could show you guys like what to do, but probably would have just been a fortune poison fruit. Let's say I have no poison fruit. A maze would also be an OK option. A bark would be an OK option if I have them to spare. Like there would be a lot of options that are available to me. Always pull that guy. And then let's say you get to a treasure room and you have nothing, right? Like you have no incense, you have nothing that you can speed it up with. Well, in that case, you just take it slow, fight everything. And yeah, if you find it in a very bad time, maybe it's gonna make the floor take 10 minutes. But then that's fine, you just plan for the future. Like, let's say I'm doing this floor and it's taking forever. Okay, well now I use a devotion, right? Now I use a devotion, or now I use or next floor I use a flight. I can always flight like that. It's not like it's over if you get treasure room at a bad spot. We might have seen every monster at this point. I'll have to double check, but we're getting close to that. Again, this guy, it's RNG which one he does first. Cone. That's the targeted circle. Would I suggest to Serenity away a Gloom? Honestly, yes. It's definitely on a tank. I think it's a pretty good idea to use a Serenity on the Gloom. I just maybe keep one Serenity in your pocket, just in case you get something really nasty in the endgame. With 3 though, I would not hesitate to Serenity a Gloom. Because Gloom does slow you down significantly. There's no reason to really stick around with it if you have 3. So yes, I would. See, we got the cross there. This time I was actually badly positioned. I didn't keep like really a safe spot out of the room. You cannot stun that guy. So now we have to be careful, right? Because there's these birds. So I could have pulled the bird. As long as I run away, this is just start a circle. As long as I just pull the monster away, I'll be fine. I just have to keep it in mind. So right now, if I had been using my palms like normally, keeping them at 2, let's say I'm not using the incense, I would have definitely used like I would have definitely used a poison berry by now. But let's say I had not used any incense, I just used like my flight, my altar, probably like an ace too, and then I had not been showing off every monster. I think right now we'd be at around 25 minutes remaining. It may be a little more. No, the storm is a targeted circle. It's targeted on you. I don't know if there's anything else to show off on this set. Not sure. Oh, sure. Let me just double check. I might just poison berry this floor. I just want to make sure there's nothing new. Huh, is there really no new monster on the last 3 floors? Maybe. There's a votive. I really want to get this because I want to try and show you guys the effect that I'm missing as you'll get it. As a reminder, you get pushed back. Okay, we're doing a little bit of disrespecting there. It's just because I want to check this. Aha, finally we got it. Nice. So if you didn't believe me that this one shots, there you see. There you go. So, okay, so this effect, Emulation, Fear Not the Fire Within, that's one of the effects that is a really big deal. Whenever you use a devotion, you have a 50% chance to get this effect guaranteed on the votive of the next floor. This is very strong. This will let you kill every monster instantly on the next floor. You still have to like travel, like you still have to physically go to the monsters, but they will die instantly when you get to them. So give me a second. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. This is not related to the clear. Okay. So it looks like we got everything. I hope I didn't miss anything. Well, whatever. Doesn't really matter. So I think we fly on the next floor because we had a free one. So it won't, like, technically... I mean, realistically, if you knew you were gonna be doing this on the next floor, which you do, because that's how votives work, then you wouldn't really want to flight, right? It wouldn't really make sense to flight if you can already kill all the monsters one shot. In that case, it's just how it turned out, because I found a flight for free. I mean, of course, you would not use a flight for free. Let me double check mages. I don't know why in the back of my head I'm forgetting a monster, but I can't remember. Let me just double check to make sure. Worm. No, I've seen them all. Okay, I've seen them all. Okay, so this transformation. So this is a transformation. You will be transformed into a different thing. If you had a pox on you right now, this would be the best time to remove it because you can't heal when you're transformed, right? Now, let's say you have a pox and you have no way to remove it because you don't have any purities. Definitely make sure at the very least you're full HP. And then just like pop a potion as you're leaving the floor, something like that. At the very least, do that. So this transformation is very simple. You're going to be playing as a big bomb. You have one skill, which kills everything in a 15 yalm radius like this. Now you cannot open chests. When you're transformed, you also cannot use items. You can only burst or leave the transformation. And once you leave it, you can't come back. So it's pretty simple. Just enter a room. Try and not pull everything like this. And then just kill everything like that. Just try not to pull like the monsters before you blow them up, preferably. Just in case you were to step on a landmine. Yes, that's a good point. You could also get the auto heal debuff, which we had. I think I haven't thought about it. There's an enchantment that what it does, it makes it so you can't regen any more HP on the floor. You can still heal, but you can't like regen out of combat. And if you get this and during a transformation, that means the HP you have there is the HP you're gonna get. You're not gonna get more. So it's just something to keep in mind. Now, of course, the key's up right now. We could just leave. A little side note, you can actually open bronze when you're transformed. Only bronze though, nothing else. Another side note is that if you leave as this, you're not gonna like remain as this. So I'm sorry if you thought you were gonna kill the boss with this. It's not happening. Okay, let's go over the boss. This guy has a actual one-shot KO mechanic that you will die against. So you really gotta make sure you understand this. Everything else is not that threatening, but he has like that one mechanic that you have to keep in mind. Okay, so let's pull him. So that's a fight where you don't want to move around too much and you kind of want to stay near the middle. So when he does this, there's two things going on. There's always going to be a side that's glowing because his whiskers are glowing. And then the cast name will either be lair or range. I will explain again when we get it. Stalking static is just a bunch of balls and they're all going to be connected. And then the one at the end explodes in the bigger circle. And these ones have a little telegraph to like watch out, but you just want to move away like this. Pretty simple. Now that's the same mechanic, but he's doing the other one. So this front is unsafe because it's glowing. Perilous lair is whenever he will do a point blank like this. That's why you want to keep him near the middle. It's so that you have like space to navigate. Okay, Prowling Dead, that's the real mechanic. I'm gonna get a debuff. This one, nowhere to run. Every time I move, I get stats, and if I get 8, I'm dead, KO'd. So now what I have to do is I have to do this while moving at the bare minimum, right? So this one we got the easy pattern. We got back plus rain. So then I only have to move a little bit in the back in the rain, right? So he's gonna combo basically the debuff plus the mechanics. There we get the lightning again. Easiest one by far. Just make sure you don't stand between the balls and then you just stay away from the big one, right? There's a lot of time to do it. A lot of time. Perilous lair. So perilous lair, get away, and then we don't want to be on the side that's glowing. Now after this, he's gonna do the debuff again, most dangerous part of the fight. Whenever he's gonna do it, make sure you're like near the middle. Make sure you're like by his melee there, melee match size, match range. So this is the same run thing again. We just have to do the next mechanic. So Roaring Rain, well, this time we were very lucky. It's literally don't move, right? Because it's the bad is behind and then rain is inside. I'm definitely gonna show you the other one. He's gonna do it at some point. There's another debuff. There's only 2 debuffs. That's one of the 2 we can get. Both of them KO you if you don't do it successfully. So again, we just want to get away from the one on the edge. It's always the one on the edge. You don't even have to know in which order they're spawning. You just have to know that it's always the one at the edge that's gonna explode. So see there, like this. You can get hit. This is like especially tank privilege. You can get hit by all this stuff with Steel Bark, no issue. You can tank a lot of it. The only thing you have under every circumstance to do is a debuff. If you're like getting overwhelmed, do nothing but the debuff. This one again, it's don't move too much. Let's say I don't know, right? Let's say I don't know how to solve this. I'm like panicking, right? I'm like, holy shit, I don't know what to do. Just stop moving, pop all your defensive and tank it. Because at least you won't die, okay? The debuff is always the most important thing to solve. If you're getting overwhelmed, at the very least, like, just solve the debuff and ignore everything else, okay? Most important thing, because the debuff kills you. We've seen everything except we haven't seen one of the debuffs, so this one is easy. Just move behind. Perilous Lair. I think the cast names are pretty obvious on that boss, but Perilous Lair is just get away, and rain is obviously get in. Like the way I remember it personally is that if it's not a rain, then it's get out. So we keep getting the one where we have to not move too much. So this one is just the in. Don't move too much. 8. You die at 8 stacks, by the way. So you can see that little movement there only cost me 2 stacks. So you can move quite a fair distance. I would say the most dangerous like permutation of the move debuff, the don't move too much debuff, is if you have like a getaway. If you have getaway and the light is on your side, that's the most you'd have to move. Like this. But keep in mind this, you can move like you don't have to move really far back. You can just move on this side, right? Like this. Ah yes, gap closers will add stacks. Very good point, thank you. So gap closers don't cheat away the stacks. You still get the stats from moving. Okay, I keep getting the one where you have to not move too much. I'm gonna stop attacking just so I get the other one. So this one again, we just move away. There are 4 stacks there. 4 stacks. I moved that distance. So if I move twice that, I was gonna die. And yes, you cannot cheat that debuff with gap closers. Thank you for the reminder. You cannot. They will add as many stacks as you would have gotten from moving normally. I have to stop attacking. Sorry. I have to see the other one. Perilous Lair. So see, that's why you should not have this guy near the wall. It's because if you do, you basically block a side off like this. So you should really try and keep this fight more centered. It's just easier to handle. Incredible. I can't believe I haven't gotten the other one a single time. What the other one is, just in case I don't get it. What the other one is it's a dark debuff that you have to cleanse by getting hit by the light. So the way you do that debuff is you would have to just get hit by the light component of this, which is always the whiskers. So like, let's say in that case, it was move away behind, but the behind was the light. That means I would have to move behind. It is random which debuff you get. I'm just getting incredibly unlucky and I'm always getting the same one. It's 50-50. And yes, if I had the other debuff, I would just have to be on the side of the Whiskers. Hopefully, he gives it to me once there. If we don't get it, I'll probably just add footage of it from another run, but I would be nicer if I got it. So whenever you get that debuff, this one you must get hit by the light component of his attacks to remove it. So it's very simple. You simply do the rain or the layer part, but you gotta make sure you face the light element, which is always the Whiskers. And as long as you do this successfully, then you will lose a debuff. But yes, pretty simple fight. Like I said, this fight, just have a Bard, have a Steel, do the mechanics, but if you are ever overwhelmed and you lose control, and you're like, I have no idea what's going on, always solve the debuffs first. Always solve the debuff first. Every time. Okay, so if you've made it at this point, congratulations, you're probably past the hardest part, except I would say 99, which is pretty hard, but 99 is a practice mode, so it's not the end of the world. However, for the floors, I would say you're past the hardest part. Hopefully you were able to keep some raisings. So these layouts are very small compared to the ones you just did. This will save you a lot of time. But then you're still fighting monsters that are kind of like the similar tankiness. So this should be much faster. And even another thing is you're gonna get a lot of silver chests. And at this point, silver chests, they only do two things. They either give you an instance or they explode, and the odds of getting an instance is much higher than the explosion. Should you raising 71 plus 2? You should raising your proc point. And then if you've proc everything, in my opinion, you should raise starting from 61. You should raise 61, 71. Then if you picked up an extra raising, I would raise 81 too. But if you did not pick up an extra raising, I would raise 91. I would skip 81. I think this set is not that dangerous. Okay, this guy doesn't do much. Well, he does stuff, but it's not that dangerous. So he does a charge. This is a charge move. So this will push you once. 2. All of these are pushes, if I show you. 3. 4. After this, but not like right after, but a little bit after, it will do a Storm Slash, which is a very small cone. And then it's just gonna resume this. Now, a thing I want to add, whenever he's charging you, if you LO... Oh, he's doing Storm Slash again. I didn't even know you could do that. Okay, so now you know. You can do Storm Slash twice without charging you again. Okay, but whenever he's charging you, if you LOS it, it doesn't prevent the whole thing. It only stops one charge from happening. So then he's still gonna charge me 3 times. 2, 3, but then there's no 4th charge because we LOS'd it, okay? Just make sure you're not facing, make sure you're not pulling that guy and taking the charge, into a room. That's the only thing you really have to worry about. Okay, this guy, I'm gonna be doing a lot of LOSing this set, which is hiding behind the walls, so I would think. This set is very good for it because there's walls everywhere. It's small. However, this monster is an exception. This monster only does a small cone. Nox Blast. When he's low, he's gonna wind up a huge cast. This will go through the wall. You cannot LOS this. If I hide there, it will still hit me. So you gotta deal with it. You gotta interrupt, stun, or kill. Gremlin doesn't do much. He does Claw, which is just a frontal cone. He will put a slow debuff on you. Soon. So this just makes your GCD, I don't know, much longer. I don't think it's twice as long, but it's like a bit longer. Now, this is one of the only times you can purification something. So you might as well use it. Honestly. And a side note about this debuff is it will actually eat your ace. So if he puts the slow on you, it will remove your haste. So you can actually protect your haste if you purification without before finding the gremlin. So again, if we don't LOS the charge, there's gonna be 4. If we do LOS it, there's gonna be only 3. This damage, by the way, it adds up on a DPS. Like when you're taking the charges, it does add up on a DPS. But as long as you have your potion rolling and you're not like low when you pull that guy, it's not that bad. If you are low, just make sure you're like, you know, moving around the room. So just make sure you delay the charge a little bit, basically. Okay, this guy's pretty easy. He has 2 moves, which are both called Dart. This is the cone. This is a huge cone. It's a long cast. Like this. And the only other move he does is a circle. It's random which one he does. So there, he did the circle. And then he just keeps rotating between them. I will say, if you fight that guy and like there's gonna be a wall nearby, if you fight that guy and the cone looks like you won't make it in time, just hide behind the wall. It's much safer. Now, let me double check, make sure there's nothing else to fight. But I don't think there should be. So see there, he's doing the cone, but then if I'm behind a wall, well, I'm out of range right now. Oh no, I wasn't in range. But then if I'm behind a wall, it won't hit. Okay, there's nothing else. We can just leave. Cone again. You can of course stun, you can interrupt. There's a lot of options. I do recommend you keep these buttons as emergency rather than uptime. I think you're less likely to screw up that way. Or keep them for mechanics that you know are difficult. That is fine too. I mean, there were a few monsters that I told you should probably stun it every time. That's a good time to use stun too. So on this set, the incense rate is extremely high. When you see a silver, you're almost guaranteed there's going to be something good in it. Now, I will again not be using my pumps too much. You should though. If they're at 3, they should be down at 2. There's no reason to keep them at 3. Okay, so we got a natural floor with 3 enchantments there. 2 of them have been bad. This guy is proximity, by the way. Like this. Proximity means that you can't really avoid him if he's coming your way, especially not on this layout, which is pretty small. And yeah, Storm Slash, it looks like it's gonna be scary, but it's actually just a little tiny cone. It sounds so much scarier than what it actually is. I would at the very least be using an ace. You can stun that guy. I'm actually not sure what's gonna happen when you stun him. Okay, you still get charged. It probably only stops the first one. Yep. Very important, kill the patrols in priority, especially on these last 2 sets because the floors are really small. So you don't want to leave these guys alive. You will get ganked if that happens. No, if you get knockback immunity, it won't prevent the damage. It will only prevent the knockback, which is pretty useful, honestly. But you still get the damage. Wait, if I do arm's length there, you'll see I still get the damage. Like, this is basically two kind of damage at the same time. It's the charge damage, but he's also sneaking auto attack at the same time, you see? You see the vault door, but then you also see that 16,000, right? In fact, it probably increases the damage you're taking if you don't get pushback, because then he will always sneak another attack in. So this guy, again, all you have to care about is a little tiny until breath cone and an enrage. And if I'm not wrong, you can stun that guy. I know you can interrupt the enrage. I'm pretty sure you can stun that guy. Which means you probably can sleep him as well. Usually you can do all 3 CC in there. Yeah, the stun works. So I would say if you can afford to, on this set, to avoid the gremlin, it's worth it. Don't do it if the gremlin is like very inconveniently, like if it's like in the way, right? Don't wait for it to move, just pull it. But in a situation like that where there's just like 2 monsters, one of which is a gremlin, and I don't have to go there anyway, then yeah, skip the gremlin. I mean, you might as well. This way you don't get slowed, you don't lose your ace buff. But if you're gonna fight a gremlin, then you might as well purification to get the shield. This way, if you were to get slowed, you would save your slow, your ace, sorry. Once again, if you don't remember what these monsters do, you can always LOS just most things. It's especially strong in the last 2 sets. Like if you just don't remember like what this guy does, right? It's really easy. You just pull, face away from the wall. As soon as any cast happens, you just go behind. This will let you deal with 95% of the monsters with some exception. I'm not saying do this every monster and don't look up like anything, but I'm saying if you forgot what a monster does, but you still want to fight it, that's your safest way to do it. So that's the enrage. If this goes off, you are dead. Even this, you cannot hide behind a wall. It's one of the few things that you can hide behind a wall. It's within line AoEs, which always go through walls. You'll see that in that case, my pure saved me. So we're just gonna pure again. I mean, there's no better time to use it, so there's no reason not to use them. It saved me from getting the slow, saved me from the ace, getting lust. We'll check chests if they're not too far. I would say though, on this set and the next one, silvers is your top priorities. Golds are really not a big deal. Silver chests are going to be the thing you want to look out for. Can you run out of the enrage that you cannot LOS? I've never tried. I could not tell you, I've never tried. Every job is kind of able to CC it, so I've never really been in that situation. Yeah. Purification, when you get the shield effect from it, it stops one debuff on you. So when he slows me, it goes away. I have to do it again to refresh. It's not a good commander. Listen, I'm not trying to say it's a good commander. I'm saying it's like the only time he's gonna get some value. Alright? It's not a good commander. I would say what I'm doing right now, keeping my instance at 2 is okay. Honestly though, on this set and the next one, I wouldn't really... It wouldn't be a problem if you kept them at 1 instead. I would say, if you're gonna keep 2, keep 2 bars. Keep 2 bars. This way you know you have a bar on 90 and you know you have a bar on 99, and then you don't have to worry about like finding bars. I think that's the best way to handle this. So my poison fruit right now, it's living on borrowed time. As soon as I do a mistake, which would basically, you know, suck, so I don't want to like deal with it, or as soon as I see like a really bad debuff flow, or as soon as my time is behind, I will just use that poison fruit. Bark, I will not. This bark, I'm keeping it for 90 and 99. So personally, in my opinion, it's again, it's up to personal preference, but I would really think it would be better for you to keep 2 bars at this point. So see there, we have a National full from Patrol. We didn't really respect it. So, you know, you could... In that case, it would not even be a bad Poison Berry time. Because, you know, maybe you don't really know how to do a pull like that. But that's why, like, I'm not really respecting the content, right? I'm kind of like just talking a lot and not looking around me. But what you should be doing when you're fighting, of course, is you should be looking around. Like this, you shouldn't let a patrol gank you like that, right? Like if I'm fighting a guy like that, I should not be looking like this. If I'm fighting this guy, I should be looking like this. Because I want to see what's going on there. So if I put my camera like that, there's no value. Like it's giving me no information. I always want to be peeking from where a patrol could come. This way it's not gonna gank me without me knowing. There I'm avoiding the gremlin. Is it necessary? Not really. We're just slightly optimizing. You can put markers on patrols if you don't want to fight them. You can indeed put markers on patrols to like try and keep them in mind. I wouldn't do it not to fight them though. I would do it to just keep track of where they are. I would always pull the patrol as soon as you see it. We got a new monster there. This guy's pretty easy. He does a targeted circle, if I'm not wrong. Yes, targeted circle. And then he's gonna do like a charge on you, followed by a void trap, blizzard trap. Get this surprise attack, and then he does a circle follow-up. This blizzard trap. This is just a point blank on himself. I don't guarantee that he always does this after the charge, so I just be ready for it. Basically, if you see a cast bar and you don't see a telegraph, it's move away from it. That's how I would do it. So I see there's a telegraph. We know it's this. But if you see a cast bar, but he's not, like there's nothing at your feet, that means you have to move away from it. So we see the key. See, that's why the layouts are much faster there. I was able to just see every room within a span of maybe 20 seconds. Like, it's very fast. We're also getting what I would say is a bad AD right now. Like, no incense. We got bad debuffs. This is about as bad as you're gonna get it. And I'm sure there's gonna be multiple incense waiting for me later on. And even with despite all this, we're like pretty much keeping the pace. Now again, you could run through the middle of the room, but you risk a trap. You could use a safety for it, that's fine. But if you don't have a safety, you definitely want to do what I'm doing. Just like did a long way around because that guy moved. The only thing we're truly looking for right now is a second bar. Everything else, it's just nice if we get it. But the only thing we really want is a second bar. Oop, I thought this was the... Okay, let's pull a... Oops, pull that guy. We'll pull the demon next, just to show you what it does. I mean, realistically, we found a key, so we just want to stay there and fight. I will be going deeper in the fort to try and see if there's new monsters, but as soon as you find the key, you just want to kill everything around. And of course, you want to make sure you're facing wherever direction the patrol would come from. Just so you're aware, you know, what's going on. So this guy does a cone. And then when he's low, he has like a... This is the cone. He has like a... Some... Like an enrage, but it's only gonna paralyze you. I don't even know if he needs to be low HP, honestly. We'll see. It's not very threatening. It's called Abyssal Transfixation, I believe. So there's a patrol. That's why we want to be looking that way. Come on, do it. Okay, so there. This is a not an enrage. This is just a move like this, which if I did not shield would paralyze me. It would put a paralyzed debuff on me for 15 seconds. So this is technically purification value, but you could just also not deal with it, right? You could just stun him, interrupt it, etc. Okay, this is probably the most dangerous monster there. So I'll show you the mechanic of this monster, but then I'll show you what you should do all the time to not have to deal with it. So this, she does one thing. She does a marker on you when, if you tank it, don't do anything. Sheath your weapon, don't do anything. This is a pyretic effect. So this means if you move or attack or use Pomanders, you will die. Instantly. You can't survive it. So if you do anything, you're dead. Right? So I have to do nothing. Now, this is extremely dangerous because if any action will kill you, there's a way that is much easier to deal with. It's you just hide behind the wall every time, like this. If you do this, you don't get it. It is by far the easiest way to deal with this. I do not recommend ever dealing with this. But if you have to, well, you know it works now, right? But I highly recommend you never deal with this. If you have a stunner. That's also an option. Yeah, I've heard of people dying without doing any action because of their minion summon or something. I've never seen like a video of it yet, but that's also another reason why you shouldn't really deal with it, in my opinion. You should just, as soon as you see that succubus, you should just you should get ready to LOS it or stun it at the very least. It's never worth dealing with this. Keep in mind your auto attacks trigger the pyretic, I'm pretty sure. So if you do deal with it, you have to sheath your weapon away. Maybe the auto attacks don't trigger it, but let's pretend they do, because this way you're gonna be even more scared of that mechanic, and hopefully you never deal with it. I mean, we got all these beautiful walls on these two sets, so we should be using them to our advantage. Now, a side note, the 499 boss, which is in a while, I'll talk about her, of course, when I get there, but the 499 boss has a similar pyretic effect, but it doesn't work the same. So, what I just told you about this succubus, it's not the same as the 499 boss. They're different things. Alright, I will just make sure I didn't miss any monster, but there, of course, if the key opens there, I would just leave. So don't forget, there's gonna be a point blind soon after the charge, which I don't know if it's always after the charge, but it usually is. As you can see, by the way, on a DPS, I would not really be worrying too much about the damage I'm taking either way, but even on a tank, it's absolutely, like, the damage I'm taking is basically nothing. So I don't even really worry about it. I don't even have to rotate my defensives. Okay, this guy's pretty easy. He does a front into back, always the same order, front into back. However, if you just hide there, you dodge it all, because it's a small cone. So it's a small line into a small cone. So if you just go on his side, you're fine. Now, I don't know if the cone is like, it's an off circle or it's a cone. It looks like a cone to me, but if you want to be sure, just be in front of the little arrow. But I'm pretty sure it's a cone. So you're probably fine just on this side. These monsters are very squishy. I think they're as squishy as the ones we fought earlier. Which is why I said you're going to have an easier time with your time there than you would have on the last two sets. Which is why... by the way, don't do what I'm doing. Always use a safety if you think you're going to run through the middle of a room. But yes, it's why I'm saying, like, my pawns right now are unrealistic. Not because they're like... And it's not even... I'm not saying it in the sense that, like, oh, I'm so good I don't need pawns. I mean it in the sense that, like, there's no reason to go into this set with all these pawns. Because you just don't need them. Like, there's no reason to have all these pawns up there. Which is why you should never really be in a situation where you're gonna time out because you're going to be not using your palms. Like, you should be blasting your palms left and right. The only thing I would hesitate is like your last Serenity and then one bark and the bank. Everything else is you should just use it. If you see like a good time, use it, you use it. I have not done a melee job yet. I have done a tank, however. I can tell you that a tank is... If we're just talking a clear, a melee is basically just a worse range DPS. I think you're gonna have an easier clear on like a range DPS or a caster or something from a distance. But it's not really a big deal which one you choose. The most important thing is just you choose a job you're good at. And then if you're good at everything... Then, like, sure, just play, like, a machinist or summoner or something. Or tank. But like, it doesn't really matter. Like, when I say it's better, I mean, like, we're talking, like... Like, if you ask me to clear 100 times on Samurai, and then you ask me to clear 100 times on Machinist, I think I would clear on 100 times on both. Like, I don't think there would be a difference. So we don't really worry about it. It's not important. So this guy, again, we don't respect the mechanic. We just hide. In my opinion, this deep dungeon was made for like a more casual mindset. You should play your favorite job in there. If you don't do that, you're kind of missing the point of Pilgrim's Traverse, right? You should play your favorite job in there. It's built for it. If your favorite job is Astro, go for it. If your favorite job is Astro in PTD, I would kind of nudge you in the right direction, you know? I'd be like, are you sure you want to do this job? But in there, it's gotta be your favorite job. If you like being a Scholar, you should play Scholar. So again, Silvers have a very high rate of incense there. I would honestly say it's probably 90% of them which will have an incense in them. It's very, very, very likely. So see there, common scenario, patrol coming into a room. Obviously we pull the patrol first. Always, no exception. Could we pull the monster and eye on the wall there? Yeah, probably I could pull the monster eye there and the patrol passes me. But like, think about it. What am I gaining from doing this? Except I'm feeling like I'm playing Metal Gear Solid, right? Like, there's no point in doing this. Always pull the patrol first. Again, we never want to deal with this mechanic. Yeah, you gain a chance in getting yourself killed, exactly. So you should always just kill the most dangerous things first. Which tend to be the patrols. Very easy monster, this one. Does 2 moves. Does a AoE, well, a gaze. It's 360, don't look. Followed by a telegraph. And that's it. If you've done your Ricardos, he's exactly the same as the Mirror Knight. Same monster. Okay, I want to repeat. I am scared that someone's going to watch the guide and they think that you should not use your palms because I'm not using it. I just want to repeat that the only reason I'm not using my palms right now is because I want to make sure I fight every monster. It's not really... Like, there's kind of a dissonance between how you should play and what I'm doing. At the very least, it's going to prove to you that time is no issue. But keep in mind, there's no reason I would be sitting on all of this right now. Like, right now, I would be very likely to just fly, Devo, Alter, Strength, Ace. Like, there's so much I could be doing. I mean, I have 3 Instants. I definitely don't want to be sitting at 3 Instants. I would Poison Fruit probably the next floor, too. Go wild with your palm. I mean, they're very strong in that deep dungeon. The Instants specifically are very strong. And then there's also some flexibility with what you want to do. Like, if you're very scared of the floors and the monsters and the patrols, then okay. I mean, maybe you can keep your instance at 3 and keep like a poison fruit just for that situation. Maybe you can keep all your weight chains too. Like, there's some flexibility. You can do what you want. I mean, I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like, my whole point is that time isn't going to be like a pressure, so just do what you want. Like, just do what you feel like is most comfortable for you. For me, I'm most comfortable whenever my palms are just getting used. Because then I feel bad if I open a chest and I can't choose what's in it, right? We've seen all these monsters, I believe. This set's very easy, and that's including the boss, by the way. So this is why I said you should... If you have only one raising at this point, I wouldn't raise this set. I would raise the next one. Unless it's your proc point. If it's your proc point, we'll scrap that. Then raise your proc point, right? But I mean, if you're ready to clear and you know everything, I would not raise this set personally. Also, you don't have to play with your camera zoomed in like that all the time. That's just a Finn special. My viewers are used to it, but you might not be used to it, especially on YouTube. Again, I have a bunch of flies, bunch of altars. There's no reason why I wouldn't be using them. I have a poison. I could be poisoning this. I could even use a devotion. Well, now I could not poison this, but... something I'll say... If you ever get a mimic on a job that cannot remove the parts... Sorry, that cannot interrupt the parts. Let's say you get it on Black Mage. And you open it, right? If you have a poison fruit and you were gonna do the poison fruit anyway... It's not a bad idea to just press it right away. Because this way you won't get the parts. You'll basically get rid of the floor and you won't get the parts. And by the way, I was talking, so I didn't even interrupt it. But yes, you could do a poison fruit and remove and not get the parts. You have to do it right away though. If that's like what you want to do, you have to do it right away. Because if the parts cast goes up at any point during the animation, you will get the parts. It has to die before. Will having parts on this set be as a caster be deadly with the mob damage without still? No, it will not. As long as you make sure you're full HP with Pilgrim's Potion before every pull, it will not be an issue. This guy does 2 things. He does Lightning Bolt, which is a targeted circle, and then he will do either Tail Blow or Front Claw. And then you just want to be, well, in the correct spot. It's a pretty easy monster. Now, something to note is that whenever he decides which one he's going to do, he doesn't actually care where you are. So like there he did Elk Claw. Like, he doesn't care if you're beyond or in front already. He just does it. So, you just have to react. Okay, this monster in the back, that's a very big danger. Probably the most dangerous monster. No, second most dangerous after Succubus. Okay, the Humbaba. So this guy, he's a gacha monster. He has two mechanics with a slightly different name. One of them is called triple something. The other one's called quadruple something. You have to recognize which one it is when he starts casting it. You cannot LOS. That's one of the rare monsters that you can't really LOS the mechanic if you don't know what's coming. So pay attention. Quadruple blow. So he's gonna attack me 4 times with 4 big attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. As soon as the 4th one happens, you have to move behind because this will kill you. And that's this monster's gimmick. The gimmick is that he's gonna do a cast that's called triple or quadruple, and then he will attack you this amount of time, but he will kill you after it if you don't move behind. It's always, always have to move behind. So see, same thing there. Quadruple blow. We're looking basically at the tank buster. So like whenever it says quadruple blow, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Move behind. Now I'll show you. Yes, I'll show you how to do it if you get distracted and you lose count. There's a way to somewhat cheese this. It's not like a very clean way, but at least it could save you in a pinch. So I'll just show you real quick. Now let's say you're fighting him and you're just not paying attention and you completely lose track of how many you've been hit. You're like, oh, is that the second one? Okay, just move behind everything every time. So you just get it, move behind. Get it, move behind. Get it, move behind. Okay, so you're good. So if you do that guy and you just don't remember the count, or you don't remember if, let's say, it's 3, if it's a triple, or 4, you know, because it's always +1, you can just move it behind every time, and that's gonna be basically the way to cheese that guy. I think it's very important that you remember this, because this will definitely save you if you forget. If you forget, but you even forget the way to deal with it, if you forget, then witching that guy. Like, don't even try and LOS this. This is gonna be a nightmare. Blind tail again. It's just a front back, which you can avoid if you just stand on the side like this. So that was, in my opinion, the second most dangerous monster of that set. First one being the Succubus. Does invuln work on all the one-shot mechanics? Most of them, but I can't guarantee that it's all of them. No, I'm not worried about the time. Don't worry. We're fine with the time. You would not be having this time. If you were doing your own run, you would not be having time that's bad like that, because I mean, if you do, you've not been using any palms like me. So don't do that. Like, just use your palms, please. I mean, I've been trying to teach you guys to use your palms this whole time, so I would hope that you're doing it. But no, I want to make sure I'm showing everything. So that guy's pretty easy. He does a point blank and a cone. It's random which one he does. Inner demon is the point blank. Easy way to remember is that there's a word inner in it, so it's inside, which means inside is bad. The other one's pretty fast and it's a huge cone, so make sure you're like staying close. Hopefully we're gonna get to see it, but the cone is pretty fast. I'm gonna try and make him do it. Maybe he's gonna like do it if I'm a little farther from him. I'm not sure. Yep, there it is. That's the cone. Pretty fast. If you're running away from him, make sure you got a wall that's close to LOS this, or honestly just stay close and don't run away from him. Well, you know, it's good to know because sometimes, like, you know, sometimes it's not... this isn't content that's always gonna go the way you want. Like, sometimes you'll fight and then there's a patrol that was just very hard to see or you just never saw it. And then it's like, it's gonna gank you at a bad time and then you have to move, right? And you might have to move. You'd rather not, but you might have to move. So it's good that you know what the clone looks like and you can LOS it. It's a good thing having in your toolbox. Okay, we got a Gloom. In my case, I'll send T just so I can show everything still and not run out of time. I believe there's one new monster to show at this point. Maybe one or two. Dart, that's the cone. Very fast. Okay. It's kind of a bad room to show what he does. Okay, but see, this guy, he's gonna cast out of combat. This is very similar to the bird. The bird we saw earlier that was casting like an out of combat big AoE. This is the same. Exactly the same. So this will do a big circle. But it's the same idea. You can LOS it. So the LOS is actually going to be much more relevant there. Because you're very likely to be in range, but you can just LOS it. And then if you fight this guy, what he does, it's very simple. It's just a line AoE. Now remember, I said you cannot LOS line AoEs. So you cannot LOS this. You can LOS is out of combat circle, but you can't LOS is in combat line, right? It's a bit hard to remember. Just remember that you gotta respect that monster. No cheesing for that one. Otherwise, it's a pretty easy monster. It doesn't do much else. It's a pretty high priority target. I would say less than the bird that we saw in the 70s, because at least this one, you're very likely to have a wall between you and him. So it won't be as bad to avoid this thing. But honestly, if you have to pick a target in a room and there's a bunch of monsters, if there's no patrol, you'd always want to pull that guy first. But then if there's a patrol, I'd probably do the patrol first. Now, if you're ever in that situation, this might come in your run. You're like in a room fighting and there's like patrols coming in weird angles. Consider using a safety so you have this whole room to navigate in. It's a pretty good time to use a safety in that situation. Because without a safety, I'm kind of stuck to the wall, right? So I don't have like a big angle I can navigate. But then if I were to use a safety, I now have the whole room to work with. Alright, triple blow. So this time it will attack me 3 times and the 4th hit is a kill. 1. It's gonna be the same frontal thing. 2. 3. If you're in a room with an open key, would you kill the lion before leaving? If you want to be safe, yes. If it's like obvious, it won't be an issue. So let's say you're in a room, there's like only one lion. Then no, probably you can leave it alive. But like if you're in a room with, let's say, 3 monsters, and it looks like it would be quite annoying to try and avoid all of them. And then, you know, if you're on the key, one of them might turn around, then yes, I would pull the lion in that case. Dark. See, that's the lion again. It could be casting. I'm not paying attention to the patrols at all. Mimic. That's something you have to keep in mind. If you're going to check your chest in combat, there's always a chance there's going to be a Mimic. Then the question is, are you willing to fight a mage plus a monster at the same time? See, that is a pretty bad spot to be in. I have to win this. That's the tank privilege. This is definitely a use your witching angle there. If you were on a DPS there, your first reaction as soon as all these patrols start converging would have been to just witching. That's why I was talking about you shouldn't leave the patrols alive, because then you get into situations like that, right? Like where it just kind of keeps ramping up more and more. You can see. Okay, well, I mean, I just want to use enough poison there. And that's what we have him for. If you're gonna poison, always a good time to do a fortune. We have also witch this, burst 1. If you're gonna witching and you're gonna burst a monster, you're gonna try and burst a monster, I would say probably want to strength and ace too. On this set and the next set specifically, if you ever use a poison fruit, in my opinion, it's probably worth checking the rooms nearby. Since it's a pretty small travel distance between them. So I would do this. Now, if I'm not wrong, we've seen everything. Umbaba, Cerberus. Yes, we've seen everything. So we're gonna speed up. I'm gonna show you guys what Devotion does finally. So using Devotion on 87 means I'm getting a votive on 88. And then that means my 89 is guaranteed to be a floor wipe. So it's something that kills every monster, because then it will be a transformation, which are all floor wipes for votives. Whenever it's a Devotion, it's a guaranteed transformation, right? It's pretty good to keep in mind. So this means this floor, this floor is not my floor wipe, but the next one is. So it's delayed by 2. Now, of course, I have to find the votive, right? I do have to find it, but which is why it's a good idea to use a flight if you use a Devotion. This way, there's going to be less monsters in the way of the votive, and you can just find it easily. It's also not a bad idea to even side with it, because then if you know there's going to be a votive, you might as well find it easier. What makes it a guaranteed transformation is the fact that I use a Devotion. Because if you use a Devotion, it's guaranteed transformation. It's just the way it's built. It doesn't say it on the Commander, but it's a guaranteed transformation. And then yes, if I'd use Devotion right now, it would do nothing because it won't let a votive spawn on before a boss. You know, this was a pretty bad 8190 pickup wise. I'm pretty glad we got this. I was a bit scared we were gonna get like a, you know, Gauge of Juiced up 10 silver set, but we got like 1, I think. And it was just a bar, so that's pretty nice. This was about as bad as you would get it. But we have a treasure room there. The votive is inside. That's very unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. I mean, I guess we just give up on it. But I really want to show the transformation. I can probably get it. I just have to like see where it is. There's a lion there. Honestly, if you have a situation like that, I mean, sure, if you have like a poison fruit or a maze, go for it. But if you don't, I think I give up on the votive, honestly. That seems very risky. I can't even tell where it is, dude. I can't see it. Oh, there, it's all the way in the back. Wow. Okay, let's... I really want to show the transformation. Let's cheat a little bit. And actually do like a big fold there. I know. We're cheating. You don't have to do this. And if you want to see how much you can disrespect, I guess now you get to see it. Is time gonna be an issue? No. We're gonna be fine. Welcome to scrolling deck, yep. Now, would time be an issue if I wasn't doing that? Probably not, as long as I use the bard on the next floor. But we'd be getting pretty close, honestly. Alright, we got the ball, nice. So the ball is probably the best one. What the ball does is you roll through the floor. And the roll one-shots everything. Except if it's a no knockback. And except if it's monsters that I told you were like knockback immune. Whatever. So if you get no knockback or monsters that are knockback immune, then it will take a few attacks to kill them. But that's it. This basically makes the next floor very free. So we'll have to do it in a bit of a rush just to make sure I don't have issue with my time. So you have one button. It lets you roll like that. Make sure you don't have a pouch coming from the previous floor. Same thing I said earlier. And this one's very strong because you just roll through rooms like this. And you kill everything in one shot. Now it's the same restrictions. You can't pick up chests. You can't use item. Be very careful of rolling into a landmine as you're doing this. So like I would say when you're rolling, make sure you're like gonna hit everything that's in your way. Like make sure you're gonna hit everything and that there won't be a monster that's basically at the end of the roll that you don't kill, because then if it attacks you at the same time as the landmine explodes, it could be quite bad. So like this, we just made sure we pull everything, we kill everything like that. And then a little side note, once you're done with the floor on this ball, you can just kind of like use a roll to get around faster if you want to check like more chests. Because I want to check that silver like this. And now we're gonna go to the boss. It's a pretty simple boss. Now, fully I wasn't able to keep 2 bards, so I don't have a bard for the next boss, but we're very likely to get on the next set. So pretty simple boss. It has like, let's say 3 mechanics. 2 of them are free. Okay, so first of all, when he does a thing called backhand, it sounds hard. It sounds complicated, but it's not. You only have to look at the side of the glowing fist, and you have to stand behind the arrow on his side like this. After this, he's gonna do this, and it's gonna be either a front and back or a side. In this case, it's a front and back. I'll tell you why. Then he's gonna do a backhand again. It's the same thing. You just look where the glowing fist is, and you stand behind the little arrow on his side. Then he's gonna do this again. This time he's gonna do the opposite, so it's the sides, and we just solve this. That's what I would say is the hardest mechanic. And then after that, there's one last mechanic, which is pretty simple. It's just a bunch of circles. He's gonna jump, and then the thing you want to do is you want to get to him and just be ready to get pushed. You could arms line this. If you can't make it to the boss, you can arms line there. Okay, let's get over the first mechanic again. So backhand, just look at the glowing fist, it's the arrow. So if he's casting Twin Wayne, it's gonna be the side. If it's 4 and in, it's the front and back. What you do, you just look at a quadrant. So like, I'm in the wrong place right there because it's Twin Wayne, right? But you look at a quadrant that's not where he's gonna do his thing. And then you just find a safe spot. So we did Twin Wayne there. That means now he's not gonna do Twin Wayne. So we just picked a quadrant and we just made sure that we're not facing any portal. Like what I'm doing right now. So this is a safe spot. And that's how you solve the mechanic. It looks hard. But once you do it a few times, it's not that bad. You just have to recognize if he's doing front, back, or left, right. And then once you recognize it, you just have to basically look at one quadrant. Because there's always a safe spot on each quadrant. And then you just find the square, right? By looking at the portals. We're gonna see that mechanic multiple times, don't worry. Do it again, phase the fist. Then is it front or back or left or right? 4 in, so this is front back. So we look at the quadrant that's safe and we just find the safe spot. So that's the safe spot. There's also one on the other quadrant. Backhand, behind the arrow. So it's Twin Wayne, so the front and the back are fine. So we just find a spot that's safe, which would be this one. And then this mechanic is free. Like this one is really free, right? Just keep in mind he's gonna jump away, so it's such for uptime. I mean, whatever. And then if for some reason you wouldn't make it in time, you can arm's length and it won't push you. So like, see, I didn't get pushed. So if I was all the way back, I could prevent it like that. Backhand, phase a punch. 4 in, front back is unsafe. We pick a side and then we just find a safe square on that side. And there's also a safe square on that other side. Backhand, behind the punch. He's always going to do the opposite. So there's going to do Twin Wayne. So front and back are safe. We just find a spot. That's the spot. And there's one on the other side. So if you choose, like if I decided I was going to avoid it at the front, there would be a safe square. Now, thing of note, this does not guarantee a melee uptime. Like there's not a melee uptime guaranteed safe spot. So don't like look for a square and then think that, oh, I'm gonna go for the melee uptime square. There's not a guaranteed one. That's how it works. So just be warned. They were probably gonna see mechanics twice, 2 more times. So there, the twin is the safe spot. So we just find a safe square on either side. Tank has a big privilege on that fight. By the way, you can eat a lot of shit on tank. So I wouldn't really stress about this fight. Use a steal if you're not comfortable. That's true for every boss. So see, this one's very easy pattern. It's like bang, bang. I didn't explicitly say it, but the portals are shooting line AoEs, right? That's the whole thing. I think it's obvious though. Yeah, and he's gonna die probably during the next cycle. As you can see, pretty fast with Bard. I think below 6 minutes. As long as you have a Bard for the last bosses, they're not really gonna be that bad. She is really strong. Are the walls an okay or just a dot? I don't know. I would assume it's a dot, but I don't know. It seems so much easier now, you know, both quadrants will have a safe spot. Yep, it really helps with this fight. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really satisfied by how rushed I had to do the last bit of that set. Again, I think don't get scared. I would say we had a pretty bad 8190 overall, but we also spent so much time just talking and not using the palms. Like, we keep in mind all that I have, I could have used. I could have used so many altars, so many flights, so many like strength ace. I could have used my devotion way earlier, right? I could have used like the bard way earlier too. I could have used the poison not in an emergency. There was like so much room to use things. I could use sight to just know where the key is faster like this. I wouldn't really let this set scare you the way it went. I was just a bit rushed for time because I was explaining everything. I really wanted to show a votive too. Luckily we got the 2 transformations, so at least that's nice. Okay, the last set. This is mostly similar to what we just did, very similar, except you have one less floor to do, so it's gonna be even easier on time. However, there's more monsters in each room. I would say the biggest challenge on these floors is just going to be the amount of patrols. The amount of patrols is very high. So if you've got like resources left, you definitely want to be spending all of them there. Mostly, I would say once you're like at 94 plus. Okay, let's start with this guy. So this guy is like a POTD boss, easy to remember. Does a line AoE, very fast, untelegraphed. You cannot LOS this again because it's a line, and then he does a circle, which is easy to avoid. But the line AoE is very fast. He's gonna do the line AoE. I'm gonna leave him alive. He's gonna do it really fast. See, right after. So don't wait against this guy. Just be close. This guy does nothing. He does a circle and a cone. I believe maybe both are untelegraphed. No, the circle is telegraphed. I think the cone might be untelegraphed. Yep, this is a cone. Kind of an embarrassing monster to find up there, honestly. He does nothing else. Okay, that monster is important. Also, it's one of the rare monsters that actually shows up on every single floor of that set. He will never stop spawning. He does a line AoE against, you can't LOS it. Dark Vision, that's line AoE. And that's all he does until you kill him. When you kill him, it will start exploding, and it's a pretty big AoE. This will kill you. However, I'm gonna find another one because I want to show you that you can actually LOS this. So it's big, but it's not as dangerous as you'd think. I should raise. So I'm gonna kill him, and you saw how big that AoE was, but if I'm hiding behind the wall right there, it will not actually do anything to me. Like this. So if I go there, nothing happens. And yes, that is the second monster that is knockback immune. So that's the second monster that if you have the rolling ball effect, it will not do anything against him. Well, it will do damage to him, but it won't one-shot him. So keep that in mind. Don't go too far from that guy. He will always do a second line very fast. Again, on the last two sets, it's definitely worth your time a little more to just explore. Especially because silvers are so strong and the floors are really small. So like, just take a peek around. This guy is very easy. All he does is winch, which is a circle on himself, like this. That's it. He's a patrol though, so you're probably gonna be fighting him often. Winge. So we're just fighting until we're out. Only thing we really need to find, well, the only thing that would be very nice to find is a bark. I would be very surprised if we don't find a bark by now on this set. It's gonna explode, don't get, and the wall makes it safe. Little side note, whenever you find a monster that has like a delayed death, the key progress only updates once it dies. Like once it actually blows up. A little thing that can be nice to know. And we're out. When we're out, we leave. Only check a room if it's really close. Again, we have a lot of palms. We should be using them. I'm just gonna not use them for now. Because I want to make sure I can guarantee I get all the monsters to show up. You would definitely use Flight Altar, all that stuff. I mean, that's literally the last set. If you've not been using them up to that point, I mean, you should at this at very least now. Maze is, if you have like bad debuffs, Maze is just a good thing to use, especially in the context of a clear run where it opens the key instantly. And also it CCs a monster, so it's pretty convenient. You should definitely just go to the key if you have a Maze active and fight the bare minimum. I'm just gonna make sure there's nothing that I have to show. If I missed any monster, by the way, that is like important in my guide, I will be editing it in the guide, so don't worry about that. A little tip, a lot of the monsters on that set are sound aggro. Like if it's like a plant, like if it's like a plant type monster, you can assume that it's sound, which means if you walk, you can actually get past it. It can be useful on that set. I wouldn't rely on it too much, but it's pretty useful to know. But like, for example, I could totally avoid these guys, but then I could not avoid that guy, right? See, that's why I said you shouldn't rely on it too much, because then you get in a situation like that, and this guy's not so bad, but what if that guy did a huge circle? Well, now I have to start running, pulling everything instantly, right? That's why it's good to know. Use it if it's like obviously gonna save you time and not gonna be a risk, but be careful about relying on it too much, right? Is there really no new monster there? Little side note about Maze, by the way, she only starts CCing once you attack something. Until you start to actively fight something, she doesn't actually do anything. She just stands there with you. Whereas that's an example of how you could use Walk. In that case, it's pretty safe, because I know there's no patrol there. I know there's no patrol behind me. That's close. Silvers, very likely to contain an instance like this. I believe at this point there's only one instance effect we haven't seen. One or two, which are negative ones. One of them makes your map invisible, as in your deep dungeon map. It makes this invisible, and you have to basically use a site to reveal it, or just deal with it. Okay, that's much more like the classic 81-100 experience you get. You just keep a bunch of instants and it's easy. What was I saying? Yeah, there's one that makes your map invisible, and there's one that makes it so that every room, excluding the spawn room, is guaranteed to have a trap inside. But they are not really a big deal. I just know they exist. Outside of that, I think we've seen everything. The most important ones are the 2 transformation ones I showed. So again, we want to be far, or we can LOS this. Alright, new monster. So this guy is like the Humbaba, the guy that does the punches is the same, except this one does a little difference. Triple scroll dasher, so you don't have 3 dashes to me, followed by a circle. 1, 2, 3. So this one you just have to move away from him. But it's the same. It's the same as the one we fought earlier. Just have to move away from him. So let's just show you again. Now, if this one you're not counting, if you lose track of this one, I mean, best you can do is just keep running. But then you need room to try it. Like, you need the room to move all this time. So at this one, I think it's more important that you try and count it. But then let's say I don't know. Well, technically I could just keep running and then, you know, hope that I'm far enough when he does it. I just would be careful because you're gonna run out of room to kite at some point if you do that. So, quick line AoE, don't forget. Quick line AoE. That was a quick line AoE again. I just want to double check if there's something new on this floor. Give me a sec. Okay, yeah, there's. So, the Dahak, apparently, well, not apparently, he has some kind of one-shot tail swipe mechanic. I cannot make it happen in solo. I've tried and I just can't make him do it. But in solo, he has this breath attack like this. I would say just go in front of him when he does it. I'm very... This is like the only monster in the entire Deep Dungeon that I'm not 100% sure if I know everything about him. I've seen him do a tail swipe one-shot that killed people instantly without like a warning. But all I've ever seen him do in my solo runs is that breath attack. I've never seen him do something else, so... Just know that he seems to have some kind of thing that triggers him into spinning. It might just mean literally, like, it only does it if there's people with you. Just see, he's not even doing it at low HP. So there's some kind of one-shot thing that seems to only be in a group. But I just wouldn't really go behind him too much if you're solo. Just pull him, kill him, go back in front when the breath is over. And you should not have any issue. Line AoE again, don't forget. It's fast. He's gonna catch you off guard. Quick. This guy is very dangerous. This is probably the most dangerous monster of that set because his line AoE is really fast and really wide. So you gotta be careful. The quadruple, that's 4 dashes into move away. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good patrol there. It's easy patrol though. I left that guy. See, I remember I left that guy go. You know, I left that guy go earlier and I skipped him when I was going over there. That's it. And then he came back and he ganked me while I was fighting something else. That's exactly why you don't want to do that. That's why you want to kill a patrol as soon as you see them. So see, technically, we could do something like this. We just walk past this guy with a safety active, make sure we're not a trap, and then maybe avoid that guy. Maybe he'll turn around. He did, but I got lucky. But, you know, it's at least giving me an excuse to use a safety there, so it's not a bad idea. You're not really gonna need the safeties for anything else. Again, we got a lot of palms. I'm just not using them to show the monsters. Okay, all that I have, you could use it right now. I mean, you should. That's literally the last set. You're not gonna get a better time. Okay, spider. Okay, I got a lot of things to show there. First of all, the spider. This guy's a bit like the succubus. He has an AoE. Sorry, like a marker AoE. It's in AoE, but you don't care that's in AoE. All this does is slow you. So if I let it actually cast on me, it will slow me. And the wombo there is that she's gonna follow it up with this AoE burst, so you just have to move away. It's not that bad, honestly. But I would say it's a good thing to maybe LOS if you can do it. Now, I can't really show it because there's the patrols coming, but if you want to LOS this, it's fine. I tend to LOS it myself. It makes it easier. If you LOS it, she will basically do the follow-up, but then you won't be slowed. Technically, you could Purification, but it's almost a waste of time. Like, just tank it and move if you're gonna tank it. This guy, this is a patrol. It's sound. It's huge. It's very big. So be careful to not get ganked by that guy. That guy's probably the most likely monster to kill you on that set. All he does is, if you've ever done EO, he's the same as the boss. He does left, right, or front. But there's a little cheat there. It's that his left and right, they're like angled. It's like a very steep angle, so you don't actually have to do left, right. You only have to stand in front. And then if he ever does front, well, then you don't stand in front. So see there left, it's there, but it's like a very steep angle. So it's, you'll see, right? If I look, you see there, that angle? It's a very steep angle. So you don't actually really have to do it. You just have to be in front. But then if he does front, then you go behind, right? So on the right, same. It's like there. I'm gonna stand there just to show you the angle. So it would be there, right? But then it's like that instead. I personally think it's easier to dodge it from the front, because this way you don't really have to differentiate between left and right. You know, it's removing stuff from your mental stack. Up to you though. I've shown you what they look like. Now if he does the front, that'd be nice. Let's give him a few chances to do it. The front is just front though, there's no like gimmick to it. It's literally just the front that gets cleaved. If he doesn't do it, I'll kill him, but you know he does it in the front too. Nope, okay. Pretty easy monster. I mean, honestly, it's an easy monster. You have so much time to react to it. I think it's even interruptible. But you just have to be aware that he's very big and he's sound, and there's gonna be a lot of these guys patrolling around later on. So they very likely you're gonna get ganked by that guy. Well, as you can see though, I'm getting the pretty classic 91 plus right now, where I just keep picking up instants. If we used everything we had, we could get to the boss with 30 minutes remaining, probably. Like, we could get to the boss instantly, right? It would be very easy. Of course, I'm just showing everything, so I'm not doing it. Outcommon our skills in the last two sets. Extremely common. And when you get them, it's like a 90% chance to get an instance from it. It's very, very, very likely to get an instance from it. So I'm gonna show what I meant with LOSing that guy. So when he does this, you can just LOS it. It saves a bit of time. It's not really a big deal. You just don't get the slow. And that's all this guy does. Pretty underwhelming monster, honestly. And again, I'm not really saying it, but you can stun most of those. You can stun that. You can stun 90% plus of monsters, 95 maybe even. If you want to know if you can stun something, just open the fight with a stun. And then you'll be good. Also, this guy is sound, just to confirm it to you. So if I walk, he doesn't see me. If I run, he will pull. I do not recommend you avoid him that much. I recommend you just pull the patrols, like I said. Now, like a floor like that where you don't know where your key is, you just sight. And then bang. You know, it's so much easier. Now, the votive is all the way back. See, this is where you gotta be careful. Is it worth it to go all the way back for that one votive? No, it's absolutely not worth it. So you just want to go to the key and leave. You see, there's another patrol there. You're gonna see a lot of patrols on these floors. All your flights should get used. You should have poison fruits building up. Hopefully you find a bard for the boss, because it really helps, especially if you're not confident on it. It's not like you need it on the boss, but it definitely makes it way easier if you have a bard. That's why, in my opinion, if you find 2 bards, you should really keep them as soon as you like, or in the 80s. Just keep one for 90, keep one for the 99, and then you just... whatever's in your third hole, you just use it, right? No, I would not go for the votive. It's like, if it's that far out of the way, I would not go for it. Because, like, weighting the risk, how much likely are you to die going to this than you are to die not getting it, right? The risk, it's definitely not way in your favor if you go all the way back just to check that one thing. Because with the farms we have, we already know we're fine on time, right? So what could we really get from this that helps? We could get a transformation, which makes the less floor less risky. But then that's like a, I don't know, 10% chance to get transformation. The votives are very fun, but they, like, unfortunately, they are in a deep dungeon that's too easy. So they're kind of like... no worth going out of your way for, as I would describe it. Like, if they were in PUTD or even on I, we would probably go out of our way for them way more. But in there, there's not really a point, because your journey to it is more dangerous than just leaving. If that makes sense. That's why I don't recommend you go out of your way. Like, if it was the room below, like if it was this room, okay, sure. Like the room to the south, I mean, it's right there, right? But then if it's like the whole way across the floor, nah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. We've pulled everything on that floor, by the way. I believe. This guy explodes, which means you need to plan him dying. Also, you need to pull another patrol, because I keep running 2 patrols. And like, that's a... I'd say DPS are better on the floors, but that's a privilege of tank, is the fact that whenever you pull something accidentally, well, you don't even have to worry about the damage a single bit. Like, a little bit. On DPS, if you pull something accidentally, maybe you'll have to care about the damage. Like, you don't have to care a lot, but you'll have to, like, at least, you know, pop your potion, pay a bit of attention. On a tank, you really don't. So, like, if you do a pull like that accidentally, but you're confident that you know what the monsters do, you can kind of easily juggle it on a tank. Whereas on the DPS, you might be caught off guard by the amount of damage you're taking. If it was a devotion votive, then this would be guaranteed to be a transformation, which would be guaranteed to be like a really strong effect. In that case, I guess it's a judgment call. I would personally go for it in that case. I think it's probably worth the risk. Unless there's like a treasure room like last set, where then it's... I would poison fruit the treasure room, let's say. But then if I had to actually do like a AoE pull in that treasure room or something, I would probably just skip it in that case. Yeah. So we're out. Not gonna use anything yet. Let me just double check the monsters that I might have to show. Okay, there's still a few. Okay, this guy. So I was wrong about this guy initially. If you watch my very early stuff, I was a bit wrong. So when he does, he's gonna do a thing called Unholy Darkness. This is a targeted circle. It is not a point blank. This is a targeted circle on you. So just watch out for that. And then he does a cone attack on Telegraph Cone. Karma. This is a cone. Just be careful. That first one, I thought it was just a circle AoE for a long time, but it's actually a targeted AoE. So this is targeted AoE. Not that big. Keep in mind there's a lot of patrols where we are right now. So if you see one, you definitely just want to pull it right away. Not even like think about it a little bit. I would say though in your run should not really be fighting as much as you think on these last floors. You're very likely to be drowning in instance. You'll be using everything you have. I mean, there's no point keeping anything at this point. Like, you're not going to be slow fighting this the same way I am. So I am showing you what these monsters do. But like, be warned that in your actual clear, it's probably not going to look like that. You're very likely just going to be flying through these floors. And you might even be flying through the last two sets. Like, I think you're going to be flying through most of the 81 to 100 stretch. So it's good that you know what the monsters do, but you probably won't be doing all that like fighting that I'm doing there. The big cone. So see, that's where things can get tricky if you get like a bunch of patrols like that. Hey, there's 3 there. Look at this. That's gonna be a very... If you ever fight these floors with nothing like me, no flight, no maze, no nothing, this is a very common sight. This happened in your cartels all the time too. There will be so many patrols, you just can't do anything. Like, you're stuck fighting in the room, patrols after patrol. I will say though, if you're a DPS, you would kill them so fast that they won't like really gang up on you like that. This is more of a tank issue right now. As a reminder, when this guy's on YouTube, this is right now, this is the long form version. This will be like an entire video on my YouTube channel. This whole run from 1 to 100. And then there's gonna be an average version where I'm just showing off every boss and every monster fought, which will be split in like 5 videos or so, just so they're not too long. So like this, like if you're watching this right now, well, you're either watching the stream or you're watching the YouTube video later. You're watching like the long form one, right? That's the one if you want to see the whole thing. You want to see like exactly how this goes. It's very likely that to clear this place, you'll be fine just watching the average version though. So let's just do this mechanic again, just to show you what it does. So it's just a slow. You just want to keep moving. Also, I didn't get slow, I guess, in the release. Oh yeah, it prevents the slow. Well, I would have done slow. It just means I have to keep moving. Because then if I stand still, I won't have time to move out of the telegraph coming. One day we'll get out of this spawn room, I swear. 6666. Okay, I mean, I'd like to speed up a little bit. Fighting these 4 stations forever. I just want to see the new monsters. If we don't find a bark, that is weird. Can't say I've ever fought this boss without bark. But I mean, there's no reason why it wouldn't happen, so... He's there. I'd say if you don't have a bark for your first attempt on this boss, I hope you're really confident to do it, because it's gonna make it a lot harder in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, if I maze this, I will be showing a lot of fight, but I kind of want to bark it because I want to show, like, Bart is she like attacks the boss in a specific way, and I kind of want to show that. And she dots both and all that. Triple dash and move out. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we got a new monster there. Pretty easy one. There's not really any more complicated monsters, so they're all straightforward. All of them. No, Maze and Balm are not the same fairy. Maze will CC monsters and do a low amount of damage to them. Bark will not CC, but she will do massive amount of damage to them in AoE with a dot. Both of them will heal you, however. Both of them, they will heal you. I have not noticed if there's a difference in the healing they do. But the damage difference is quite massive. Okay, this guy is pretty straightforward. It is simply a gaze into a cone. Sorry, a line AoE, so just don't look. And then he's gonna do an untelegraphed line AoE. Don't try and LOS it again. There, like this. So again, there's gonna be a gaze. And whenever he's gonna do line AoE, I don't know if he would actually do it from that distance, but just be ready to avoid it. You can't LOS it. Just kill that guy. Again, whenever he does left, right, we don't care. We just stand front. It avoids both. He's exactly like the EO boss. We got another incense there. Okay, this guy, very simple. All he does is a cone. That's it. That's all he does. Untelegraphed cone. We are still missing 2 monsters to show, and that's it. They're both on the later sets, if I'm not wrong. Oh, we got Bard there, perfect. Alright. So everything I want to show you guys is on the next sets. That's right, the next floors. So let's just get to them. It can happen. It could happen if you don't have Bard on this boss. I would be surprised if it happens like more than once in a while. If you don't, it's not like the fight's impossible. It's definitely harder though, because you'll actively have to do the switching mechanic. So it's like adding one thing to the fight. If you've done the practice mode, if you don't know the 99 words, you get a practice mode when you reach it the first time. So like, but like honestly, if you beat the practice mode, you can beat this very easily because the practice mode gives you no bombs. It doesn't let you have any palms, any instance, so you have to do the fight very slowly. So if you can beat the practice mode, it doesn't really matter what you have at the boss, but I would say having a bard makes it significantly easier. First of all, because the HP increase is massive, and especially if you're a tank as well, right? Like, it's huge. Like, you can tank a lot of punishment. And the second reason is because she EWEs down the boss, which I'll explain the boss when I get there, of course. But because she EWE them down, you don't really have to respect the switching mechanic as much. Yes, you can. When you reach floor 99, you get a practice mode of the boss unlocked outside the deep dungeon. It'll just let you practice it. Okay, so that's the last two monsters. First, the monkey. Is exactly like that one monster we fought earlier. He does left, right, and then he switches them. So very easy. He does right, so we don't go right, but then we go right once he does it, right? Like this, and the shape is exactly, it's a half circle, exactly. And that's it. Pretty easy monster. Especially because you don't forget you can LOS all of this with a wall. This guy is also pretty easy. All he does is he leaves the side of his sword. So you're gonna see he's gonna do a move, and you're safe if you go on the other side. Like that's it. That is every monster. And then again, you can LOS all of those. If it's not a line AoE or the one that I specifically called out, it should be LOSable. Like I said, I wouldn't LOS everything. But then, you know, it's an option available to you if you're ever in a bad spot. So, like this. And let me double check, but that should be every monster. Now I'll be able to show the votive transformation one last time. We get the ball, nice, because that's the one I couldn't show up like that well. Let's do a poison bear, poison fruit. Keep in mind, okay, a little side note, if you use poison fruit on a floor, the monsters that explode, they still explode. They will still explode. So be careful about that. This could kill you. This could catch you over very easily. Because let's say I use my poison fruit, and then there's a dreamer there. So I use it there, right? Well, if I don't realize that this guy's exploding, I could just run there, and then bang, you know? I get blown up. Yeah, your invulnerable will go away before. Also, there's no reason why we're checking any gold chests right now. I'm not even sure why we're doing that. So, okay, I was kind of rushed when I showed the ball last time, so this time I'll be able to show it a little bit better. We're going to talk about it, and then it's the boss. As you can see, these mimics are no big deal. If you've done any deep dungeon, this is by far the least threatening mimics out of all of them. So like, even on DPS, sure, use a steal if you can afford it, but it's not really a big deal. Remember when I said I don't know why I'm checking chess and then I got 2 mates in a row? Yeah. That didn't age well. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Just watch me. So by the way, that's all the pawns we have clearing. So, and I'm playing a bad DPS job, a warrior, a tank. Do not worry about time. Just use your pawns when they're at 3. Use them when they're at 2 if you feel uncomfortable, and then use them down to 0 when you get to like the last 2 sets, I'd say. And it will be free for your time management at least. The only jobs you could play that are worse than this are healers. And I would say specifically Astro and Sage, you're gonna have like a slower DPS than me. I think on Sage and White Mage, you're probably gonna be fine. Wow. I mean, you know, I'm down. I'll just keep the chain. I mean, if this is how we time out in the guide with the 20-minute chain, I'm down. This is extremely important for the guy. Well, if you didn't know, you can get multiple mimics from the same mimic. Now you know. This will actually let me show something that I wanted to like make important. I showed it earlier, but I'm gonna show it again. If you have a transformation on the next floor, either the ball or the fire guy, do not have a pot going to it because that will like hurt a lot. You won't be able to heal between your rolling phases. So, see, I have a transformation there. I'm definitely gonna Purity. If I keep this, it's not like it makes it impossible, but it's gonna make it much harder to manage the transformation because I'm gonna be on a tight timer for it, right? Okay, in the ball, when you're transformed, just make sure you don't have an regen, just so that your health can actually regen. And like I said earlier, the ball, just make sure when you're rolling, if you're rolling in the hallway, it's fine. If you're rolling in a room, just make sure that there's gonna be no monster that pulls on you when you're done rolling. Because the danger is you hit a luring trap, a landmine as you're rolling. And if that happens, you could die because you're gonna get attacked at the end of your rolling, right? Not on tank, but on DPS without steal, that could happen. You see there? We're just gonna be patient. See how many patrols we got? 3, 4. We're just gonna be patient and we're gonna roll in all of them. Like this. Now we just wanna make sure we don't pull the other one. Like that. Yes, the landmine damage, you would avoid it if you rolled right past it, but because you don't know where the landmine is, it's not like you can reliably avoid it. Well, you know the landmine could be at the very end of it. Okay, let me just check that silver real quick. This is the best votive transformation you can get. Period. Like, it's just the best one. The fire guy is good, but he's slow. So this one's slow. So the ball is fast and good, right? Okay, this boss, there's a lot of bugs. So I will try and explain everything as best as I can. This is, in my opinion, this is the hardest deep dungeon boss we've ever had, though, by like a long shot. There's a lot of mechanics. If you've done raids before, I think you're gonna feel at home there. There's a lot of mechanics. So first of all, I will say this is a dead zone. If you jump down, you are dead. That includes when you kill the boss. If I tested that, if you jump down when the boss is dead and you cleared, that's like you're done, you still die. So it's not a good time to do your Dragoon backdash, okay? So This boss, highly recommend you have a bard. If you don't have a bard, it's fine. In my opinion, I mean, if it's your first run there, and then that's your literal first time at attempting this boss, you don't have the practice mode, that's fine. Hope you have a bard. If you don't, it's gonna be a long fight. It's not like it's impossible without a bard, it just makes it way easier, and you can tank a lot more things. If it's not your first time and you have the practice mode, I would hope that you've done it and cleared it in practice mode. If that's the case, then you know you don't need bard, but it's still nice if you have it, right? Okay, so you see these puddles on the ground. There's white and dark puddles, and then you see the boss. There's the girl and the guy. The girl is, you know, she's pure, she's white, and then the guy, he's black, he's darkness. So you want to be the opposite element to do damage to them. So if I want to attack this one, I need to be dark. And then if I want to attack this one, I need to be light. Now another thing is the debuff that you get. You can't right click this, right? When I step in this, I get a debuff. If this debuff ever hits 0, you die. Basically you die. This is not likely to matter, but you should kind of keep it in mind. Also, this one does a little bit of damage to you. It's insignificant. It's not really significant though. And the light one does not do damage to you. Just keep in mind, if it ever is 0, you would die. But it's the way the fight works, it's unlikely you would really reach that point unless you disrespect every mechanic and face tank everything, right? Okay, so that's the basics. Now, specifically, if you have a bard, there's something there that's special about her. Is whoever you attack first, she will basically lock onto that target and damage it. She doesn't care about the elemental switch at all. And the way she works is she puts a powerful dot on both. The dot will damage both quite heavily. So it depends on the job, but it's likely that the HP are going to become kind of equal as long as you put her on something, but then you yourself target the other one. So when the fight starts, I'm going to sack her on, let's say, the darkness guy. Well, let's say the light girl. I'll put her on the light girl, and then I will myself be focusing my effort on the darkness guy. And they will mostly be the same HP. And the reason that we want them to be the same HP is because if they get a difference that's too big, I believe it's around 20 to 25%, then they start getting a stacking health regen and a stacking damage buff. Which if they start getting it, you can fix it. Like if you just get their HP back close, it will remove these. But it will be bad if you just keep doing damage and then one of them becomes like 40% lower than the other, right? They have to die, not at the same time, but they have to be kind of like, you know, within, let's say, 10% of each other, preferably. But with Bard, you don't really have to overthink it too much. Okay, so let's start this fight. I will try and explain the mechanics every time I see them, but I have to, like, also do them. So we might be saying the mechanic multiple times, and then, you know, I'll explain it as I go. So again, as I said, I'll go dark. I'll just put my fairy on this one. Use steel. So I'll put my fairy on this one. I will myself attack the darkness guy. First mechanic is two things at once. It's a side or middle plus a move or don't move. So this one is middle and don't move. It's middle because it's double swords. And it's don't move because it was the chain balls. When it's don't move, it's just movement. It's not attacking. I could still attack. I just can't move. All right. Now, I'm not going to do much damage because I want to explain. Bounds of Sin, very simple. This brings you to the middle, and there's going to be these circles. If you stand there, you're going to notice that, oh shit, I'm stuck, right? And then you're going to get hit. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to run out. When she does Spine Lash, that's the easiest one. You want to aim yourself on this yellow line, which aims right between these windows. And then you move. And then it's going to hit nothing. If you fail this, it's going to hit the window and it's going to spawn an ad, which you want to kill. Alright? But if you just line yourself up on these yellow lines, it's going to be fine. Abyssal Blaze is probably the hardest one. You will open a portal up and down or left and right. This one is up and down. So these crystals, they're going to be edge of flares going up and down. And then the other one is always the opposite. This one is left and right. So these will be edge of flares left and right. So if we look at this, up and down, left and right, we know the safe spot is bottom left. Drainator, you need to be the opposite of whichever one's casting first. So there we need it to be dark and there we need to be light. Just like that. Now, when the Heads of Flares will actually resolve, they will glow red like this. And then you just have to remember the safe spot. You have to remember the safe spot, and it can be quite a while until this actually resolves, okay? Now it's gonna repeat these mechanics. So this is just move out as quick as you can. So you just look which circle is first, and you move out like this. Now this is the one that's multiple thing. This one, big sword, means you're not in the middle. And the fireballs without the chain means you have to keep moving because they'll snap like this to you. And if you don't, this will one-shot you on most jobs. Maybe not tank with everything, but most jobs. So left and right, because the portal open left and right. So these are Heads of Flares doing left and right. So the way I remember it is it makes the top safe. This one is top and down. Top and down, so left, right, top and down. We know the top right is safe. That's our safe spot. We have to remember this. There, this will not break the window as long as we aim it there. As you see, my Bard is doing massive damage. So that's what I was talking about. She really helped. I'm doing barely anything there. Bounds of Sin, easiest mechanic. It's gonna pull you in wherever you are. You just look at where the first circle is and you run out. Do not ever get it by the circles. If you're gonna fail this, stay in the middle. So this is... There's two swords, so this is middle. And this is don't move because there's chains. Very simple. You can still attack. You just can't move. Like I could still attack. Like that. Drainator. The one casting first is the darkness guy. That means we need to be light. We need to be the opposite. Second one is the girl. So you need to be darkness. I recommend you wait a moment, like what I was doing there, whenever you're dealing with this. Just so you know if you fucked it up. Because if you fucked it up, then you wouldn't want to switch, right? There's the flares are just proccing. So you see they're getting a big difference in HP. It's just I'm doing nothing. I should be doing something, but the talking is making it a bit hard. But then if this keeps increasing, they're gonna get the damage thing I was talking about. So we want to make sure that we just do damage. As long as we do damage, it looks like on this job we don't even have to switch. So we just have to make sure we don't die from getting from like this timing out, right? This debuff. At this point, you've seen every mechanic. It's just repeating them. Abyssal Blaze, that's the Heads of Flares. Safe spot on Heads of Flares. It's whichever way the portal opens up. So you see how she pulled it from left to right. So these are going left and right. And you see how she's pulling it up and up, up and down. So these are up and down. Like this. Right? So this is left, right, up, down. So then if you like look at it, the top left is the safe spot. And there we just do the darkness first. We wait, see if we're correct. We're correct. Okay, so then we switch. Just double check, make sure you're right. Like wait a second just to make sure. And then we remember the safe spot from the Heads of Flares is top left, so we just do top left. If you fucked up the Heads of Flares, there's basically only 2 safe spots possible every time. You're gonna see, I'll point it out next time, but it's always a diagonal that gets created. It's always like a diagonal of crystals. So there's only really 2 safe spots. There's the 2 corners. If you fuck it up, this is don't be in the middle and keep moving. We'll do that. The Heads of Flares, there's always only 2 safe spots, so I'll show you there. This is left and right. So the first set is left and right. So we know this whole bottom is not safe. And then this is top and down. It's always in a diagonal, so this is going to be there, right? So the safe spot would only be bottom left or top right. But we know it's top right because we know it's left and right and top and down. So this is a safe spot. But if you fuck it up, it will be very obvious that you fucked it up because everything's gonna be flying towards you. So if you're a tank or you have a poison berry, you could use it. Okay, like it's gonna be very obvious you fucked it up. Like everything's gonna be flying to you. We're gonna see that mechanic probably 1 or 2 more times, so I'll be able to show you guys. Chain, so this is middle and don't move. By the way, they happen in an order. You see, in that case, she's doing the swords, then it's the chain. But in my opinion, it's easier to just do both mechanics at the same time, because this way you don't have to worry about which one's first. You can always kind of like deal with both at the same time. So this would be light. And then we just check, make sure we're fine. Okay, we're fine, so we do dark. And then we remember the safe spot being top right from earlier. We just go there. Okay, and we're gonna do this one more time, probably 1 or 2 more times. We're gonna see the exit flares. This is easy. Just move out. Never get hit by these telegraphs. If you're gonna fuck it up, if you're late, get hit by the middle. You are dead if you get hit by the telegraphs. It will push you in the lava. Alright. Fine slash. Just don't hit the windows. If you do, you have an ad and you have to kill it. Abyssal Bay. Okay, so pay attention. You see the portal? Up and down. She's pulling it up and down. So that set is up and down. These are walking up and down. This set, she's pulling the portal left and right. So this set of crystal is left and right. So then if we look at this, up and down, left and right, the only safe spot is this. Right there, right? This is light. Wait a second to see if we're right. We did not get drained. This is dark. It's always the opposite after. And then we know the Edge of Flares are triggering whenever they start glowing red like this. They're not triggering until the red starts. And if we had fucked up, it would be very obvious that you fucked up because everything will be converging to you basically, right? So if you see that it fucked up, like, use an invuln, use defensives, use a poison berry if you kept one, right? And that's all the fight. And then again, both mechanics happen, you know, at different times, but we can just do both at the same time. So there I know it's keep moving and don't be in the middle. So then I just do that. I just keep moving and don't stay in the middle. That's my favorite way to do it, personally. And then she was going to do it again. So it's a hard fight, but it's doable. I mean, it's obviously doable. It's a hard fight, though. I highly recommend if you get to this boss and you wipe, which is exactly what happened to me in my first run. I highly recommend you do the practice mode, and I recommend you clear the practice mode. Because if you clear the practice mode, you know you can do it very easily. Bart makes this so much easier. Like, you saw how much damage she was doing there. I barely attacked during this, dude. If you fail anything on this fight, nothing will kill you. Except you will die if that circle telegraph. Like when she's doing like the circle, if you stand in a telegraph, you will die. Everything else will not kill you. The Edge of Flares might kill you because I don't know how many of them will hit you at the same time. That I can't really confirm or deny if the Edge of Flares will kill you. But yes, the Edge of Flares... Oh, yes, you're right. Sorry. The 4 balls will kill you on DPS for sure. They might not kill you on tank. Like, honestly, you know, whenever she's doing the sword and ball phase, if you get overwhelmed and you don't know what the fuck's going on during that, only look at the ball and do the ball, but don't do, like, the sword stuff. Because the sword won't kill you. It won't even be close to killing you with Bart and Steel. But the balls will kill you very fast, okay? Okay, they'll kill you as a tank. So the balls, you absolutely cannot fail the balls. So yes, when she's doing sword and balls, I would personally, if you get overwhelmed and you don't know what's going on, I would only look at the balls and do them. But like, of course, try and do both mechanics. The sword will not kill you, I guarantee. If you have Steel and Bart, there's no way it kills you.